Hi friends, my name is Vikas, and all of you, I'm really happy that all of you are loving our revisionary lectures for CFA Level 1, and all of you are requesting for revisionary lectures for quants and corporate issuers as well. Okay, so the point is that Institute has changed the syllabus significantly for quants particularly. Okay, and I don't have shoot till date the revisionary lecture. Okay, so one thought that was coming to my mind was that I should not upload any lecture with respect to the quants. Okay, but I think then that will be wrong on my part, as many students are now dependent upon these lectures, and I'm really happy that you are watching them. So as a gratitude towards my audience, so what I will be doing, so I don't have revisionary lectures, okay, but what I will be doing now, I will be uploading my regular class content for quants, okay, and in comparison to the previous lectures, these lectures will be slightly more in terms of hours, okay, you find them a little more comprehensive, okay, but at least it will serve the purpose and it will make you prepare for your upcoming August attempt for CFA Level 1, okay. So I hope I have done the justification with my audience, okay, and please do provide your valuable feedbacks, okay. I'm continuously reading all the comments that you are providing us. This helps us to improvise the quality even further, okay. And as I mentioned in my last lecture that I'm planning revisionary lectures for CFA Level 2 as well, okay. So the constructive feedbacks will be really appreciated, okay, so that I keep that in mind while shooting for Level 2, okay. So this is from my end, okay. Now let's continue with our revisionary lecture for quants.
That is that. Chaliye. Now, what will be agenda for next 3 classes? So next 3 classes, we are going to complete 2 chapters. One will be rate and return, and second is going to be time value of money in finance. Okay. Now, for the first 3 classes, we will learn how to operate the calculator. This we are going to cover in the class. Plus, we are going to cover these 2 chapters. Now, the importance of these 2 chapters is, it is the base for the upcoming chapters. So once these 2 chapters are over, we are going to start with financial reporting analysis. Okay. So for that, these 2 chapters are really important. These 2 chapters we are going to cover in next 3 classes. And what is prerequisite? Before attending any lecture, you have to watch the pre-recorded. So you should have watched lecture number 1, which was TVM. That lecture is in accordance with earlier 2023 syllabus. Now syllabus has changed significantly. So these classes will also be uploaded on your portal. Okay? So please give a heading, learning module. Meaning of learning module is chapter. Learning module, rates and return. Rates and return. And second chapter that we are going to cover is the time value of money in finance. Now, what is the meaning of TVM? Okay. So LOS. LOS stands for learning outcome. Learning outcome statement number 1. So learning outcome number 1, introduction. Now, what we are going to study in this particular chapter? TVM means money has time value. TVM means money has time value. Now I want to give you 2 options. Option number 1, receive rupees 100 today. Option number 2, receive 100 rupee after 1 year. Now my question is, are these 2 options comparable? Are these 2 options comparable? Now, above 2 options are not comparable. That means always you're going to prefer which option? Always you're going to prefer option number 1. You want to receive money earlier. The moment you will receive this money earlier, you're going to deposit this in a bank, you're going to earn some interest. Now let us assume always investor will prefer option 1 to make two options comparable. We will use concept of TVM. We will use concept of TVM. Now let us assume that rate of interest is 10%. You want to make both the options comparable. You are indifferent, receiving 100 today, or if you want after 1 year, I should compensate. I should compensate by paying how much? 10% extra. So I should pay how much? 110 rupees. Now, right, let us assume rate of interest is equal to 10% per annum. Option 1, receive rupees 100 today. Now I want to make them comparable. Then what will be option number 2? Option number 2, receive 110 after 1 year. Now both the options are comparable. This is known as TVM. In TVM, what we are going to do? In TVM, we are going to find out the future value. Will future value always be greater than present value? Yes. Now my point is, receiving 100 today, if you want to defer this amount to some future date, will you want at any given day any value greater than 100? Yes. So this is known as TVM. Since this value will always be higher, let us assume 110. Since this value will always be higher, this is known as compounding. Same wise, with the help of future value, finding out present value, this will be known as discounting. So higher value will be known as compounding, lower value will be known as discounting. Now we go to any showroom. Let us assume we purchase one pair of jeans. We always say to the shopkeeper, we want discount. Let us assume the selling price is 1,000. We are not willing to pay 1,000. We are willing to pay 900. So we say, give us the discount of 10%. So whenever we are receiving a lower value, this is known as, whenever we are getting a higher value, this is known as compounding. So throughout, I'm going to make use of one formula. Which formula I'm going to make use? Now please write. Now, two options. Now, two options are comparable. Now, two options are comparable, and we compensate. Now, and we compensate investor by paying 100 rupee, by paying 10 rupee more for delay of 1 year. That means whenever you're going to delay the payments, you have to compensate by paying a higher value. It will always be compounding. So which formula I'm going to use? Throughout this chapter, I will be using one formula very oftenly. Future value is equal to present value 1 plus r raised to the power t. Now my point is, will future value Will future value always be greater in comparison to present value? Answer is yes. This is known as compounding. So am I clear with concept number one? So concept number one, what concept number one is trying to say that money has time value. And if you want to delay the payments, you have to compensate by paying something extra. Which formula I'm going to use? Future value is equal to present value 1 plus r raised to the power t. See? Now write concept number two. Right, concept number two. Future value. Concept number two, future value. The process of finding future value is known as compounding. Now let me give you one example. Example number one. Rupees 100 deposited in a bank today. Rupees 100 deposited in a bank today for 2 years at 10% per annum. How much bank will pay you at the end of second year? How much bank will pay at end of second year? 120, 121. 120, 121. How many of you think 120? 120. 121. 121. So answer is going to be 121. Now why it is going to be 121? Now think logically. You deposited 100 rupees at time 0. You want 10% per annum. You deposited 100 rupee. Now what is the 100 rupee value at the end of year 1? 110. Now next year also you want 10%. But now you want 10% of 110. Then what will be interest income for second year? 11. So how much you want at the end of second year? You want 121. Now this is known as compounding per year. That means what is the meaning of compounding per year? What is the total amount due at the end of year 1? 110. I have not withdrawn this amount. Now I want 10% off. Now 10% off. Now I want 10% of 110. So interest income for second year would be so interest income for second year would be कहाँ बैठ रहे हो? सब खाली है यहाँ आगे. तीनों लेट कैसे हो गए? बस लेट हो गई. बस वाला तो वही बस में क्यों बैठने? आप उसी बस में ही क्यों बैठे जो जिस ड्राइवर को रास्ता ही नहीं आता था? तीनों एक ही बस में आ रहे थे. तुम किस लिए लेट हो? हो जाओ, जो उधर बैठ जाओ आराम से. उसके पैसे आपने दिए हुए हैं, आराम से टेबल को यूज करो. कंफर्टेबल हो तीनों? प्री रिकॉर्डेड देख के आए हो? मुझे लाइव देख सैटरडे. अभी नहीं. पैसे दिए पूरे? पैसे भी नहीं. अच्छा फिर हम नहीं देखे. फिर अच्छा, फिर जिन्होंने दिए वो देखेंगे, जिन्होंने पैसे नहीं दिए वो नहीं देखेंगे. ठीक है, चलिए. नाउ प्लीज हेल्प मी. In the next year, I want 10% of 110. That means total amount I want, that is going to be 121. Now I want you to find out the same answer using formula. Future value is equal to present value 1 plus r raised to the power t. You deposited 100 rupees. Rate of interest is 10%. You're depositing for 2 years. Bank will give you 121. लिख लो राम कथा में भूल जाओगे राम कौन थे तीनों मेरी शक्ल देख रहे हैं अच्छा एक बच्चे पूछ रहे हैं कि हमें नोट्स बनाने हैं आंसर इज यस इवन इफ यू हैव वॉच्ड द प्री रिकॉर्डेड प्लीज नोट व्हाटएवर वी आर कवरिंग इन द क्लास सो नोट्स विल बी स्लाइटली डिफरेंट फ्रॉम प्री रिकॉर्डेड ओके चलिए shall I proceed with the next example now one more example deposited 5,000 2 years at 12% per annum. Deposited 5,000 2 years 12% per annum. Compute future value. Future value is equal to 5,000 1 plus r raised to the power t. How much bank will give you? This is going to be 6272 rupees. Am I clear with both the examples? Chaliye. Now please write compounding. Please write compounding. Now compounding can be of two types. One compounding is annual compounding. Other type of compounding is intra-year compounding. Now, what is the meaning of annual compounding? Annual compounding means when compounding happens, help me. When compounding happens once a year. What is the meaning of intra-year compounding? When compounding happens more than once a year. Now, example. For example, it could be semi-annually, it could be quarterly, it could be monthly, it could be daily, and there is one more type that is going to be continuous compounding. So when it is intra-year compounding, I'm going to use a revised formula. What will be my revised formula? Future value is equal to present value 1 plus r upon m raised to the power t multiplied by m, where t should always be in years. T should always be in years. M is equal to number of times compounding in a year. M is equal to number of times compounding in a year. Now let me give you one example. Deposited 100 rupee. Deposited 100 rupee at 10% per annum, compounding semi-annually. Compute future value for 1 year. Compute future value at the end of year 1? Will it be 110, more than 110, less than 110? 110, more than 110, less than 110? Now, what will be the answer? Now, before using the formula, if I prepare timeline, now compounding happens every 6 months. 0, 6 months, 12 months. How much I want in totality? How much I want in totality? I want 10% per annum. Per period I want 10% in totality. Per period I want 5%. So this will be 5. Now you deposited 100 rupee. At the end of 6 months, 105. At the end of 12th month, again I want 5%. This is going to be 110.25. Now what is the meaning of compounding semi-annually? That means we are going to settle the accounts at the end of 6 months. If I'm not withdrawing that amount for the next period, I want 5% of 105. Again, I want to repeat. Compounding semi-annually. That means we are going to settle the accounts at the end of every 6 months. Now, at the end of 6th month, how much you due in totality? 105. I'm not withdrawing anything. For the next period, I want 5%. 5% of 105. So what will be the total amount? 110.25. Now let me find out the same answer using formula. Same answer using formula. Future value is equal to present value 1 plus R upon M raised to the power T multiplied by M. Present value is 100. Rate of interest is 10. Time period is 1 year. T should always be in years. Now M stands for number of times compounding in a year. Semi-annually, M will be equivalent to divide by 2, multiply by 2. If I simplify, 100, 1.05 raised to the power. This is going to be 110.25. Now read this very carefully. I want per period interest of 5%. In totality, they're going to be how many periods? Now, timeline. I want 5% per period. In totality, they're going to be how many periods? In totality, they're going to be 2 periods. How much bank will pay you? That is going to be 110.25. Now, I'm going to give you one more numerical. First, I want answer using timeline. Then I want answer using a formula. Now, write example number 4. Write example number 4. 5,000 deposited. 5,000 deposited at 12% per annum, compounding quarterly. Now help me, in 1 year, they're going to be how many quarters? They're going to be 4 quarters. If it is monthly, in 1 year, they're going to be how many months? If it is daily, in 1 year, they're going to be how many days? 365. Okay? Weekly, in 1 year, they're going to be how many weeks? 52 weeks. Now, compute future value at the end of year 1. Will it be more than 5,000? Compounding, discounting? Compounding. So please help me with the answer. First, using timeline. Then using formula. First, using timeline, then using formula. Help me with the answer. One answer is 5150. Then one answer is 5627. इसमें 0.75 ऐड करो, 0.5। अच्छा, पॉइंट्स को इग्नोर करिए प्लीज। अच्छा, majority of your answering 5, 6, 2, 7. Okay, so let me prepare the timeline. 0 at the end of 3 months, at the end of 6 months, 9th month, 12th month. Now you want 12% per annum compounding quarterly. So per period you want per year, per period you want 3%, 3%, 3%, 3%. You deposited 5,000. What will be the value at the end of 3rd month? 5150. What will be the value at the end of 6th month? 5304.5. What will be the value at the end of 9th month? 5463.6. What will be the value at the end of 12th month? 5627.5. Now let me solve the same using the formula. Future value is equal to present value. How much you are depositing today? How much you want per period? 3%. Raised to the power. Raised to the power. Raised to the power 4. One way, quicker way. This will be 5627.5. Traditional method. 5,000 1 plus R upon 4 raised to the power 1 multiplied by 4. Again, you will get the same. Am I clear how we find out the future value? So future value will always be greater. The process to find out future value is known as compounding. Okay. Now question arises, how we can find out the same answers using our BA2 plus calculator. So this calculator can calculate these answers very quickly and efficiently. So next we have to learn how to use this particular calculator. Now, before I proceed with, I want to check your principles of BODMAS. Okay. So if I give you an equation, 4 minus 7 multiplied by 9, it should be equal to, one answer is minus 59 and one answer is minus 27. How many if you say minus 59? Minus 27. Okay. Now, if I follow the principle of BODMAS, what BODMAS says, first you have to multiply and then you have to subtract. So first you have to multiply. 7 multiplied by 9, this is going to be 63. 4 minus 63, this is going to be minus 59. So you have to follow the principles of BODMAS. BODMAS says first multiply, then you have to subtract. It is going to be 59. Now let us assume that you don't know this. This calculator is smart enough. It will automatically apply the principle of BODMAS. How come? Allow me some time. Okay. Now what I want, you have to press second. This second is working like a shift button in your laptops. Press second. Then you have to press decimal. So what is written over decimal? Format. So press second, press format. Your calculator will display DEC 2. DEC 2. Instead of 2, press 9 and then press enter. Press 9, then press enter. Enter will be there on first row. Press enter. Okay? Now you have to press down arrow. If you press once, it will show DEG. Again press once, it will show US. Again press 1, it will show US. Again press 1, again press down arrow, it will show CHN. Now what I want, again press second, again press second, and then press set. Now what is written over enter, above enter? Set. So press second, set. It will change to AOS. Then you have to press CE. C stands for clear entry. Okay. That means two changes we have made to the calculator setting. Number one, we have changed DEC to 9. And then we make one more change, that is AOS. Now, what is the logic of these two settings? Now, first write DEC 9, DEC 9, DEC 9 means floating decimal. Now, what is the meaning of floating decimal? The meaning of floating decimal is if the answer is 7, only 7, calculator will display 7 exactly. If answer is 9.25, it will display 9.25 exactly. Earlier, the calculator was having a settings of decimal 2. Answer is 7, it will display 7.00. If answer is 9.2573, it will display only 9.25. But the moment you are making it floating decimal, it will always give you an exact answer. Let me prove my point. In the calculator, perform 10 multiplied by 4. 10 multiplied by 4, giving you exact 40. Along with that, are there any decimal points? Any decimal points? No. Now, 3.25 multiplied by 2. How much? 6.5. Exact answer. Then I got 3.333 multiplied by 3.334 times 3. 3.3333 multiplied by 3. How much it is showing? 9.9999. This is the meaning of floating decimal. You will always get the exact answer. Okay. Second, it was CHN. CHN has been changed to AOS. Now, right? AOS means algebraic operating system. Algebraic operating system. Now, what I'm trying to say, algebraic operating system means now calculator will apply the principle of BODMAS itself. Now, please write the equation. What was the equation? क्या था वो 7 क्या था वो 4 minus 6 into 9 na? We were getting minus 59. Now type 4 press 4 minus 7 multiply by 9 equal to, help me, are you getting exactly 59 minus 59? So calculator will apply the principle of BODMAS itself. So two settings, DC9 means floating decimal. It will always show you the exact answer. This is the meaning of floating decimal. Then AOS stands for algebraic operating system. Calculator itself will apply the principle of, BODMAS. Am I clear with this? So these are the two settings we have done to the calculator. Now, the moment you on off the calculator, settings remain stored in this calculator. So settings does not change. Okay. So these are the two settings that we have made to the calculator. Now, what I want, now my next question is, how we can calculate these answers directly using calculator. Okay. Now my focus is on third row. Third row on the calculator. The third row, is it different from all other rows? Watch very carefully. The third row of your calculator, is it different from the other rows? Now this third row is known as TBM row, time value money row. Now using this row, we can find out all the answers. But the rule is, first you have to clear the memory. How to clear the memory? Always. First you have to press. Second, clear TVM. That means what you have to press? Second, FV. This you have to press before using this TVM row. What is the purpose of this? It will erase all the memory. Now, I want to solve above question. Now, what input you will give? You will say 5,000 is PV. 5,000 PV. Then raised to the power. Raised to the power by how much? 4 will be N. Then rate of interest per period. Rate of interest per period is 3%. But you won't write 0.03. You will write 3 I by Y. What is the interest per period? You won't be writing 0.03. 0.03 will be incorrect. You have to write 3 I by Y. Now press compute FV. So if I give all the inputs, compute means CPT. Compute future value. Help me. Are you getting the same answer? Help me. Are you getting the same answer? Now, one doubt is why we are getting an answer with negative. So allow me some time, but compare the absolute number. Are you getting the same answer? So first rule is, whenever you're going to use TVM row, first you have to clear the memory. To clear the memory, you have to press second clear TVM. Give all the inputs, whatever you want to find out. I want to find out future value. Compute FV. Clear? Now question is, why we are getting an answer with negative? Because initially you deposited the amount. So who received this money? किसके पास पैसा आया? Who received this money? Bank. So you give PV 5,000 positive. That means it's an inflow. Money has received by bank. But at the end of year 1, bank has to give the money. Bank has to pay the money. So answer is 5627.5 with a negative sign. Negative sign means outflow. Outflow means bank has to pay this particular amount. Okay, so you have to ignore the sign and you have to take the absolute answer. What will be the future value? Future value will be 5627.5. Okay. Same wise, what I want. Now I want, please solve example number 3. Example number 3 using BA2 plus calculator. Example number 3 using BA2 plus calculator. Step number 1. Second clear TVM. 100 will be PV. 5 will be I by Y. 2 will be compute FV. Are you getting the same answer with a negative sign? 110.25. अच्छा, जिन बच्चों के पास कैलकुलेटर नहीं है, you can download the app. So there's BA2 plus app in the Play Store. In the App Store, it is a paid one. In the Android devices, it is freely available. Those who are not having calculator, either you can borrow from your friends or you can download the app from the Play Store. All of you getting this answer? Am I clear with this? Zoom students, all of you getting this answer? Yes. 110.25, 55,627.5.
Excuse me, sir.
Hmm.
Sir, can you explain that DEC and AOS in that calculator?
DEC 9 means floating decimal. Floating decimal means it will show you the exact answer now. If answer is 9, it will display 9 only. If answer is 9.25, it will display 9.25.
So what is a DG and all? US DG and all?
That we are going to cover eventually.
Okay. So, but in the calculator, it'll show DEC equals 9. So,
DC 9 means floating decimal to give me an exact answer. If you don't press 9, if you press 2, if answer is 9, it is going to show you 9.00. If answer is 9.2573, it will show you 9.26. So I want an exact answer. So I don't want answer till 2 decimal points. I want it should be a floating decimal.
yes, sir. Thank you.
Now you have to find out the same answer. Now you have to find out the same answer using one more method. Okay. Now what I want, you have to give this input. You have to give this input directly to your calculator. Okay. Now type 5,000. Type 5,000. Then what you will press? Multiply. Then you are going to press bracket open. Bracket open will be there on fifth row. Bracket open. 1 plus 0.12 divide by 4, bracket close. Y raised to the power x 4 equal to. Help me, are you getting the same answer? 5,000 multiply bracket open 1 plus 0.12 divide by 4 bracket close y raised to the power x 4 equal to. Are you getting the same answer? Ma'am, आप कर रहे हो calculator पे? Are you getting all the 3 answers? एक बार कर लीजिए मैम. Well, TVM row is from the bank's point of view. This we are performing manually, na? So this we are performing, this we are using our formula. So using a formula, even we are getting the positive answer. But TVM row captures the answer from the point of view of bank. So inflow, outflow. Rahul, second format, DC, instead of 2, press 9, enter down arrow. So how many times you have to press down arrow? 1, 2, 3, 4. Your calculator will display CHN. Now you want to change, press second enter. Set means enter. The moment you will press second enter, it will change to AOS. So press second format. DEC 9, enter. One time down arrow, DEG. Again down arrow, US. Again down arrow, US. Again down arrow, CHN. Now press second set. It will change to AOS. Then you have to press CE, clear entry. चलिए राइट।
एक बार फिर से बता दीजिए ये वाला एओएस वाला।
प्रेस सेकेंड फॉर्मेट, डीसी आ चुका है, डेसिमल, लास्ट रो डेसिमल, प्रेस सेकेंड फॉर्मेट, लास्ट रो, थर्ड बटन, क्या लिखा है? फॉर्मेट, DC2 लिखा है, 9 एंटर, 9 एंटर, प्रेस डाउन एरो once, twice, thrice, 4 times, CHN, press second set, it will change to AOS. इनका भी करो साथ वालों का। मोबाइल पे कर रहे हो? मोबाइल पे could be possible that some features may not be there. All right, please write. Now please write. This is the final one with, huh? अच्छा, please लिखिए 70,000 deposited. Rate of interest is 12% per annum, compounding monthly. You're depositing for 1 year. Compute. You're depositing for 1 year. Compute future value. So directly calculate using TVM rule. What will be step number 1? Step number 1. Second, clear TVM. 70,000 will be my PV. Help me. R divide by M. 12 divide by 12 will be your I by Y. T multiply by M. 1 multiply by 12 will be your compute future value. 78,878. Now let me solve this. Second clear TVM. 70,000 will be my PV. 12 divided by 12 equal to 1. 1 will be my I by Y. 1 multiplied by 12 equal to N. Compute future value. This is going to be 78,878. सबका आ रही है? Zoom students, all of you getting this answer? Beta, if I create the equation, this will be future value equal to 70,000, 1 plus R divided by M raised to the power T multiplied by M. If I simplify, this will be 70,000, 1 plus 0.1 raised to the power 12. Now what inputs you will give to the calculator? Second clear TVM, 70,000 PV, 1 will be I by Y, 12 will be N, compute future value. Second clear TVM, 70,000 PV, 1 I by Y, 12 N, compute future value. Nihali, is it clear?
Yes, it is.
Chaliye. Now please write concept number. Please write concept number 3, effective interest rate. Effective interest rate. Effective interest rate. Now help me. Deposit 100 rupee. Deposit 100 rupee for 1 year at 10% per annum. Case A, compounding happens semi-annually. Case 2, compounding happens quarterly. Case 3, compounding happens monthly. Now, as compounding increases, your amount of investment will be higher. So please help me. If it is semi-annually, what will be the answer? Semi-annually, what will be the answer? 110.25. For quarterly, it will be 110.38. For monthly, it will be 110.47. So which formula I'm using? For first one, I use the formula. Future value is 100, 1 plus R raised to the power 2, 1 multiplied by 2. If I simplify 100, 1.05 raised to the power 2. For second, I use the formula 100, 1 plus 0.10 whole divided by raised to the power 1 multiplied by 4. If I simplify, this will be 100, 1.025 raised to the power 4. And finally, I use the formula future value is equal to 100, 1 plus 0.10 divided by 12 raised to the power 1 multiplied by 12. If I simplify, this will be 1.00833 raised to the power 12. Please verify all of you getting these answers. Now my point is, what is effectively that you're earning? You deposited 100 rupees, you're getting 110.25 at the end of year 1. Effectively, how much you have earned? Effectively, you have earned 10.25%. Quarterly, how much effectively you're earning? 10.38%. Monthly, how much effectively you're earning? 10.47% you're earning effectively. So one is quoted rate. How much bank quoted? 10%. How much you have earned effectively? So bank quoted 10% per annum compounding monthly. This is equivalent to 10.47. That means if you're depositing 100 rupees, it will become 110.47 by the end of year 1. Now my question is very simple. More the compounding, higher will be the effective interest rate. Now calculate 9% per annum, 9% per annum, compounding quarterly, compute effective interest rate. 9% per annum compounding quarterly, compute effective interest rate. Effectively, it is equivalent to how much? Now, suppose amount is 100. This amount you're depositing for 1 year. So by the end of 1 year, this 100 will turn into 100, 1 plus 0.09, whole divided by 4, 1 multiplied by 4. This will turn into कितना बन जाएगा पैसा? This will turn into 109 point. So effectively, how much you're earning? 100 turning into 109.308. Effectively, how much you're earning? So effective interest rate is 9 point. ये clear है? Now calculate one more example. 15% compounding monthly. Compute effective interest rate. 15% compounding monthly. Effective interest rate. How much? One answer is 16.21, one answer is 16.07. Waiting for more replies. 16.07, still waiting for more replies. Now, again, a very simple example. If you're depositing 100 for 1 year, this 100 will turn into 100, 1 plus 0.15 raised to the power 1. Here divided by 12, multiplied by 12. This will turn into 116.075. So effective interest rate is I'm giving 2 minutes break. Please revise. Okay. Anything you want me to explain again, please let me know. रमेश पीछे वाले बच्चे को बोला स्पेक्स वाले जरा साथ वाले की मदद करो. एक तो आप लेट आए हो, पूछ भी नहीं रहे हो, अब 3 घंटे ऐसे निकाल दोगे. मुझे उससे मतलब नहीं है. अब 3 घंटे ऐसे टाइम पास निकाल दोगे. ये भी नहीं कि साथ वाले से प्लीज मैं पूछ लूं. साथ वाले से फटाफट पूछो. और कमलेश मैम की जरा मदद कर, जो मैम पूछ रही है. आप आ गए हो मेरे साथ हो? सारे हो गए? फटाफट करो ये वाले. नहीं सेटिंग चेंज हुई है नहीं हुई है? डेसिमल अभी कितने आ रहे हैं? 0 आ रहे हैं. तो सही है. तुम दोनों काम पे हो. 2 इससे लो, कैलकुलेटर बोरो करो और करो.
So can you explain TVM again?
TVM row.
Yes, sir.
Now let us assume you want to find 5,000 1.12 raised to the power 5. You want to find out the value of this. 5,000 will be PV. 12 will be I by Y, that is interest. 5 will be N, compute future value. But before giving this command, you have to clear the TVM row. Press second clear TVM. That means you have to press second, then you have to press FV. This will clear the memory. Give input 5,000 PV, 12 I by Y, 5 N, compute FV. Now answer to this will be 8811.
Okay, sir. So that 5n will be like how much times it should be multiplied, right?
Raised to the power.
Okay.
जो इक्वेशन बनाई है 15 डिवाइड बाय 12 आधा वैसा जाते हैं 100 बन जाता है 12 से ये बस क्लियर और सेकेंडरी गेम हमारे इसको भी दो थोड़ा बदले आई नहीं बताया Zoom friends, any one of you not getting the answer, please let me know. Okay. Ashish, please unmute. Ashutosh, please unmute.
Yes, sir. I have unmuted it.
Ashutosh, you want me to repeat any part?
Sir, actually, like for 15% question, 100 plus 100 bracket 1 plus 0.15 upon 12 is to the power 12. That is, sir. But I didn't get the 116.075.
Press 100, multiply, bracket open, 1 plus 0.15, divide 12, bracket close, y raised to the power x 12 equal to.
Just a minute.
Ashish, getting the answer?
No, sir. It was 6,000 something.
कैसे हो सकता है 100 मल्टीप्लाई ब्रैकेट डाल रहे हो आप?
Yes, sir.
100 मल्टीप्लाई ब्रैकेट ओपन
1 plus
0.15
5
divide by 12 bracket close
plus
y raised to the power x
x
12 equal to.
Okay, sir. I got it.
You can also use the TVM row.
Okay.
100 will be PV. 15 divide by 12 equal to. Whatever you will get, this will be I by Y. 12 will be N. Compute FV. 100 PV. 15 divided by 12 equal to. Your calculator will display 1.25. This will be your I by Y. 12 will be N. Compute FV. चलिए. Now please write. Please write. Formula to calculate. Though I don't want the formula to be remembered because logically we can get the answer, but still formula to calculate effective interest rate. Effective interest rate is equal to 1 plus R upon M raised to the power M minus 1. So 15% compounding monthly. 1 plus R upon M raised to the power M minus 1. If I solve, you will get the same answer. That is 0.16075. Or this is nothing but equivalent to 16.075. This is one way. We can also get the same answer using BA2 plus calculator. Now, how we can get the same answer? Using BA2 plus calculator. Press second interest conversion, I conversion. That is, you have to press 2. Press second, then press interest conversion. Interest conversion is written over 2. So press second, then press 2. Your calculator will say NOM. That is nominal. That is quoted rate. What is quoted rate? 15. Enter down arrow. Then it is effective. Simply press down arrow. Compounding per year. How many times compounding happening here? 12. Enter down arrow. Again it will show NOM. Down arrow. Again it will show effective. The moment it will show effective, you have to press compute. Help me. Are you getting the same answer? So press second interest conversion, NOM. NOM stands for the quoted rate, 15. Enter down arrow, effective down arrow. Compounding per year. Compounding is happening 12 times. Enter down arrow, down arrow. Come to the effective and press compute. Okay. Now we have solved one more. We find it out the answer 9% per annum compounding quarterly. Effectively, it is equal to 9.308. Please solve using interest conversion. Are you getting the answer? Please solve using interest conversion. Are you getting the answer? %9 compounding quarterly. Now you will press second I conversion, NOM 9, enter down arrow. Effective down arrow. Compounding per year. How many times? 4. Enter down arrow. NOM down arrow. Effective. Press compute.
Sir, how to clear the effective, sir? If I press 9 and if I press down arrow, it's showing the effective rate of the
answer.
previous
Ignore that. You're getting the answer. Ignore that. Follow all these steps. The moment you will come to the effective, you have to press compute again. The moment you will press compute again, answer will get changed, and finally you will get 9.308%. That means to find out effective interest rate, beta, you have to press second, then you have to press 2. What is written over 2? That is I conversion. आशीष आपने सिर्फ 2 डेसिमल्स तक पॉइंट करा हुआ है ना बेटा, सेटिंग करवाई थी. सेकेंड फॉर्मेट DEC, press 9 and then press enter. Format is decimal. Second decimal, DEC 9, enter. Then press CE. Again, perform all these steps. You will get 9.308. ये सबका आ रहा है? So now please let me revise all the concepts quickly. Please come to the back side of your notebook. Please come to the back side of your notebook. बैक साइड मतलब पीछे की तरफ, आगे की तरफ नहीं, पीछे की तरफ आ जाओ. किताब के आखिरी पेज पे आ जाओ. फटाफट लिखते रहेंगे. Concept number 1. Concept number 1. Help me. Concept number 1. Introduction. Right? Very quickly. Concept number 1. Introduction. Very quickly. Concept number 1. Introduction. Money has time value. Money has time value. Investor always prefer to receive money early. Receive money early. And if there is any delay, he should be compensated. He should be compensated by paying more. He should be compensated by paying more. Concept number 2, to compute future value. The process to find out future value is known as compounding. What is the formula of compounding? Future value equal to present value 1 plus R upon M raised to the power T multiplied by M, where M stands for number of times compounding in a year. T should always be in years. What is concept number 3? To find out. लिखना है बेटा. To find out effective interest rate. Now there are going to be 3 methods. Assume you are having 100. What you are getting at the end of year 1. Simple method. Second is using the formula. What is the formula? 1 plus R upon M raised to the power minus 1. And alternative 3 is using interest conversion. Press second I conversion. Accordingly, give all the inputs to the calculator. You will get the answer. I strongly recommend that you should be more logically sound rather than depending upon too much on this calculator. So my preference is alternative 1. But yes, you can follow any alternatives. But you should be logically sound. And which method is more logical? That is going to be alternative number 1. ठीक है, आप कोई भी method use कर सकते हो. But logical method कौन सा है? That is alternative 1. So we have completed 3 concepts. Am I clear with this? Now write concept number 4. Now come to the main book again. Concept number 4. Calculation of PV. Calculation of PV. The process to find PV is known as discounting. Example. Investor want 10,000 rupee at the end of year 1. Rate of interest 15% per annum. What amount he deposit today? Equal to 10,000, more than 10,000, less than 10,000. Then what should he deposit today? Help me with the amount. Now write answer. Alternative 1. Future value is equal to present value 1 plus R upon M raised to the power T multiplied by M. Can I also say that? Or PV is equal to future value whole divided by 1 plus r upon m raised to the power t multiplied by m. The moment you are dividing anything, will you get a higher value, lower value? So if you are dividing, we will get a lower value. If you are multiplying, we will get a higher value. So we are dividing now. Now, how much you want? 10,000. How much amount you deposit today? Rate is 15. Time period is 1. What is compounding? 1. So if I simplify, this will be 10,000 whole divided by 1.15 raised to the power 1. Now, how much amount you should deposit today? That means you should deposit 8,695. Yara, 8,695. This is alternative 1. If you want to find out the same answer using alternative 2, write alternative 2 using BA2 plus calculator. First, second clear, TVM. 10,000 will be your FV. 1 will be your 15 will be your compute. Help me. Are you getting the same answer? Please verify. Are you getting the same answer? No, right? Zoom students, all of you getting the answer? No, right? Concept number 5. PV of multiple unequal cash flows. PV of multiple unequal cash flows. Example, investor wants 1,000 rupee at the end of year 1. 2,000 rupee at the end of year 2. 3,000 rupee at the end of year 3. Required rate, that means rate of interest is 10% per annum. Calculate amount to be deposited today. Will it be equal to 6,000, more than 6,000, less than 6,000? Equal to 6,000, more than 6,000, less than 6,000? Less than 6,000. Now write solution. $1,000, $2,000, $3,000. You want the value here. 1, 2, 3. This 1,000 to be discount using a rate 10%. For how many years? For how many years? 1. This 2,000 to be discount using 10%. For how many years? 2 years. This 3,000 to be discount using 10%. For how many years? 3 years. तो आपको इसको कैसे पढ़ना है? As if you want 3 FDs in a bank. One FD should pay you 1,000, second FD should pay you 2,000, and third FD should pay you 3,000. Now my point is very simple. What should be the value of first FD? Now value of first FD should be 1,000 whole divided by 1 plus R. Can I say 1 plus 0.1? What is to the power? 1. So how much amount you shall deposit? So simply write 1,000 divide 1.01, sorry, 1.1 raised to the power 1. Your calculator will display. एक बार करिए 1,000 divide by 1.1 y raised to the power 1 equal to. Are you getting this amount? Now what is the meaning of that? To get 1,000 rupees at the end of year 1, today you need to deposit 900 rupees. Plus, if you want 2,000, 1 plus 0.1 raised to the power, तो आपको कितना डिपॉजिट करना चाहिए? 2,000 divide by 1.1 raised to the power 2. 1652.89. And if you want 3,000, what amount you shall deposit today? This will be equivalent to 2253.94. Now, how much amount cumulatively yet you shall deposit in an account? Now, cumulatively you shall deposit. Cumulatively you should deposit. That is going to be 4,816 rupee approximately. Again, I want to repeat what this value is signifying. To get 1,000 at the end of year 1, you should deposit 909. To get 2,000 at the end of second year, today you shall deposit 1652. To get 3,000 at the end of third year, today you shall deposit 2253. In totality, what amount you shall deposit today? That is going to be 4816. Eventually, how much you will get? Inclusive of interest, you are going to get 6,000. 1,000 at the end of year 1, 2,000 at the end of year 2, 3,000 at the end of year 3. This is one way. Am I clear with this one? Now write alternative 2. Now write alternative 2. Now write alternative 2. Press cash flow, CF. Second, clear work. Cash flow, second, clear work. Clear work कहाँ पे लिखा हुआ है? CE के ऊपर. So just read above CE. What is written? Clear work. Press cash flow, second, clear work. It will clean the memory of cash flow function. Now, your calculator will display CF 0. What is the cash flow at time 0? 0. Enter down arrow. Then cash flow at the end of year 1. How much you want to receive at the end of year 1? 1,000. Enter. Now press 2 times down arrow. Why 2 times? Allow me some time. What calculator is displaying? What you want at the end of second year? Enter, down arrow, down arrow. What you want at the end of third year? 3,000, enter. That means whatever you want, we are going to give the inputs to the calculator. Cash flow second, clear TVM here, clear work hai. Cash flow second, clear work. Clear work means you have to press cash flow second CE. You have to give all the inputs to the calculator. How much you want at time 0, 0. How much you want at the end of year 1, 1,000. How much you want at the end of year 2, 2,000. How much you want at the end of year 3, 3,000. Enter. ये कर दिया. Now press NPV. NPV stands for net present value. press NPV. Your calculator is displaying. I means interest. What is interest requirement? 10. Enter, down arrow. What calculator is displaying? Press compute. Help me. Are you getting the same answer? Help me. Are you getting the same answer? Now again, I want to repeat all these steps. Again, I want to repeat all these steps. If there are multiple unequal cash flows, now you're going to make use of cash flow function. But rule is to clear the memory first. Cash flow second, clear work. Now insert all the cash flows. You will press NPV. Calculator will display I. 10, enter, down arrow. Again, it will display NPV. What you have to press? You have to press compute. So I want, please practice 2-3 times. Are you getting this answer 4815? Ma'am, clear? Hai? Kiran, you want to say something? Now, please, all of you, please repeat with me. Please. Cash flow. Press A. Second. Next. Clear work. Clear work is the one where written is CE. 0. Enter, down arrow. What do you want at the end of year 1? Enter, down arrow once, twice. What do you want at the end of second year? Enter, down arrow, down arrow. What do you want at the end of third year? 3000, enter. Now you have to stop. Now I shall press NPV. What rate you want? 10%. Enter, down arrow. Again, you have to press compute. You will get 4815. This is the amount you need to deposit today so that you're in a position to get 1000 at the end of year 1, 2000 at the end of year 2, 3000 at the end of third year. Shall we move? Shall we solve one more question on this? Chaliye, write example. अच्छा, एक बच्चे का सवाल है, how to remember all these steps? So you are going to do the steps multiple times. So automatically आपके हाथ इस पे हो जाएंगे. But again, I want to repeat one point explicitly, that in level 1, out of 180 questions, more than 150 questions will be theoretical in nature. So you keep on practicing the numerical. In examination, hardly you will find any numerical in the examination. It is more going to be theory-oriented paper. More than 150 questions will be theoretical in nature. फिर एक सवाल आता है, practically करा क्यों रहे हो? In order to understand theory points better, we are solving all these questions. Okay? चलिए. Now please write. Next example. Mr. A wants 4,000 rupee at end of year 1. 5,000 rupee at end of year 2 and 9,000 rupee at the end of year 3. Required rate 17%. Calculate amount to be deposited today. Will you deposit equal to 18,000, more than 18,000, less than 18,000? Less than 18,000. I want to solve using both the alternatives. I want you to solve using both the alternatives. First, using equation method. Second, using cash flow function. I want you to be comfortable with both the alternatives. Alternative 1. $4,000, $5,000, $9,000. PV. First 4,000 to be discounted by 17%. Second 5,000 to be discounted by 17%. And third cash flow again to be discounted by 17%. But first cash flow to be discounted for how many years? Second cash flow to be discounted by how many years? And third cash flow to be discounted by how many years? 3. If I calculate individually, 3,418 3,652 5,620 or 5,619. Now, if I add up all the numbers, you will get 12,690 approximately. Okay, this is using the equation method. Now I want you to solve using cash flow function. I want you to solve using cash flow function. Cash flow second clear work. I want 0 at time 0 down arrow. I want 4,000 at the end of year 1. I want 5,000 at the end of year 2. I want 9,000 at the end of year 3. Now you have to stop here. Press NPV. Rate of requirement is 17. Enter down arrow. Compute. Am I getting the same answer? Please verify. Are you getting the same answer? So we have covered one cash flow function. Second, we have covered TVM row in the calculator. All of you comfortable with both of them?
Yes, sir.
चलिए, how many concepts we have covered? How many concepts we have covered? 5. Concept number 1. Concept number 1, introduction. Concept number 2, to find out future value. Concept number 3,
Effective interest rate.
computation of effective interest rate. Concept number 4, PV of single cash flow. And concept number 5, PV of multiple unequal cash flow. For calculation of multiple unequal cash flows, you're going to use which function of the calculator? You're going to use cash flow function. We cannot solve using the TVM rule. Again, I want to repeat concept number 1. Concept number 1, introduction. अच्छा, एक मिनट. जिसका पेपर नहीं है वो बोले जा रहा है और जिसका है वो नहीं बोल रहे हैं. पेपर किसका नहीं है पूरी क्लास में? किसका नहीं है? सिर्फ मेरा नहीं है, मैं बोले जा रहा हूँ. और आप बच्चों का है, आप बोल नहीं रहे हो, तो गलत हो जाएगा. पास में हो जाऊंगा, मैं पेपर देने नहीं जा रहा. अगेन आई वांट टू रिपीट concept number 1, introduction. Concept number 2, computation of future value. Concept number 3,
Effective interest rate.
Concept number 4, PV of
PV for single cash flows.
Concept number 5, PV of
Multiple cash flows.
unequal cash flow. Using which function of the calculator? Using cash flow function. The rule is you have to clear the memory first. Cash flow second. Cash flow second. Clear work. For TVM row, cash second, clear TVM. So clear work अलग है, clear TVM अलग button है. Clear TVM is the one where written is FV. Clear work is the button where written is CE. C stands for बचपन से कैलकुलेटर यूज करते आ रहे तो उसमें C लिखा होता है. C का मतलब क्या होता है? क्लियर एंट्री. C stands for clear entry. Am I clear with this? Okay. Now I'm not proceeding further. Concept number 6, PV of multiple equal cash flows. PV of multiple equal cash flows. Now, right? In finance, equal cash flow means, or in finance, annuity means equal cash flows. In finance, annuity means equal cash flow. Now my point is, can you say me where you're paying or you're receiving series of equal cash flow? EMIs. Now let us assume you borrowed 100 rupees from a bank. You have to repay this in monthly installment of 3 years. Now for 36 months, you're going to pay same amount. That same amount in finance is known as, this is going to be known as annuity. Okay. Now write one example. Mr. A wants loan of 1 lakh rupee. Mr. A wants loan of 1 lakh rupee. Rate of interest to be charged by bank. Rate of interest to be charged by bank 10% per annum, compounding annually. Rate of interest to be charged by bank 10% per annum, compounded annually. Loan tenure 3 years. Calculate yearly installment. Calculate yearly installment. Okay. Now prepare the timeline. Prepare the timeline. You will receive 1 lakh rupees, or if it is from the bank's point of view, there will be outflow, and continuously bank will receive a constant amount. Assume that number to be X. Now think logically. First X, you will discount using which rate? Second cash flow using which rate? 10%. Third cash flow using which rate? 10%. But first cash flow will discount by how many years? Second cash flow, third cash flow. Can we find out the value of X? Yes. Now, right. 1000 is equal to X 1.1 plus X 1.1 plus X 1.1. First cash flow raised to the power. Second, now 1 divide by 1.1. This is 0.9090x. 1 divide by 1.1 raised to the power 2. This will be 0.8264x. 1 divided by 1.1 raised to the power 3. 0.7513x. This is equivalent to 1 lakh. Now, what will be the value of X? $2.4867x is equal to 1 lakh. So value of X is equal to annual installment. This will be equal to, this is going to be 40,214. 40,214. That means borrower will pay 40,214, 40,214, 40,214 3 times. So how much amount he will pay in totality to the bank? In totality, he will pay 1,20,642. How much he has borrowed from the bank? 1 lakh. This 20,000 is nothing but interest income of the bank. Bank has given 1 lakh. Bank has received 1,20,642 over the period of 3 years. This 20,000 is the interest income of the bank. Am I clear this calculation? This is the one way to calculate the installment amount. Another way to calculate the installment amount is using BA2 plus calculator. Second, this is alternative 2. Second, clear TVM. Second, clear TVM. Now, 1 lakh will be my PV. 3 will be number of installments. 10 will be I by Y. Compute PMT. PMT stands for annuity. Now help me. Are you getting the same number? 40,214. Second, clear TVM. 1 lakh PV. 3 N. 10 I by Y. Compute PMT. हाँ, तो थोड़ा सा change आ रहा है. So how much we are getting? So there's an approximate error, okay? So how much we are getting? 40211. So approximately, is it equal to 40,214? So decimals का error आ रहा है. Approximately, am I getting the same answer? Now my point is very simple. How much amount borrowed has paid in totality? Amount borrower paid in totality. Help me. 40,211 multiply by 1,20,633. Now less, sorry, ये था amount paid in totality. Less amount borrowed. This is going to be 1 lakh. Now this 20,000 additional is nothing but 20,633. This is going to be interest income of bank. Now my point is, important question, most important question. Now my next question is, what is interest income every year? Now what you will reply? 20,633 divide by 3. This is going to be 6877, and this answer is incorrect. What is my question? What is my interest income every year? You will reply 20,633 belongs to 3 years. So 20,633 whole divided by 3 equivalent to 6877. This answer is incorrect. Now what will be the correct answer? You have to prepare. You have to prepare loan repayment schedule. You have to prepare loan repayment schedule. Year, opening value, interest at 10%, payment, closing value. Year, opening value, interest at 10%, payment, closing value. At the beginning of year 1, what is the value of loan? 1 lakh. Bank wants 10% interest. So how much bank wants for year 1? 10,000. How much payment you have made at the end of year 1? You made a payment of 40,211. Now how much loan is outstanding? 1 lakh ka loan, 10,000 interest, totality 1,10,000. You made a payment of 40,211. So how much loan is outstanding? 69,789. Now, what is the loan outstanding at the beginning of second year? 69,789. What will be the interest for second year? 6979. Again, you make a payment of 40,211. How much loan outstanding? 36,557. Now, how much loan outstanding? 36,557. Interest of 10%, that will be 3656. Again, you make a payment of 40,211. How much loan outstanding? So approximation error says, so how much loan outstanding? This is going to be 0. Now my point is, as per your calculation, interest income for year 1 was 6877. Is it the correct answer? No. What is the interest income for first year? 10,000. What is the interest income for second year? 6979. What is the interest income for third year? That is going to be 3656. Now, if you make a summation of all this, in totality, what you will get? 20,633. There is no doubt that interest income in totality is 20,633, but this amount is not equally divided. Interest income for first year is 10,000. Interest income for second year is 6979, and interest income for third year is 3656. In this way, we are going to calculate the interest income. Am I clear with this? To calculate installments, there are going to be how many methods? 2. One is using the PMT function. Second is using assume the value to be X. Discount all of them, then find out the value of X. Then you're going to prepare the loan repayment schedule to find out the interest income. Karenge khudda. Now write one example. Okay, I'm giving 2 minutes. Please revise in totality this part. Please revise in totality. I want you to be comfortable with both the alternatives. Alternative 1, I assume the installment to be X. Alternative 2, I find out using PMT. And eventually I prepare the loan repayment schedule. Loan repayment schedule will have 5 particulars. Year, opening value. Third particular, interest. Fourth particular, payment fifth particular, closing value. एक बार रिवाइज करिए. आई एम गिविंग 2-3 minutes. I want you to be comfortable with both the alternatives. Let's start.
Sir, could you repeat the second alternative once, please?
Zoom students, am I clear with both the alternatives and repayment schedule?
Sir, could you repeat the second one?
Kiran, this is alternative 2. One lakh PV, 3N, 10 I by Y, compute PMT. Clear? Now right. Now right. Example. You want loan of 7 lakh. Rate of interest 13% per annum, compounding annually. Rate of interest 13% per annum, compounded annually. Tenure 3 years. Tenure 3 years. Calculate yearly installment. Calculate yearly installment and prepare loan repayment schedule. So I want installment amount using both the alternatives. Assume it to be X, discount, help me with the answer. Then using PMT function. And finally, I want loan repayment schedule. Calculate yearly installment using both the alternatives. And then you have to prepare repayment schedule. Please verify the answer. So this is using alternative 1. I assume the installment to be X. First installment to be discounted by how many years? Second to be discounted by how many years? 2. Third to be discounted by how many years? 3. Using which rate? 13. Now PV of that should be equivalent to 7 lakh. So what value of X you will get? That is going to be 2,96,467. This is one way. Second alternative. Alternative 2. Now help me. Second clear TVM. 7 lakh will be your PV. How many installments? 3 will be N. What is the rate of return by the bank, required by the bank? 13 I by Y. Compute PMT. You will get 2,96,465. Now, why we are getting answers slightly different? These are approximation errors. Okay. Ye clear hai? Now, third, you have to prepare loan repayment schedule. Year, opening value, interest at 13%, payment, closing value. Now, what will be the year 1 loan value? 7 lakh. Interest will be 13%, 91,000. How much payment you have made? 2,96,465. Bracket means negative value. We have paid this amount to the bank. Now, how much loan outstanding? 494,535. Now, what will be the interest for second year? 64,290. How much payment you have made? 296,465. How much loan outstanding? This is going to be 2,62,000. 7 lakh. नहीं करेक्ट है मेरा. नहीं मेरी वैल्यूज करेक्ट है. थर्ड 262,360. करेक्ट है. एक बार प्लीज चेक कर लीजिए. What I'm doing, I'm simply 7 lakh multiplied by 13%, 91,000. This much interest you should have paid. In totality, you have made a payment of 2,96,000. So loan will reduce. So loan value will be 4,94,535. Then what will be interest for second year? I want 13% of this value, 64,290. Again, you made a payment of 2,96,000. Loan outstanding is 2,62,000. Again, I want 13%. That is 34,000. You made a payment of 2,96,000. Eventually, loan outstanding is going to be 0. एक बार चेक कर लीजिए calculations. So total interest earned by the bank is 1,89,395. ये क्लियर है सबको? Okay, now I want to increase the difficulty level. Okay, so before I increase the difficulty level, am I clear till this concept to all of you? Interest income will be equal every year. Interest income will be equal every year. Interest income will be equal every year. No, you have to prepare a loan repayment schedule. Accordingly, interest income for year 1, 91,000. Year 2, 64,290. Year 3, 34,105. Cumulatively, bank has earned an interest income of 1,89,395. Clear? Hai? Now write one more question. Now help me practically whenever we go to the bank, do we pay installments yearly? No, we pay installments monthly. Now write example. Write example. You want loan of 1 lakh. You want loan of 1 lakh. Rate of interest 12% per annum compounding monthly. You want loan of 1 lakh. Rate of interest 12% per annum compounded monthly. Loan to be repaid. Loan to be repaid in monthly installments. Loan to be repaid in monthly installments. Loan tenure 1 year. Loan tenure 1 year. Calculate EMI and prepare loan repayment schedule. Calculate EMI and prepare loan repayment schedule. Okay. Now, how we are going to do this? Solution. Now think logically. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 12. So here I'm going to write at time 0, what is the value? How much bank will lend you? 1 lakh. This will be outflow. What bank will receive for the next 12 months? X, X, X. Now I'm going to discount all these X. All these X. Summation of that should be equal to. Summation of that should be equal to. Summation of that should be equal to. Summation of that should be equal to 1 lakh. Okay. Now, how I'm going to discount? This is equal to 1 lakh. X divide by 1 plus R upon M raised to the power T multiply by M. First one X ऐसे ही होगा. That means this is equal to X whole divided by 1 plus R. What is R? 0.12. Divide by 12. Time period should always be in years. What will be time? 1 साल है, ये 1 महीने बाद दे रहा है. 1 महीने बाद. What will be time in terms of year? 1 by 12. Multiply by M. Multiply by 12. Again, I want to repeat. T should always be in terms of years. So at the end of 1 month, at the end of 1 month is nothing but 1 by 12th year multiply by 12. If I further simplify, can I say that this will be equivalent to X upon 1.01 raised to the power 1. अब इसका मतलब क्या है? Per period, I want how much? Per period, I want 1%. Same wise, when you're going to discount the second cash flow, x upon 1 plus r upon m t multiplied by m. This is going to be x 1 up plus 0.12 divided by 12. What will be t? 2 by 12 multiply by 12. So if I simplify, what eventually you will get x 1.01 raised to the power 2 plus x 1.01 raised to the power 3 x 1.01 raised to the power 12. This should be equivalent to, this should be equivalent to, this should be equivalent to, this should be equivalent to 1 lakh. Now again I want to repeat, what is the process to find out PV? Future value whole divided by 1 plus r upon m t multiplied by m. r upon m आप सही करते हो, t आप गलत ले लेते हो. At the end of 1 month, in terms of year, this is equivalent to 1 by 12. 1 by 12 multiplied by 12. This is going to be raised to the power 1, raised to the power 2, raised to the power 3, raised to the power 12. What you want per period? Per period, I want interest of 1%. So whole divided by 1.01 raised to the power 1, 1.01 raised to the power 2, 1.01 raised to the power 3, and so on. Okay. Now what I want, itna note kar lijiye please first. I want you to note till this point. Now what will be the next step? To find out the value of x. To find out the value of x. So please find the value of x also. Next part will be to find out the value of x. Take till 4 decimal points. Take till 4 decimal points and help me with the answer. इतना पहले नोट कर लीजिए. This will be equal to 1 lakh. 1 divided by 1.01. First value will be 0.99009x. Second value will be 0.9. Third value will be 0.18126. The next, it will be 0.74387. The next, it will be 0.67625. The next, it will be 0.61477. The next, it would be 0.55888. The next, it would be 0.50807. The next, it would be 0.46188. 3, 9. The next, it would be 0.41989. The next, it would be, मैं गलत कर रहा हूँ, I think ना. एक मिनट, मैंने गलत कर रहा है. मेरे को डिवाइड करना था 0.01 से. एक सेकेंड. I think I made a mistake. Sorry. 1 divided by 1.01. This will be 0.99009. Divide by 1.01. 98029. Divide by 1.01. 0.97059. Divide by 1.01. This will be 0.96098. Divide by 1.01. This will be 0.95146. Divide by 1.01. This will be 0.94204 plus 0.93271 plus 0.92348 plus 0.91433 plus 0.90528 plus 0.8963 plus 0.88744. इन सबको ऐड कर दीजिए, हेल्प करेंगे फिर. So 0.99009 plus 0.98029 plus 0.97059 plus 0.96098 plus 0.95146 plus 0.94204 plus 0.93271 plus 0.92348 plus 0.91433 plus 0.90528 plus 0.8963 plus 0.88744. This will be equal to 11.25499x. Now what will be the value of x? So value of x will be equivalent to, that is going to be 8885. So how much installment you will pay? This is going to be 8885. This is a long cut method. We can get the same answer using BA2 plus calculator. Now what commands you will give to the calculator? PV will be equivalent to 1 lakh. How many installments? 12n. What is the interest per period? 1 I by Y. Compute PMT. 1 lakh PV, 12n, 1 I by Y. Compute PMT. Help me, are you getting the same answer? So in this particular manner, banks calculate the EMIs. So आपको लग रहा है बैंक कितने ऐड करता होगा? No, bank uses a software. Now one example of software is we can use one software that is going to be Excel. Now let me prove we can get the same answer using Excel also. We need not to perform this much of calculations. Okay. Now let me prove my point. Now loan amount. How much loan you want? 1 lakh. This is a loan that I want. What is the rate of interest? 12%. What is the tenure in terms of years? That is 1 year. Now what I want my EMI. Now you have one PMT function in Excel equal to PMT. PMT निकाल रहे थे. Now first is rate. Rate per period. 12% divided by 12 per period. How many total installments? 1 multiply by 12 comma minus PV. Help me. Am I getting the same amount? So banks, how bank is calculating? So at the back end, bank is performing these calculations, but with the help of calculator. Can we perform this quickly in an efficient manner? Yes. So if you want to solve using Excel, we use PMT function. Same PMT function we can use in this calculator. What you have to remember, what is the rate per period? Per period rate is 12 divided by 12. How many total installment? 1 multiplied by 12. Compute PMT, you will get the same answer. Clear here? Now write one question. You want loan of 6 lakh. 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 Rate of interest is 7% per annum, compounding monthly. Tenure 2 years. Tenure 2 years. Calculate EMI. अब ये नहीं करना, simply BA2 plus calculator use करना and help me with the answer. Second, clear TVM. $6 lakh will be your PV. 7 divided by 12 equal to, this will be your I by Y. 2 multiply by 12 equal to, this will be your N. Compute PMT. 26 86 2686. Please verify the answer. Now let me solve this. Now second clear TVM. 6 lakh will be my PV. 7 divided by 12 equal to, this will be my I by Y. 2 multiplied by 12 equal to, this will be my N. Compute PMT. So how much installment you are going to pay? That is going to be 26,863. Now, this is the installment that you have to pay to the banker. Am I clear with this? Now my point is very simple. Whenever you go to a bank, you make an FD. Let us assume the rate is 7%. That 7% is per annum compounding annually. But whenever you want to loan, rate is 8% per annum compounding monthly. So bank does not say compounding monthly, but all the calculations are performed assuming that it is compounding monthly. So prima facie, if I want a loan today, I want an auto loan. Now let us assume SBI auto loan or SBI home loan. Now what is the home loan? So they say home loan interest rate is 8.5% per annum. This is incomplete. 8.5% per annum compounding monthly. So if you compute the effective interest rate, so effectively it will be 8.7. But on the FDs, they perform compounding annually. But whenever they are going to charge, they charge compounding monthly. So it does not say compounding monthly, but all the calculations are performed in this particular manner. Am I clear with this? Okay. Now, in totality, we have completed 6 concepts. Now, based upon these 6 concepts, we are going to solve some questions given in the curriculum. Now, how many questions there are? In totality, there are going to be 70 questions given in both the chapters, rates and return and TVM. So I'm giving 5 minutes. Please revise in totality all the 6 concepts. Then we are jumping to question bank. ठीक है, एक बार revise फिर हम अपने question bank पे jump करने वाले हैं.
YN is
very quickly.
YN is multiplied by 12.
Beta,
2 into 12.
N is 2 multiplied by 12. So tenure is for 2 years. But you have to pay
2
monthly.
years. Yeah.
So how many monthly
Mhm.
installments you are going to pay?
Yeah,
In
12.
totality, 24.
Okay. Thank you.
You divided rate by 12
Mhm.
per period. How much bank wants? Then how many per periods going to be? They are going to be 24 months.
24. Mhm. Thank you.
Rachna, is it clear?
Yeah, it's clear. Thank you.
Excel working? Yeah. अभी कुछ 10-12 सवाल आने वाले हैं, प्लीज पढ़ लीजिए। आप मेरी शक्ल की तरफ देखोगे, मैं आपसे आंसर एक्सपेक्ट कर रहा हूँ। तो आप सोच रहे हो कि टीचर कराएगा, मैं सोचूंगा बच्चे बताएंगे, तो डिस्कनेक्ट हो जाएगा। Please revise all the concepts. Conceptually, you have to be strong. Throughout, I'm using only one formula, future value equal to present value, multiply by 1 plus R upon M, T base to the power T multiply by M. T should always be in years. M is equal to number of times compounding in a year. This is one formula that I'm using throughout. अच्छा, एक पढ़ते रहिए, एक मैं बात वैसे भी बोल देता हूँ। In examination, if 100 students are going to appear, how many of them will clear? 35 to 40. That means more than 60% students are going to fail the examination. That means whosoever is going to set the examination, he wants कि आप पास हो या फेल हो जाओ। वो क्या चाहता है, जो भी पेपर बना रहा है, आप पास हो या फेल हो। जो पेपर बना रहा है वो क्या चाहते हैं कि आप पास हो या फेल हो। अगर आप पास हो तो फिर साले दिन से 35 बच्चे बस क्यों पास करें। वो क्या चाहते हैं कि आप क्या हो जाओ, फेल हो जाओ। आप क्या चाहते हो कि आप क्या हो जाओ, पास। एक चीज के लिए आपको कुछ नहीं करना, ऑटोमेटिकली हो जाएगा। क्या चीज? आपको कुछ भी नहीं करना है, बट कुछ करने के लिए अगर आप चाहते हो कि आप पास वाली कैटेगरी में हो, तो आपको क्या करने पड़ेंगे, एफर्ट्स चाहिए। तो प्लीज पढ़ लो। कुछ बच्चे मोबाइल पे चैट देख रहे हैं, वो बच्चे प्लीज चैट नहीं देखिएगा। और अगर देख रहे हो तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, मतलब मैं आपको कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ सकता। मैं कौन होता हूँ बिगाड़ने वाला? कौन बिगाड़ेगा? कौन बिगाड़ेगा? एग्जामिनर। जब आपके रिजल्ट में लिखा आएगा तब कौन याद आएगा? तब मैं याद आऊंगा। तो आप चाहते हो कि मैं आपकी यादों में नहीं आऊं, आपको क्या करने हैं, आपको एफर्ट्स देने। PMT stands for annuity, equal amount.
सर जो रिवाइज सिलेबस है उसमें कुछ क्वांट्स में से भी कटा है।
क्वांट्स में बहुत सारे डिलीशंस हैं.
Okay, sir.
Again, I want to repeat. Whosoever is setting the examination, he wants you to fail. You want yourself to pass that examination. So you have to put in efforts. One thing will become automatically, that is going to fail the examination. If you want to pass, you have to put in efforts. कई बच्चों ने बड़ी अच्छी बात बोली, जो एग्जामिनर वो चाहते हम पास हो जाए. मेरे को कहना नहीं चाहिए, आप रिवाइज करते रहिए. मेरे को कहना नहीं चाहिए. मेरे को ऐसा कहना नहीं चाहिए, बट ये तो एग्जामिनर है जिसको आप जानते तक नहीं, और हाई प्रोबेबिलिटी है जो भी एग्जामिनर होगा वो कौन होगा, एक अमेरिकन बंदा ही होगा. हाई प्रोबेबिलिटी है. इसको तो आप जानते तक नहीं, वो आपको नहीं जानता. साला हम तो जिससे प्यार करते हैं वो भी हमें क्या कर देता है. लड़के बताओ, जिसको आप लव करते वो भी आपको क्या कर देता है. साला वो आपको रिजेक्ट कर देता है. तो जिसको आप प्यार नहीं करते हो वो चाहता होगा कि आप पास हो जाओ. कैसा हो सकता है. हाँ बोलिए बेटा. बेटा, there is a loan of 6 lakh. What interest you have to pay per period? This will be 7 divided by 12 per period. How many total number of installments they are going to be? They are going to be 24 installments. So 24n. Interest per period will be 7 divided by 12, and loan amount is 6 lakh. Kiran, please unmute. Now I'm proceeding to my question bank. I want you to please proactively answer the questions. Okay. Please answer question number 16. You want a loan of 30,000 euro, loan to be paid in terms of installment. Rate is 8% per annum compounded monthly. In totality, they're going to be 5 years. Calculate installment amount. Calculate installment amount. Calculate installment amount. One answer is A. I'm waiting for more replies. Question number 16. Question number 16. Now, let me solve this. 30,000 second clear TVM. 30,000 will be my PV. 8 divided by 12 will be I by Y. 5 multiplied by 12 will be your N. Compute PMT. You will get 608.29. So what is the answer? Answer is A. Shall I move to the next one? One second. Let me solve this. Second clear TVM, आपने second clear TVM नहीं करा. Second clear TVM, 30,000 will be PV. 8 divided by 12 equal to, this will be my I by Y. 60 will be my N. Compute PMT. This is going to be 608. Now please solve question number 18. Question number 18. अच्छा 18 अभी नहीं होगा, sorry 18 नहीं. Okay. Think logical. Question number 21. Question number 21. Think logic. Question number 21. Give it a try. Question number 21. अच्छा कई बच्चे सिर्फ क्वेश्चन को देख रहे हैं, ऐसा नहीं हो पाएगा. कुछ हाथ पैर चलाओ तो होगा. Okay, let me help you. I want to prepare the timeline first. So if I prepare my timeline, you are making 7 annual installments of 10,000 each. First amount you deposited 5 years from now. That means at the end of 5th year, you want 10,000. Then again you want 10,000. Then again you want 10,000. You want 10,000. You want 10,000. What will be the PVs of all this cash flow at time 0? So hint is, I have given you the timeline. You want 10,000 at the end of 5th year. You want 10,000 at the end of 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. You have to deposit certain amount today. Will it be equal to 50,000, more than 50,000, less than 50,000? Less than 50,000. Then what is that amount going to be? Options. What is that amount going to be? One answer I'm getting D, one answer I'm getting A. Now I want to solve this using 3 methods. Now method number 1, logical method. Alternative 1, logical method. PV times 0, 10,000 to be discount using 6%. 6% for how many years? One answer is 5, one is 7 और एक है 1. 1 तब करते थे when I'm getting at the end of year 1. So 1. How I'm getting 1? 1 minus 0, 1. Now I'm getting at the end of 5th year. Discount by how many years? 5 years. 7 कहां से आ गया? दर्द है नहीं लेके आने. So what I want, 10,000 to be discounted by 6%. For how many years? For how many years? 5 years. 10,000 to be discounted by 6%. For how many years? 6 years. 10,000 to be discounted by 6%. For how many years? 7. 10,000 to be discounted by 6% for 8 years. 10,000 to be discounted by 6% for 9 years. Please solve individually all of them and help me with the answer. First answer will be 10,000 1.1 1.06 raised to the power 5 7472. 10,000 divided by 1.06 raised to the power 6 7049. 6650. 6274. And last value will be 5918. If I add up all the three numbers, मैंने कितनी लिया? 5 लिए, sorry, एक और ऐड कर दीजिए. This will be 1.06 raised to the power 10. Then 10,000 1.06 raised to the power 11. तो मैंने यहां तक कर लिया था, मुझे 2 और ऐड करने हैं. This will be 5583. One more time, this will be 5267. Now if I add up all the numbers, that is going to be 44,213. So what is the correct answer? Majority of you giving answer as A. A is an incorrect answer. The correct answer is B. So method number 1, logical method. You're getting cash flow at the end of 5th year. Discount by how many year? 5. Using which rate? 6%. Discount all of them. You will get the answer that is going to be 44,218. This is method number 1. Am I clear with this? Now method number 2. Method number 2, using cash flow function. Cash flow, second, clear work. Cash flow, second, clear work. What is cash flow at time 0? 0, enter, down arrow. What is cash flow at the end of year 1? 0. Now 0 will repeat how many times? 0 has a frequency of 4. Enter, down arrow. Now what it is saying? F01. F01 means what is the frequency of 0? Now the frequency of 0 is 4. Enter, down arrow. अब डिस्प्ले होगा C02. आपको इसको C02 नहीं पढ़ना. You have to read this as C05. What you will receive at the end of 5th year? 10,000. Enter, down arrow with a frequency of 7. Enter. 10,000 with the frequency of 7. Enter. Now you will press NPV. Your calculator will display I6. Enter, down arrow, compute. Verify, am I getting the same answer? 44,217. 44,217. Now write last method, method number 3. Acha, before I proceed, am I clear with alternative 1, alternative 2? Alternative 2, 0 will repeat how many times? 4 times. Now it will display C02. You have to read it as C05. Now 5th year you're getting 10,000 with a frequency of 7. Enter, NPV, I6, enter, down arrow, compute. you will get 44,217. Now, method number 3. Method number 3. Method number 3. PMT 10,000. 7N 6 I by Y. Compute PV. Second clear TVM 10,000 PMT. 10,000 PMT 7N 6 I by Y. Compute PV. What answer you getting? 55823. Now think logically. Think logically. Think logically. ये PMT क्या दिखाता है? If first payment is at the end of year 1, 2, 3 onwards, at the end of year 1, तो वो PV कहाँ पे देता है? Time 0 पे. But here the first payment is at which year? 5th. तो PV कहाँ पे आई होगी? 4th. It is a PV. It is a PV at which year? It is PV at 4th. Now you want PV at time 0. Discount by how many years? Discount by 4 more years. If I discount by 4 more years, help me. Am I getting the same answer? So ये जो BA2 plus का PMT है, it assumes that first payment is at the end of year 1. PV will be at time 0. But here the first payment is at 5th year. PV will be at 4th year. From 4th you want to come to 0. Discount by how many years? Discount by 4 more years. So I want you to be comfortable with all the 3 methods. More you are comfortable with all the methods, more stronger will be your concepts. Again, I want to repeat. Method number 1 was very simple. I created the timeline. First, I'm getting at the end of 5th year. Discount the first cash flow by how many years? 5, then 6, 7, so on. Add up all the numbers. This is time consuming. Then I use cash flow function. For year 1 to 4, I'm getting 0. From year 5 to 11, I'm getting 10,000. Press NPV, you will get the answer. More logical one. And one more method is using the BA2 plus TVM rule. You press PMT. Now, the moment you're using PMT PV, it is assumed the first payment is at the end of month 1, year 1. But in your case, it is year 5. Year 5 will give you PV at time 4. From 4, you want to travel to 0. Discount by how many years? Discount by 4 more years. Am I comfortable with all the 3 alternatives? Am I clear with all the 3 alternatives? So what will be the answer to question number 21? So answer is B. Now I'm not getting what mistake you're committing in why you're getting A. A कैसे आ रहा था वैसे बताओ? क्या नहीं कर रहा था? अच्छा, discounting here 5 ले लिया. Okay. So that is incorrect. The correct answer will be B. Now, in the next 3 days, we are going to cover 70 questions. Today, how many questions we have covered? So we have covered question number 16. We have covered question number 21. So we are doing 2 chapters simultaneously. First chapter is TVM. In TVM, how many questions I'm going to have in totality? That is 21. Then in rates and return, how many questions I'm going to have in totality? 49. So 49 plus 21. In totality, we are going to complete 70 questions in next upcoming days. Today, we have completed only 2 questions. My only request will be, before attending the next class, you have to revise the previous lectures thoroughly. Till the time you are doing that, more or less, we are comfortable with the exam. We are preparing well for the examination. Shall we start? All of you have revised yesterday's class. कल की क्लास सभी बच्चों ने रिवाइज कर ली है. ये सुनाई नहीं दे रहा. ठीक है. Okay. Now write one example. Write one example. At the end of 3rd year, you want 1,000 rupee. At the end of 4th year, you want 1,000 rupee. At the end of 5th year, you want 1,000 rupee. What should be the amount deposited today? Required rate is 12% per annum compounding annually. Investor wants 1,000 rupees at the end of 3rd year, 1,000 rupees at the end of 4th year, 1,000 rupee at the end of 5th year. Required rate is 12% per annum compounded annually. How much amount he shall deposit today? How much amount he shall deposit today? How much amount he shall deposit today? Now, right solution. Alternative 1. PV0 is equal to discount 1,000 rupee, then discount second 1,000, then discount third 1,000. Now this 1,000 to be discounted by 12%. 12%, 12%, 12%. Now my question is, raised to the power 3, raised to the power 4, raised to the power 5. Now if I discount each of them and add up, first answer will be 711.8. Then it will be 635.5. And then it will be 567.4. If I add up all the 3 numbers, then how much amount shall you deposit today? That will be 1914.7. This is one way. Another way is using the TVM rule. Alternative 2. Second clear TVM. Second clear TVM. 1000 PMT. 3N. 12 I by Y. Compute PV. But now my point is, you will receive PV at. You will receive PV at. You will receive PV at second year. You will receive PV at second year. Second clear TVM, 1000 PMT, 3N, 12 I by Y. Compute PV. Your calculator will display 2401.8. This will be PV at the end of second year. Now you want PV at time 0. Discount by how many years? Discount by 2 more years. So PV at time 0 will be 2401.8 whole divided by 1.12 raised to the power 2. Now if I solve, again you will get 1914.7. So yesterday our last concept was based upon this principle. So whenever we are going to use the PMT rule, TVM rule, that PMT. Now if PMT is starting with 3rd year, you will receive PV at 0 or second year. Now to come to 0, you need to discount by 2 more years. So कल जो last concept करा था वो ये वाला था. Am I clear with both the alternatives? चलिए. Now right, concept number 7 and concept number 8. Concept number 7. Concept number 8. PV of constant growing cash flows till infinity. PV of constant growing cash flows till infinity. Okay. Now my point is, if there is a series like 2, 4, 8, 16, so on, what will be the next number in this series? 32. Next number? 64. Next number? 128 till infinity. These types of series are known as geometric progression, that is GP. Now, what is the meaning of GP? What is the meaning of GP? When second term divided by first term is equal to third term divided by second term, we say it's a GP with a common ratio of 2. What is the meaning of common ratio 2? The next number is 2x of previous number. So it's a GP. It is possible to have sum of this series till infinity. It is possible to have sum of this series till infinity. Yes, no. It is possible to have sum of this series till infinity. Now let us assume that both we are fighting. So I say my father has 1 crore. Now you will say my father has 2 crore. I say my father has 4 crore. You will say 8 crore. Now I say my father has 1 trillion. You will say your father has. Is there any end to this? So can we have sum of this series? So numbers are endless. We can never sum this particular series because there is no limit to increasing numbers. But on the contrary, let us assume series is 16, 8, 4, 2, 1 till infinity. Now my point is, numbers are gradually reducing. Is it still GP? Is it still GP with a common ratio? With a common ratio of 0.5 or with a common ratio of 1/2. That means the next number is half of previous number. What will be the next number in this series? 0 कैसे हो सकता? 0.5, 0.25. Now my point is, numbers are gradually becoming close to 0. Can this series turn negative? Can this series turn negative? You're dividing by a positive number. How it can become negative? But they become very much close to. Is it possible to have sum of this series? Answer is yes. Now what is the formula? Formula is, now please write sum of infinite GP. Sum of infinite GP. But there's a condition to that. Provided that this condition has to be satisfied. Provided that common ratio is less than 1. That means it should be a declining GP. What will be the sum? First term whole divided by 1 minus common ratio. Now help me in the above series. What is the first term of a GP? 16 whole divided by 1 minus 0.5. This is going to be 16 divided by 0.5. This will be equal to 32. Now let me prove my point with the help of an Excel. First number is 16. Second number is previous number multiplied by 0.5. And I want to drag till infinity. Now watch very carefully. Now watch very carefully. Are numbers gradually reducing? Are they becoming close to 0? Yes. Now I want to have a sum of this series. Now sum of this series will be equivalent to, that is going to be 32. So what is the formula? First term divided by 1 minus common ratio. Condition to this formula is it should be a declining GP. Now write one more series. write one more series. Series is 9, 3, 1 till infinity. Is it GP? Is it GP? Is it GP? Is it GP? With a common ratio? With a common ratio 1/3 or with a common ratio of 0.33? Help me with the sum of this series. Help me with the sum of this series. कितना? 13.5. I'm waiting for more replies. Now, sum of infinite GP is equal to first term divided by 1 minus common ratio. My first term is 9. My common ratio is 0. Take 3 4 times. 3, 3, 3, 3. That is 9 divided by 0.6667. Now, if I solve, your calculator will display 13.5. Now, let me solve on Excel. 9. Next number is divide by 3. Now, continue till infinity. Now, if I have a sum of the series, then sum of the series will be equivalent to 13.5. Am I clear with this formula to all of you? Okay. Now, my question is, where we are going to use this formula in finance? Let us assume that today you want to buy one stock. The name of the stock is Reliance Industries Limited. This is a company owned by Mukesh Ambani. You want to buy this company. You want to buy a stock of this company. Now, my point is, what is the life of this company? What is the life of this company? So we used to say that company is a going concern. Going concern means the life of this company is till infinity. Now, what we will learn in level 2, we will forecast what we are getting by investing into this company. Now, whatever you're getting, you will be getting till infinity. Then I'm going to discount all the cash flows. Now we are going to learn one formula. We will apply that formula to value, to find out the true value of stocks like Reliance Industries Limited. Okay. Now write example. Write example. You want to invest in Reliance Industries Limited. You want to invest in Reliance Industries Limited. Now, whenever you invest into any company, your objective is either to get dividend or your objective is to get capital appreciation. For example, today the stock is available at 100. Tomorrow it will become 120, 20 rupees appreciation. Or objective could be dividend. Prima facie, you will learn eventually in Indian market context, no company pays good dividend. Prima facie, the objective is capital appreciation. But as of now, we assume that we want to earn dividend. You want to invest in Reliance Industries Limited. As per your estimate, company will pay dividend of 2 rupees. Company will pay dividend of 2 rupees. This dividend will increase at a rate of 7% per annum till infinity. This dividend will increase at a rate of 7% per annum till infinity. Your required rate is 13% per annum. Calculate value of stock. Calculate value of stock. So again, I want to repeat. You want to invest in Reliance Industries Limited. As per your estimate, company will pay dividend of 2. This dividend will increase at a rate of 7% till infinity. Your required rate is 13% per annum. Calculate value of stock. Now prepare timeline. Alternative 1. Alternative 1, prepare timeline. What investor will receive? He will receive dividend of 2. Then next year dividend of, help me, next year dividend of 2.14. Next year dividend of 2.2898. Please check the calculation once. Now, PV 2 to be discounted by 13%. For how many years? 2.14 to be discounted by 13%. 2 years. 2.2898 to be discounted by 13% for 3 years till infinity. Okay? Now, I request whatever the answer you are going to write till 6 decimal points. 2 divided by 1.13. This will be 1.7699111504 plus 1.65939 plus 1.58694 62 till infinity. My question is it a GP? Is it a GP? Is it a GP? Now, second term, divide by first term. Third term, divide by second term. Please check and help me. Is it a GP? Is it GP? Second term, divide by first term. If it is equal to third term, divide by second term. Answer is yes, else no. Now, if I divide, what I'm getting here also 0.9469. Here also 0.9469. Is it GP? Is it declining GP? Is it possible to have sum till infinity? Now, what will be the sum? So, right. Yes. Above series is GP with common ratio of 0.9469. What will be the sum? Sum is equal to first term. My first term is 1.7699111504 whole divided by 1 minus 0.9469. Now, if I solve, you will get 33.33. Please verify the answer. Please verify the answer. Now, this is a pretty longer method. I'm not going to use this method. Okay. So this method is self-explanatory, slightly more complicated. But yes, we are not going to use this method. But this method is self-explanatory. We check it is a GP, it is a declining GP. And yes, it is possible to have some of declining GP. Now write alternative 2 using a formula. Alternative 2 using a formula. Now, what is the name of formula? This formula I'm going to use very extensively. The name of the formula is Gordon growth. As per Gordon growth, PV0 is equal to CF1 whole divided by R minus G. Whole divided by R minus G. Now my point is, what is the value of first cash flow that you're receiving? What is the value of first cash flow that you're receiving? 2. What is the required rate? What is the growth rate? Now please solve and help me. Are you getting the same answer? Please solve and help me. Are you getting the same answer? That means only you have to remember one formula. PV0 is equal to CF1, cash flow 1, whole divided by R minus G, where CF1 is what is the first cash flow that you're receiving. I'm receiving a cash flow of 2. My required rate is 13%. Growth rate of cash flow is 7%. So 2 divided by 0.06. Compare alternative 1 with alternative 2. Am I getting the same answer? Now, which method we are going to follow? That is going to be alternative number 2. Okay. लिखेंगे one more example. Am I clear with this? Please revise once. एक बार revise कर लीजिए.
Sir, am I audible to you? Actually, I wanted to confirm that why we divided 2 with 1.13 is because this is the 7% is the discounted percentage, and that is why we are dividing it with 1.13.
7% is discounted. It is growth rate. It is a rate at which your cash flows are growing. So your cash flows were growing at a rate of 7%.
Yeah.
2 become 2.12. Oh, 2.14. Then it will become 2.2898. So this is the growth rate of cash flows.
Okay, so why do we divide it with 1.13?
So how Gordon growth derived the formula using alternative 1?
No, not the Gordon one. The first method we have used.
In the first method, it is a GP, correct?
Yeah.
It is a declining GP.
Yeah. So before that, we have calculated it as by 2 divided by 1.13 to the power 1 and this formula. Yeah.
So this I'm getting at the end of year 1. Discount by 1 year. You want PV of this?
Yeah.
Discount by 2 years. Discount by 3 years. The moment I calculated the value, it formed a GP. This GP is a declining GP. Is it possible to have some of this declining GP?
Yeah.
Yes. We find it out the answer to be 33.33. First term of GP divided by 1 minus common ratio. Is it clear?
Yeah.
एक बार प्लीज रिवाइज कर लीजिए.
Yeah, sir, am I audible? Sir, I had this doubt. Actually, this Gordon growth, this is only applicable for declining GP or increasing one also?
Only declining GP. So what is the condition to this formula? R has to be greater than G. Till the time R is greater than G, it will always form a declining GP.
Okay.
It is not possible to have a sum of increasing GP because there is no end to the limit. 1 crore, 2 crore, 4 crore, 16 crore. We cannot have a sum of increasing GP. We can only have a sum of declining GP. Okay? Now write one example. Investor will receive dividend of 3 rupees. Investor will receive dividend of 3 rupees next year. Next year means at the end of year 1. Next year. That means at the end of year 1. This dividend will increase at a rate of 10% per annum. This dividend will increase at a rate of 10% per annum. Investor require rate 16% per annum. Calculate PV of stock. Now I want answer of using both the alternatives. Using alternative 1, using alternative 2. Give it a try. I want answer using both the alternatives. Using alternative 1, using alternative 2. Give it a try. But I want answer using both the alternatives. Using alternative 1, using alternative 2. Yes, answer is 50. Prabodh, am I clear with this?
Yeah, got it.
Please give it a try using both the alternatives. किसको? वो जीपी है ही नहीं. क्या? सॉरी. हाँ, आप उसको भी कर सकते हो. करेक्ट. कर सकते हो. करेक्ट. Zoom students, please help me with the answer. Actually, first I want to solve using alternative 2. That is using formula. PV is equal to CF1 divided by R minus G. Now, what is the cash flow that you're receiving at the end of year 1? That is 3 rupees. What is your required rate? 16. What is your growth rate of cash flows? That is 10. That is 3 divided by 0.06. This will be equivalent to 50 rupees. That means how much price you should pay for this particular stock? You should pay 50 rupees. Now, this was alternative 2. Now, alternative 1. First, prepare the timeline. You will receive 3 at the end of year 1. Then this 3 will increase at a rate of 10%. You will receive 3.3. Then you will receive 3.63 at the end of third year. Now, first cash flow to be discounted by how many years? 1, then 2, and then 3. So write PV 3 plus 3.3 plus 3.63 using rate of 1.16, 1.16, 1.16 raised to the power 1, 2, 3. Now, if I solve, my first value will be 2.58 620 6897. My second value is 2.45 243 7574. My third value is 2.32 5587 355 till infinity. Is it a GP? Is it GP? Yes. With common ratio of of 0.94 827 5862. Please verify the number. Now, what will be the sum? Sum of infinite GP, infinite declining GP. This will be equal to first term. Now, my first term is 2.58 620 6897 whole divided by 1 minus 0.94 827 5862. Now, if I calculate what answer you are getting, you will exactly get 50 rupees. Now, I strongly recommend that always you should use alternative number 2. Alternative 2 is very simple, but what alternative is explanatory, alternative 1 is explanatory. Am I clear with the answer? Can I increase the difficulty level? Can I increase the difficulty level? Okay. Zoom students, am I clear with both the numericals? Okay, I'm giving 2 minutes. Please revise.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, now the 50, whatever we have found out, that is the value of the share price, is it?
Yes, this much you should pay for this particular stock. Now, let us assume the stock is available in the market at 55. Then we won't buy. If it is available in the market at a price equal to 50, less than 50, then we are going to buy the stock.
Okay, so that time when we get a dividend of 3 rupees, so that is when that whatever percentages we get.
Correct. Now difficulty will increase, okay? Now right. You will receive dividend of 3 rupees. You will receive dividend of 3 rupees. This dividend remains constant. This dividend remains constant. What is the growth rate? Growth rate is 0%. Required rate 16% per annum. Calculate value of stock. Yes, Kiran, both are correct. So 49.99 you're getting approximately. So I request simply apply Gordon growth. So what will be the answer? PV0, CF1, R.
18.5.
So this is 3 divided by 0.16. So how much investor will pay now? He will pay 18.75. Now compare this with previous example. In previous example, for the stock, you were ready to pay 50 rupees. But here you're ready to pay only 18.75. Why you want to pay lesser amount of money for this particular stock? Because of growth rate. That stock was growing at a rate of 10% till infinity. Here the growth rate is 0. That means prima facie in practical life, those companies which are not growing well, we won't pay a higher price. But those companies which are growing very well, we used to pay a higher price. Now I want to give you one example. In the banking stocks, in the banking sector, there are 2 stocks. One is HDFC Bank, one is PNB Bank. Now my question, pretty simple question is, are both the banks comparable to each other? Are both the banks comparable to each other? Are both the banks comparable to each other? Now my question is, Nirav Modi scam happens with, Bhushan Steel scam happens with, why all these scams with PNB Bank? You want to open an account, PNB and HDFC are equally efficient. You want a loan, both will take same amount of time to process the loan. Is it a difference? Is there a difference? Enter into a branch of HDFC, enter into a branch of PNB. Is it a difference? Answer is yes. Now HDFC is known for quality. HDFC is growing at a constant rate for longer period of time. Management is strong. Efficiency is there. For these types of company, we are willing to pay a higher price. These types of companies are known as quality stocks. And these quality stocks will always be available in the market at a higher valuations. People are crazy for stocks like HDFC. And nobody is willing to invest into PNB Bank because management is not that efficient. So here, for one stock, you're willing to pay 50. For the same stock, you're willing to pay 18. What is the difference? Difference is in growth. Now, HDFC Bank is continuously growing at a phenomenal rate, but PNB Bank is not growing. Investor will never pay the same price for both the stocks. Am I clear with this? Now, write one more example. That is another reason that people are not interested. Government is there. The moment you're saying government is there, efficiency will be 0. Now, okay, how many of you have an account in HDFC Bank in the class? How many of you have an account in PNB Bank? अच्छा चलो जिनके पास 2 भी वो भी हाथ खड़ा कर लीजिए. कितने क्लास में बच्चे हैं? हाँ पीएनबी वाले कितने? चलो एक करो ना, मेरे को तो नहीं पता, मैं तो घर से थोड़ी पढ़ के गया, आपके पीएनबी में नहीं है। कितने बच्चों का पीएनबी में अकाउंट? हाथ करके करो। 1 2 3। एक बच्चा कह रहे जूम पे कह रहे मेरे 2 नंबर 4। और राह चलते हुए चले जाओ कहीं पे भी, किसकी ब्रांचेस ज्यादा दिखती है? किसके एटीएम में पैसे होते हैं? एटीएम तो सबके पास है, किसके एटीएम में पैसे होते हैं? लोन चाहिए कहां से? नहीं मैंने और कुछ ले रखा है। लाइफ में हमेशा ऐसे ही होता है, वी कीप ऑन सेइंग एचडीएफसी, हो कुछ और जाता है। सेम वाइज व्हेन आई वाज इन स्कूल, आई वाज इन अ लव विद वन गर्ल, शीना। प्यार इससे करता था, शादी अनु से हो गई। So life is very different. Okay, I keep on promoting HDFC, but yes, in my portfolio I have different stocks. Okay, and same ways मैं भी कुछ आपको बोलूंगा, कुछ अच्छी बातें बोलूंगा, जैसे शराब नहीं पीनी चाहिए, but that does not mean मैं नहीं पीता. Okay, so मैं कुछ अच्छी बातें करूंगा, but उनका मेरी पर्सनल लाइफ से कोई लेना देना नहीं है. But हाँ, मैं चाहता हूँ कि आप उन चीजों को फॉलो करें. ऐसी बहुत सारी चीजें कल आपके साथ भी होंगी. जब आप फादर बन जाओगे या मदर बन जाओगे, आप चाहोगे कि मेरा बच्चा ये काम करे, लेकिन आपका उनका दूर से कोई लेना देना नहीं होगा. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, आप चाहते हो कि आपका बच्चा स्कूल जाके पढ़े, आप खुद पढ़े नहीं हो, आप स्कूल साले शैतानी करते थे, बच्चा पढ़े, तो बच्चा क्यों पढ़ेगा? सो ऐसे ही जो मैं बातें आपको बताता रहूंगा, उनसे मेरा प्रैक्टिकल लाइफ में दूर दूर तक कोई लेना देना नहीं है. मैं खुद आपको बोलूंगा 3 घंटे पढ़ो, 4 घंटे पढ़ो, 5 घंटे पढ़ो, बट इसका मतलब सर आप भी पढ़ते हो? फिर मैं आपको बोलूंगा क्लास में शैतानी मत करो, इसका मतलब आप शैतान नहीं, इसको दूर दूर तक कोई लेना देना नहीं. ठीक, चलिए लिखेंगे एक और एग्जांपल. एक और एग्जांपल. नाउ आई एम गोइंग टू इंक्रीज द डिफिकल्टी. एवरीथिंग इज सेम, बट नाउ फर्स्ट कैश फ्लो will be at 7th year. You will receive dividend of 3. You will receive dividend of 3. First cash flow at the end of 7th year, 3 rupees. This 3 will grow at a rate of 10% per annum. Required rate is 16% per annum. Calculate the value of stock using both the alternatives. Calculate value of stock using both the alternatives. Okay, only you apply Gordon growth. So write the solution. If I apply Gordon growth, PV0, CF1, R minus G. But in my case, first I'm receiving cash flow at 7. So first cash flow is at 7. PV will be at 6. Now, cash flow is 3. Divide by 0.06. This will be equivalent to 50. But I want value at time 0. Discount by how many more years? Discount by how many more years? So this is going to be 50, 1.16 raised to the power 6. So if I discount, then how much value I will get? That is going to be 20.52. Now let me prove using the alternative 1. Also, I will get the same answer. Okay, now let me prove this.
Because we are receiving the amount at the end of 7 years.
1 minute. The moment you're receiving at 1, value will be at same ways. If cash flow is at 7, PV will be at, so 6 more years. Na? Okay. Now let me prove using alternative 1. So this I am doing, you're not copying this in your notebook. Okay. Now let me prepare the timeline. First cash flow you will receive at 7, then you will receive at 8, then you will receive at 9. 3 rupees, 3.3, then it will be 3.63. Now, what will be PV? 3 divided by 1.16, 3.3 divided by 1.16, 3.63 divided by 1.16. Now, this to the power 8 till infinity. Now, if I solve on Excel, 3 divided by 1.16 raised to the power 7. 3.3 divided by 1.16 raised to the power 8. 3.63 divided by 1.16 raised to the power 9. Now I want to check whether it's a GP. Second term divide by first term. If it is equal to third term, divide by second, it is. Is it a GP? Is it a declining GP? Possible to have sum till infinity? Formula will be first term divided by minus R. Verify. Am I getting the same answer? So always you have to remember one formula. PV0 equal to CF1 whole divided by R minus G. If first cash flow is at 7, PV will be at discounted by 6 more years. Clear? So this was your concept number 7. Concept number 8. Now I request, please go through both the concepts. More clarity, then the reference books will always be there. So once Schweitzer is there, the reference, you will find all the literature in the reference books. But please go through kariye. Concept number 7, concept number 8. If it is constant cash flow, it will be CF1 divide by discount rate, because G will become 0. If it is a growing cash flow, formula will be CF1 divide by R minus G. तो यहाँ पे G 0 बन रहा था, जिसकी वजह से सिर्फ R आ रहा है. नीचे क्या है? R minus G. Now, will you be able to solve questions on these concepts? चलिए, give it a try. Please solve question number 3. Question number 3. Okay, let me help you. Most recent dividend means D0. Current, D0. We never discount the current one. This we not receive. What we will receive, that is the next year dividend. Most recent means D0. This we won't receive. Calculate the price of share. क्या answer? B. One answer I'm getting C also. I'm waiting for more replies. Sorry, right solution. Right solution. Most recent. Meaning of most recent is D0. D0 is 2.4 Canadian dollar. Now my point is PV of constant growing cash flows. PV at time 0 is equal to D1 divided by R minus G. Now what will be the dividend of next year? 2.4 will grow at a rate of 3%. What is your required rate? 0.08 minus 0.03. Now, if I solve, so answer will be 49.5 44 Canadian dollar. So the correct answer is B. Please go through the answer once. Am I clear with this? Zoom students, am I clear with this?
So that 3% was basically multiplied to 2.4 because of
To calculate P1.
Okay, to factor in that growth for 1 year.
Correct.
Okay.
Please solve question number 4. Okay, please read question number 4. Please read question number 4. Shall I start? नहीं, ये वो वाला सवाल नहीं है, एक मिनट. Okay, shall I start? Okay. Now, prepare the timeline. Solution number 4. Now, recent dividend is 2.4. This dividend will grow for next of 3 years. That means what dividend I receive at the end of year 1? 2.4 multiplied by 1.1. 2.64. What will be the dividend for second year? 2.904. What will be the dividend for third year? 3.1944. Then what will happen post this? Post this, growth rate will be 3% till infinity. Your required rate is 8%. Now help me. What will be the dividend for fourth year? It will grow at a rate of 3%. And this will continue till infinity. So I want you to be comfortable with timeline. Am I clear with the timeline? For the first 3 years, dividend will grow at a rate of 10%. Post that, dividend will grow at a rate of 3% till infinity. Corrected? Now, there are going to be 2 steps to solve this answer. Now, first, I want to find out the value of this part. Can I say that value of this part will be equal to PV CF4 divided by R minus G. You will receive PV at 3. This will be equal to 3.290232 whole divided by 0.08 minus 0.03. What will be the value? 65.80464. 65.80464. Now again prepare the timeline. Now this will be revised timeline. Now what will be my revised timeline? At the end of year 1, I'm getting 2.64. At the end of year 2, I'm getting 2.904. At the end of third year, I'm getting 3.1944 plus 65.80464. Now what you have to do? You have to find out PV. You discount each of the cash flow using which rate? Using which rate? A, using 8%. Now these are multiple unequal cash flow. I'm going to make use of cash flow function. Please solve cash flow second clear work. 0, enter down arrow. 2.64, enter down arrow, down arrow. 2.904, enter down arrow, down arrow. Now what I'm getting in the third year, 3.1944 plus 65.80464 equal to enter. NPV 8, enter down arrow, compute. If I solve, PV will be equivalent to 59.707. 59.707. Now, my point is, in order to solve this question, there are going to be how many steps? There are going to be how many steps? There are going to be 2 steps. First, you find out the value till infinity. Whatever the value you will receive, that you're going to add to the existing cash flow. Now, from 4th year onwards, my cash flows are constant. Here I apply a principle of Gordon growth. I will receive a value at, A, 3rd year. Whatever the value I'm getting at the 3rd year, I'm going to discount all of them using 8%. I will arrive at a value of 59.707. एक बार check करिए please. So what will be the answer to this? So that is going to be C. I want you to be comfortable with question number 4. Please solve one more time and help me, all of you, getting this. How to solve on the calculator? Cash flow, second, clear work. Cash flow, second, clear work. What is the cash flow at time 0? 0, enter down arrow. What is the cash flow at the end of year 1? Help करिए. कितना लिखूं? 2.64. Enter down arrow, down arrow. What is the cash flow at second year? 2.9. सही लिखा है? Enter down arrow, down arrow. What is the cash flow at third year? 3.19. 3.1944 plus 80464. Press equal to this answer you will get. Again press enter. Now press NPV. What is the required rate? 8. Enter down arrow, compute. So what is the price of the stock? That is going to be approximately 60 rupees. Ma'am, is it clear? Zoom students, all of you getting the answer?
Yes.
Chaliye, please help me. What is the answer to question number 3rd? B. What is the answer to question number 4th? C. Now write one example. Write one example. Write one example. You will receive 17 rupee at the end of year 1. You will receive 17 rupees at the end of year 1. It will grow. It will grow at a rate of 12% per annum till year 4. Till year 4. Then growth rate will be 2%. Then growth rate will be 2%. Required rate 10%. Calculate value of stock. It will be a two-step process. Please help me with the answer. It will be a two-step process. Please help me with the answer. It will be a two-step process. Please help me with the answer. Zoom students, please help me with the answer. $71.2 नहीं हुआ 341 1 is 271 215
215.51
431 341 there. चलिए please write first year getting 17. This 17 will grow at a rate of 12%. $19.04 again 12%, 21.3248 again 12%, 23.883776, and finally the growth rate will be 2%, that is going to be 24.36145. Please check the calculation first. 17, 19.04, 21.3248, 23.883776, 24.36145. 4 decimal points is more than sufficient. Okay. कोई नहीं. Now here I am going to apply gotten growth. So write right? PV A4 is equal to CF5 R minus G. 24.36 145 152 divided by discount rate is 10, growth rate is 2. This will be 0.08. This will be 304.518. Now again prepare the timeline. Again prepare the timeline. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now what you're getting? 17, 19.04, 21.3248. And if I add up both the numbers, this will be equivalent to 328.40192. Now cash flow second clear work. 0 enter down arrow, 17 enter down arrow, 19.04 enter down arrow, 21.3248 enter down arrow, 328.40192 enter. NPV using 10%, enter down arrow, compute. Your calculator will display PV is equal to 271.5. So if you're getting answer close to this, some of you may be getting 269, some of you may be getting 270. That is acceptable answer. So if you're getting in this range, 270, 271, 272, all these answers are the correct one. This value plus this value. Okay, now I left with no other option. But you have to practice one more. Okay, so ये मैंने करा है. You have to practice one more. ठीक है? Now right? Proactively, I want the answer. Okay. Dividend at the end of year 1, 20 rupee. CF5 कैसे आया? Whatever you are getting in the 4th year, multiply by 2%. Growth rate post 4th year is 2%. That means 5th year cash flow is growing at a rate of 2%. So this value multiplied by 1.02. Last step in the calculator. Cash flow, second clear work. Your calculator will display CF0, 0, enter down arrow. CF1, 17, enter 2 times down arrow. C02, 19.04, enter 2 times down arrow. C03, this will be 21.3248, enter 2 times down arrow. Cash flow for 4th year, this will be 328.40192, enter. Now press NPV. Calculator will display I. 10, enter, down arrow, compute. एक बार प्लीज कैलकुलेटर पे कर लीजिए. Be comfortable with cash flow function. All of you able to use cash flow function, please let me know. आ रहा है? Faizan, am I clear with this? Okay, I'm giving 2 minutes. Please revise quickly. Any disconnect, please let me know. आ रहा है आपको? आप ईयरफोन में क्या सुनना चाह रहे हो? So whenever this type of questions will be there, you have to solve in how many steps? First, you have to find out the answer using Gordon growth. Then you have to the existing cash flows. Then you have to find the answer using cash flow function. All right. Dividend at the end of year 1 is 20. Till third year, growth rate 10%. Till third year, growth rate 10%. Fourth year onwards, growth rate 3% till infinity. Required rate 12%. Calculate value of stock. Dividend 20 rupees at the end of year 1. Till third year, dividend will grow at a rate of 10%. Fourth year onwards, dividend will grow at a rate of 3% till infinity. Required rate 12%. Required rate 12%. Calculate value of stock. Please help me the answer. Two 6 9. Two 44, 269, 249. हाँ नहीं ठीक है. अच्छा 249 I'm getting multiple times. One answer is 260, 269, 244. Please help me. $249. Okay. 249. एक बार ट्राई करते हैं. $20. Then growth rate is 10%. 22. Then growth rate is 10%. The moment I arrive at third year, fourth year onwards, growth rate is 3%. 24.926 till infinity. Year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4. First, I want to find out value of this part. This will be equal to 24.926 whole divided by 0.09. This will give PV at third year. Now what PV I'm getting? That is 276.95. Now this will add to this cash flow. Finally, if I calculate my cash flows, 20, 22, 301.155. Cash flow second clear work. 0 enter down arrow. 20 enter down arrow, 22 enter down arrow, 301.155 enter. NPV. Now I have to discount all of them using a rate of 12. If I find out the answer, so my PV will be 249.7. So this is an approximate answer. Anyone getting 248, 249, 250? All the answers are acceptable. Okay. Now let me come back to my question bank. Yesterday we solved question number 16. हमने करा था. Please solve question number 16 again. Yesterday we solved question number 16. Please solve question number 16 again. Loan of 30,000, 5 years, monthly installment, rate is 8%. What will be EMI? 30,000 loan, 5 years, monthly installment 8%. What will be installment amount? What will be installment amount? Now question number 16. Second clear TVM. Second clear TVM. 30,000 will be my PV. 60 will be my N. 8 divided by 12 equal to will be my I by Y. Compute PMT. This is going to be 608. Answer is 8. Then yesterday we solved question number 21. 21 करा था ना? Please help me with the answer. Please help me with the answer. Please help me with the answer. You're going to get 7 payments, 10,000 each. First payment will be at 5th year. Discounted 6%. What will be the value? Please help me with the answer. Now, how to solve this? Second clear TVM. 10,000 PMT. 7N. 6 I by Y. Compute PV. Your calculator will display 55,823. Now this PV will be at end of 4th year, but you want PV at 0. That means 55,823 to be discounted by 4 more years using a rate of 6%. What will be the final answer? That is going to be 44217. Correct answer will be B. So yesterday we covered question number 21. We covered question number 16. Okay. Then today we solve question number 2 and question number 3 and question number 4. Okay. Please solve question number 2. Please solve question number 2. You want to buy residential building. Value of that residential building is 5 million New Zealand dollar. That means 50 lakh rupees. You want 75% loan. You want to repay the loan in 5-year, monthly installment, rate is 4.8. What will be the installment amount? What will be installment amount? You want to buy a building of 50 lakh. You want only 75% of that as loan. You want to repay the loan in 5 years using a rate of 4.8. Monthly installment, repay in monthly installment. What will be the amount of installment? Help me with the answer. Now, question number 2. Loan amount is equal to 0.75 of 50 lakh. This will be equal to 37 lakh 50,000. Now, second, clear TVM. 37 lakh 50,000 will be your PV. 5 multiplied by 12 equal to will be your N. 4.8 divided by 12 equal to will be your I by Y. Compute PMT. This is going to be 70,424. What will be installment amount? The correct answer is A. Okay. Now please come to the last page of your notebook. Please come to the last page of your notebook. Concept number 1. Concept number 1, introduction. Please write very quickly. Concept number 1, introduction. लिख लो बेटा. जिन बच्चों के हाथ नहीं चल रहे, मेरी आंखों में देख रहे हैं, दैट मींस वो लिख नहीं रहे, लिख लो. इस पूरी क्लास में सिर्फ एक ही बंदा है जिसका पेपर नहीं है, वो मैं हूं. जिसका है वो आप सब हो. आप मेहनत नहीं करोगे तो कैसे होगा? फिर मैंने कल कहा था जो भी पेपर बना रहा है वो क्या चाहता है? आपको क्या होना है? पास होना. तो मेहनत करनी पड़ेगी. लिखेंगे कंसेप्ट नंबर 1, introduction. Money has time value. Concept number 2, computation of future value. Help me with the formula. Future value is equal to present value within bracket 1 plus R upon M raised to the power T multiplied by M. T is a time period. It should always be in years. Concept number 3, calculation of effective interest rate. Formula is 1 plus R upon M raised to the power M minus 1. Concept number 4, computation of PV of single cash flow. Concept number 5, computation of PV of multiple unequal cash flow. Using which function of the calculator we are going to solve this? Using the cash flow function. Then we covered concept of annuity. In finance, meaning of annuity is equal cash flows. Using which function we are going to solve? using the PMT function. Then we covered concept number 7, concept number 8. In concept number 7, we find out what is the PV of constant cash flow. Formula will be CF1 upon discount rate. If cash flows are growing, then formula will be CF1 divided by R minus G. The name of this formula is Gordon growth. So in totality, we have covered 8 concepts. I'm giving you 5 minutes. Please revise in totality. Then in the question bank, we have covered 5 questions as of now. In totality, there are going to be 70 questions. Question number 2, question number 3, question number 4, question number 16, question number 21. So please revise in totality. Now difficulty will increase. So anything you are not comfortable with, please let me know. Zoom students, till this point, am I clear to all of you? Kiran, please unmute. You want a loan of 50 lakh. You want to buy a property of 50 lakh. You want only 75% in the form of loan. So that means how much loan you want? You want a loan of 37,50,000. Rate is 4.8% per annum compounded monthly. You want to repay the loan in 5 years. What will be monthly installment? Now, how many installments you are going to pay? 60. What rate bank wants per period? Per annum bank bonds for 4.8. Per period bank bonds. Per period bank bonds 0.4. Now you have to give inputs to the bank, to the calculator. 37,50,000 will be your PV. 5 multiplied by 12 equal to, that is 60 will be the N. 4.8 is for the entire year. Per period, it will be 0.4. This will be I by Y. Compute PMT. Prabodh, please unmute.
Yeah, sir.
So Gordon growth will apply the moment growth is constant.
Okay, with the first
If growth
cash
is
flow.
constant from 7th year, you
Okay.
get CF7 R minus G. This will be PV at 6th year.
Okay.
Kiran, am I clear with your question? Chaliye, please write. Please write. Please write. Please. I'm skipping concept number 9. Please write concept number 10. Concept number 10. Compute future value of unequal cash flow. Compute future value of unequal cash flow. Now write example. You will deposit following amount into your bank account. Year 1, amount 10,000. Year 2, 20,000. Year 3, 30,000. Bank rate of interest 20% per annum. Bank rate of interest 20% per annum. Find out balance in your account at 5th year. Will it be equal to 60,000, more than 60,000, less than 60,000? Okay. Now help me. Whatever the amount that you deposited at the end of year 1, finding out the value at the end of year 5th, bank will pay you interest for how many years? Bank will pay you interest for how many years? This is always end. 4. So we will receive interest for 4 years. You deposited at the end of year 2. You want to find out value at the end of 5th. Interest for. You deposited at the end of 3rd. You want to find out value at the end of 5th. Interest for 2 years. Discounting, compounding. Compounding using which rate? Using which rate? 20%, 20%, 20%. What will be the value? Now, value of 10,000 would be 10,000 multiplied by 1.2 raised to the power. This will be 20,736. 20,000 multiplied by 1.2 raised to the power. Raised to the power 3. This will be 34,560. 30,000 multiplied by 1.2 raised to the power. This will be 43,000. 43,200. Now, if I add up, how much balance will be in my account? That is going to be 98,496. So to find out the future value, there's going to be compounding. You're depositing the amount at the end of year 1. You will receive the interest for 4 years. You're depositing the amount for second year. You will receive interest for 3 years. You're depositing at the end of third year. You will receive interest for 2 years. Compounding by 20%. मैंने सही करा क्या? Compounding by 20%. Now, if I calculate, the balance will be in your account would be 98,496. Am I clear with this? Based upon this, please solve question 13. Apply the same principle. Apply the same principle. Help me with the answer. Year-end payment. Year. You want to find out how much would be in your account at the end of 10th year. You want to find out how much would be in your account at the end of 10th year. You want to find out how much would be there in your account at the end of 10th year. Will it be more than 4,50,000, equal to 4,50,000, less than 4,50,000? B. I'm waiting for more replies. Let me start. Question number 13. Year 1, 2, 3. Cash flows that you're depositing. 1 lakh, 1,50,000, 2 lakh. Now, you're depositing at the end of year 1. You want to find out value at the end of 10th year. You will receive interest for how many years? 9, 8, 7. What will be the rate of interest that you will receive? 3%, 3%, 3%. What will be the value? Now 1 lakh, 1.03 raised to the power 9. 1,30,000. 477. 1,50,000 multiplied by 1.03 raised to the power 8. This will be 1,90,000. 015. 2 lakh multiplied by 1.03 raised to the power 7. 2,45,974. If I sum up, this will be equivalent to 5,66,467. So the correct answer will be option number B. Okay. Now write concept number 11, calculation of interest rate. Concept number 11, calculation of interest rate. Now write alternative names of interest rate. Alternative name of interest rate. Required rate, hurdle rate, discount rate. Alternative name of interest rate. required rate, discount rate, hurdle rate, minimum rate. All these are alternative names of interest rate. Now my point is, in your country, maximum quantum of borrowing, maximum borrowing is on in your country, maximum borrowing is on Adani, Ambani's, Tata's, Birla's is on. Maximum borrowing is on. So maximum borrowing is on government. Now, if I talk about Indian government, how much amount of borrowing they are having? That is over 100 lakh crore. अब बच्चा बोलता है सर ने लाख भी लिखा करोड़ भी लिखा, इसका क्या मतलब है? चलिए, ये 100 lakh has how many zeros? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Crore has how many zeros? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In this borrowings, I have not included foreign borrowings. In this borrowings, I have not included borrowings by the state government. It is only the borrowings by the central government. Now, my point is, why government needs to borrow money? So government earns revenue. They earn revenue basically from taxations. Taxations primarily are for two types. One will be income tax, one will be GST. Now today you buy one biscuit packet, you purchase one potato chips, you buy one Coke. All these are inclusive of GST. That means GST is not dependent upon your income. Now let us assume my income is 10 lakh, your income is 1 lakh, somebody is earning 2 crore. Now whether you're earning 2 crore, 10 lakh, 5 lakh, the packet biscuit is same for all of us. And all of us are paying GST on that. Then we have income tax. Income tax is directly proportionate to your income. Now let us assume you're earning 10 lakh. Tax rate is 20%. So you will pay 2 lakh to the government. You're earning 2 crore. You will pay 40 lakh to the government. As your earning increases, you're going to pay more taxes to the government. But GST is not dependent upon the level of income. Now, basically government also earns from other sources also. Prima facie, government earns from GST, government earns from income tax. Now, these are the revenue. Then government has significant spendings, schools, infrastructures, medical facilities. Now, there was a COVID in our country. Now we need injections. Were that injections provided by the government free of cost to all of us? Yes. So government has lot many spendings also. In the developed nations, mainly in the developed nations, spending is more than revenue. And if spending is more than revenue, this is known as fiscal deficit. Now, to meet the fiscal deficit, government left with no other option but to borrow money. Now, my point is, whenever government is borrowing money, will government pay interest on that? Will government pay interest on that? Answer is yes. Currently, how much our government is paying? That is equivalent to 7% per annum. This is the interest rate in our country. 7% per annum government is paying currently. Now, my next point is, if in our country, anybody wants to borrow, can he or she borrow at a rate less than 7%? No, because in our country, the most secured borrower is Government of India. Government of India can never default on their loans. Why they cannot default on their loans? Because whatever the borrowings they have done, RBI has given the guarantee. Now, RBI has the constitution power that if tomorrow central government fails to repay the money, RBI will print the money and repay the loan. So high probability is government will never default. Even if government defaulted, then RBI will print the notes and repay the loan. That means the most secured borrower in our country is Indian government, Indian central government. Currently, Indian government is paying an interest of 7%. That means whosoever in my country will borrow the money, he or she can never borrow at a rate less than 7%. Now let me show you. If you want to buy a new house, So what is the housing loan? SBI home loan. Let me check the SBI home loan. This is 8.50. You want to buy a new car. What is the interest rate? Again, what is the interest rate? Some 8, some 11%. But again, it will never be less than 7. I'm not talking about the subsidized loan. Yes, definitely agriculture loan you will find at a lower rate, but that is a subsidy by the government. What is the meaning of subsidy? Whosoever is giving the money, one portion of the interest is paid by the government. That means nobody in my country can borrow at a rate less than 7%. Okay? Now this 7% has two components. What are those two components? So this 7% is known as nominal interest rate, nominal risk-free rate of economy. Now this nominal rate has two components. One component is inflation. One component is inflation. What is the meaning of inflation? Simply assume that earlier 1 liter petrol was for 100 rupees. Today 1 liter petrol is for 104. Now things have become expensive. Now to maintain my same standard of living, now I want at least 4%. So the rate at which things are becoming expensive, this is known as inflation. Currently in our country, inflation is close to 6%. So at least I want 6%. Now whatever over that you are paying me, this is known as real risk-free rate of economy. So what is the real risk-free rate of India? This is going to be 1%. Again, I want to say, whatever the rate that government is giving, that will have two components. Always the lender will say, at least pay me how much? At least pay me equivalent to inflation, so that if I'm deferring my consumption, in the future, I'm able to maintain my standard of living. Over and above whatever you're paying me, this will be known as real risk-free rate. So this is always back calculated. We always calculated the nominal interest rate. We deduct inflation from that. That will be the real risk-free rate. Now let me prove my point. Currently in India, you have to check 10-year government bond. Why 10-year government bond? This we will learn in fixed income. 10-year Indian government bond yield. If I check currently, what is the interest that Indian government is paying? That is 7%. The simple meaning of 7% is, if government is borrowing 100 rupees, government at the end of year 1 will repay along with 7 rupees of interest. In totality, government will repay 107. Now this 7% has two components. At least I want inflation to maintain my standard of living. Inflation is 6%. Now whatever balance is left, this is going to be known as real risk-free rate. Can anybody in the country borrow at a rate less than 7%? Be it Adani, Ambani, XYZ person. Nobody can borrow at a rate less than 7%. Now my point is, let us assume that if you go to a bank, you can have an FD for 10%. You go to HDFC Bank, let us assume that bank is giving you 10% on fixed deposit. You want to deposit 100 rupees. To which I reply, instead of depositing that amount with HDFC Bank, you should deposit this amount with me and I'm going to pay you 10%. Will you agree? Will you agree? Why not? Why not? Now, sir, the chances of default with you is higher. Now, more risky the borrower is, you want higher rate, lower rate. More risky the borrower, you want higher rate. Now, I'm going to add 3 risk components. First risk component will be known as default risk. First risk component will be known as default risk. Then I'm going to add liquidity risk. And then I'm going to add maturity risk. Now, these 5 components will be termed as interest rate. Again, I want to repeat, real risk-free rate plus inflation plus default risk plus liquidity risk plus maturity risk. This is going to be the interest rate. Now, question is, what is the meaning of default risk? In a country, if you want to borrow a loan of, you want to borrow an amount of more than 5 crore, there's a requirement to you there's a requirement that you have to get yourself rated. Now, what are the rating agencies in our country? First is ICRA, CRISIL, CARE, then we have Fitch. These are the prima facie rating agencies. Now, these rating agencies will give you the ratings. What are the rating scales? It starts with, this we are going to learn in fixed income. It starts with AAA, AA, A, triple B, double B, B. Then it will be C, D. D stands for default. AAA stands for there's a high probability that you will repay the loan. Now, my point is, I want to name some companies. Company like HDFC Bank, company like Maruti Suzuki. These companies, high probability, will have a credit rating of AAA. Now, whatever happened with Yes Bank, do you think that same can happen with HDFC? The same can happen with HDFC. So HDFC Bank is known for governance. The moment this scam happened, whatever happened with Yes Bank, high probability is if your account is in Bandhan Bank or some AU small bank, you may think that I may withdraw my amount, but very unlikely you think that I may withdraw the amount from HDFC. So HDFC, the probability is very high that he will repay the loan. Maruti Suzuki, market leader in automobile business, high probability is they will repay the loan. Now, I talk about companies like Tata Motors. Tata Motor is a company owned by Tata Group. Tata Group is known for governances. Now, my point is, every other day, आप किसी को भी abuse कर सकते हो. Some of you may abuse Adani, some of you may abuse Ambani's, but I think nobody of you will abuse Tatas, because Tatas are known for governances. They have a noble cause. Whatever the money they have, they keep on donating. So high probability is their company's rating will be AAA. Now I want to name some companies like Jet Airways. I want to name companies like DHFL, Dewan Housing Finance. Now all these companies have defaulted on the loan they have taken. So what will be the rating of these companies? PC Jewelers. What will be the rating of this company? The rating of these companies will be D. Now, if rating is AAA, you will be able to borrow at a lower rate. But as rating downgrades, you become a risky borrower. Now, if you want to borrow money from the market, you have to pay a higher rate of interest. Let me prove my point. Whether these rating agencies, whether these rating skills are available in the public domain, answer is yes. Now, let us assume I want to check for Bajaj Finance. So go to CRISIL ratings. There you type Maruti Suzuki. Okay, let me check for first Maruti Suzuki. Now Maruti Suzuki. Now, what is the rating of the company? AAA. Now, if I click on rational, that what is the reason that you're giving a rating of AAA? Now, what this rational says, okay, it was an update, sorry. So rational. If I click on the rational, company has a borrowing of 3,000 crore. Currently, this company is having a borrowing of 3,000 crore. Now, in this rational, they will mention the strength. The strength is they are the market leader in passenger vehicle. Vintage, efficiency, parental. This company is owned by Suzuki. So parental is very strong. This company is in this business for the last 50 years. Vintage is very strong. They are the market leaders. These are the strengths. Then there are some weaknesses also. Keeping in mind strength, keeping in mind the weaknesses, we arrive at a rating of AAA. Each and every other company will receive a rating of AAA? Answer is no. Now let me check for one more company. Now the name of the company is JK Tires. If I check for JK Tire credit rating, now it is rated by India Ratings or it is rated by Kia. Now if I check, what is the rating of this company? A. Whereas Maruti was AAA. Now Maruti will be able to borrow at a lower rate. As your rating downgrades, you will be able to borrow at a higher rate because the risk is there. Now think very logically. Let me show you the market cap of both the companies. Market cap means if today we sell this company, how much value the shareholders will receive. So if you sell today Maruti Suzuki, how much shareholder will receive? They will receive 2,90,000 crore. On this 2,90,000, loan is 3,000. Now let me show you for JK Tire. JK Tire has a market cap of kitna? On this 4,000 crore, they have a loan of 5,100 crore. Now high probability is they may default. They are not as strong as Maruti. What is the rating they are arriving? The rating is A. So more risky the borrower, rating will be lower and you are going to borrow at a higher rate. But nobody in your country can borrow at a rate less than 7%. So how we add the default premium? This is with the help of rating. Lower the rating, higher will be the default premium. Am I clear with the meaning of default premium? Yes, there are the methodologies given. So they won't disclose that, but yes, there is a well-defined process for that. Okay. Same wise, now there is a liquidity premium. Or first, let me discuss about maturity risk. You go to HDFC Bank. You want to deposit money for 1 year. You want to deposit money for 3 years. Which one is more risky? 1 year, 3 years. Now, as you're giving money for longer tenure, the risk of default increases. So I want higher. This is on account of maturity. Let me prove my point. If I check here, HDFC FD rates. HDFC FD rates. Now my point is, as you're going to invest for higher tenure. So if I want to invest for 7 days, how much bank is offering? 3% per annum. If I want to invest for 60 days, 4.5% per annum. If I want to invest for 1 year, 6.6% per annum. Now, as you're increasing the tenure, bank will give you higher. On what basis? This is known as maturity risk. And last one is liquidity risk. Now, what is the meaning of liquidity? Now, my question is, can I break the FD? Can I break the FD? I need money. FD is for 2 years. Today I deposit the amount. The very next day, can I break the FD? At the end of 1 year? At the end of 1.5 year? At the end of 12th month, 13th month, 14th month? At any given day, you can break the FD. So your FD is liquid money. On the corresponding, if you invest into PPF, Public Provident Fund, there is a lock-in period. No matter what happens with you, there's a lock-in period, you cannot withdraw the money. Now my point is, FDs are breakable. You need money, FD can be breakable. But PPFs are not breakable. There's a lock-in period. Investing into PPF, you want higher rate, lower rate. So you want higher rate. This is on account of liquidity. Because PPFs are illiquid, you want a higher rate of interest. Again, I want to repeat. Interest rate will comprise of how many components? How many components? 5 components. First one, real risk-free rate. Second, inflation. Combination of this is known as nominal risk-free rate in the economy. Currently in our economy is close to 7%. Then you are going to add 3 risk premium. Number 1, default. Number 2, liquidity. Number 3, that is on account of. Okay. Now, let us check what type of questions are testable on this. Please try to answer question number 1. Nominal risk-free rate is equal to sum of real plus inflation. Answer question number 2. Answer question number 2. Answer question number 2. Okay. Now let me answer. 30-year government bond. 30-year Vikas borrowings. ठीक है, मैंने borrowing करना चाहता हूँ. Now what you want from Vikas? In totality, you want 5 components. Number 1, real risk-free rate. You want inflation. Then you want to add something on default, liquidity, maturity. Now government is borrowing. But मैंने कहा था, if government borrows for 10 years, then it will be real plus inflation. But here government is borrowing for 30 years. You're going to add something more. What you're going to add? Maturity. Now, what is the difference? Difference on account of 2 factors. Number 1, default. Number 2, liquidity. Now try to answer question number 2. Try to answer question number 2. So the correct answer will be C. Inflation is included in both of them. Maturity is included both of them. Both of them having the same maturity. Then what is not included in government bond? Liquidity is not included, but whereas this loan has liquidity risk. Okay? So how I find it out? Vikas borrow for 30 years, there are going to be 5 components. Government borrowing for 30 years, there are going to be 3 components. If it is only 10-year government bond, then it will be 2 components. 30-year, how many components? 3. Now the difference is on account of 2 factors. Either it could be default or it could be liquidity. What will be the answer? So the correct answer will be C. Ma'am, government bonds तो खुलते ही बिक जाते हैं. They are very easy to trade government bonds. But whosoever is giving money to me, now for example, today you have taken a loan of 1 crore from a bank. Can bank say repay my loan next day? But you can break your FDs. So bank wants something extra. Again, I want to prove my point. Again, I want to repeat. You deposited 100 rupees in a bank as FD for 2 years. Can you break the FD very next day? Yes. So bank will pay you more, bank will pay you less. Bank will pay you less. You borrowed 100 rupees from a bank for 2 years. Can bank demand very next day? No. So bank will charge higher rates. Okay. So here Vikas is borrowing. You cannot demand the money very next day. So liquidity is there. Liquidity risk is there. Clear आपका point? चलिए. नहीं होगा. Default government cannot default. Am I clear with this? Local government can definitely default. They can default. There you will find the higher rate. So if central government is giving 7%, state government will be giving somewhere close to 7.5. So let me check. No, as of now, there's no state government loan is outstanding. But recently on Andhra Pradesh government has borrowed 3,000 crore. So these rate of interest will always be higher. How much higher? Around 0.5%, 0.2 to 0.5%. So if central government is paying, बिल्कुल सही बात है। मैं जब आपको पढ़ाता हूँ तो मैं कई बार बोलता हूँ आप मेरे बच्चे हो, ऐसे मैं बोल देता हूँ, और मेरे असली में भी 2 बच्चे हैं, ठीक है। अब इसका मतलब है कल मैं अपने बच्चों की स्कूल की फीस जमा कराता हूँ, तब बोलते फिर आप हमारी नहीं करोगे। मेरा क्या मतलब, मेरे भाई वो तो मुंह से निकल गया। आरबीआई किसका है? सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के साथ है। हर बंदा जिसके पीछे गवर्नमेंट लिखे उसकी थोड़ी मैं मदद करने लग जाऊंगा। मेरा क्या मतलब। मेरा नाम है विकास वोहरा, बीवी का नाम है अनुराधा शर्मा। हमारे दोनों के जो बच्चे होंगे सिर्फ उन्हीं का ही खर्चा उठाएंगे। हर बच्चे का खर्चा हम थोड़ी उठा देंगे, ये बच्चा तो लिखा हुआ है। मेरा क्या मतलब भाई, बच्चा लिखा हुआ है, ठीक है। सेम वाइज हर मोदी नरेंद्र मोदी है क्या? हर अंबानी मुकेश अंबानी की औलाद है क्या? ये क्या लॉजिक हुआ? हर गवर्नमेंट को आरबीआई बैक नहीं करता, आरबीआई ओनली बैक दी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट, ठीक है। चलिए 7%, 7.5%, ठीक है। What is the meaning of maturity risk? You are giving money to HDFC for 1 year. You are giving money to HDFC for 3 years. In 3 years, risk is more, so you want higher rate of interest. This is known as maturity risk. Kashish, am I clear with this? Tell you. Now, I'm not proceeding further. Tell you, please write concept number 14. Concept number 14, holding period return. Concept number 14, holding period return. Concept number 14, holding period return. Example. Today you purchase one stock, Reliance Industries, at ₹100, and after 6 months, you sold at 110. Okay. What is the return by investing into Reliance Industries Limited? What is the return by investing into Reliance Industries Limited? So my holding period return will be equal to 10%. I'm making 10 on the base of 100. So how much I've made? That is going to be 10%. This is known as holding period return. Example number 2. I purchased Reliance at 100 rupee. I sold at 110 after 2 years. What will be holding period return? What will be holding period return? Holding period return again will be 10%. That means what is the meaning of holding period return? Holding period return means total return including dividend by investing into a stock. Important point is time period is not important, whether it is 6 months, 2 years, 5 years. What is the total return by investing into money into a stock? So what is the important point here? This time period, while calculating holding period return, does not have any significance, whether it is 6 months, 1 year, 10 years, any year. It is not important. Simply holding period return means how much you have earned by investing into this stock. That is going to be 10%. Am I clear with the meaning of holding period data? Okay. Next, right. Concept number 16. Next, right. Concept number 16. Arithmetic mean versus geometric mean versus harmonic mean. Arithmetic mean versus geometric mean versus harmonic mean. Now, right, example. Virat scored match 1, 60 runs. In second match, he scored 70 runs. In third match, he scored 100 runs. Calculate arithmetic mean. Arithmetic mean means what is the average of Virat? Calculate arithmetic mean. Arithmetic mean means what is the average of Virat? In totality, Virat has played 3 matches. In 3 matches, he has scored. In 3 matches, he has scored 230 runs. So what is the average of Virat? Average of Virat is 76.67. So what is the average of Virat? Average of Virat is 76.67 runs. Next example. Next example. A stock purchased at rupees 100. A stock purchased at rupees 100. Stock sold at 120. Stock sold at 120 at the end of second year. Calculate compounded annual growth rate. Calculate compounded annual growth rate oblique geometric mean. Calculate CAGR, compounded annual growth rate oblique geometric mean. Now what student answers me? Student says, I purchased at 100. I sold at 120. I have made 20%. In how many years? 2 years. So per annum, what is my return? That is going to be 10%. This answer is incorrect. This is known as arithmetic mean. Arithmetic means are never calculated for the stock returns. For stock returns, we calculate CAGR. Now write the solution. Write solution. Geometric mean is equal to, you purchase at 100, you sold at 120, you made a return of 20% in 2 years. 20% in 2 years. So you say per annum return is 10%. Now this is an incorrect answer. This is not geometric mean. What you have calculated, it is known as arithmetic mean. Arithmetic means are never calculated for stock returns. What we calculate for stock returns, that is going to be geometric mean. Now how to calculate geometric mean? Now right, future value is equal to present value. 1 plus R raised to the power T. Now you sold the asset at 120. You purchase at 100. 1 plus R raised to the power 2. Now what you will do in your BA2 plus calculator, what command you will give? Second clear TVM. Second clear TVM. Second clear TVM. 120 you have received. So this will be FV. 100 you have invested, it will be 100 negative PV. 2 will be in compute I by Y. Now, high mistake is you won't give PV as a negative sign. If you won't give PV as a negative sign, you will get error 5. Error 5 means you have not given one of the input as negative. So type 120 FV, type 100. Then in the last row, there's plus minus sign. Some of you press this negative sign. This negative sign is incorrect. You have to press this plus minus. Press this plus minus, turn this into negative. This will be your PV. 2 will be your N. Compute I by Y. Help me, what answer you're getting? 9.54%. Now write the explanation. For stocks, it is not recommended, beta. Okay, now somebody is saying, can we solve using log? That is not required. If you want to solve using the calculator, what alternative you can use? So can I say that 1 plus R raised to the power 2 will be equal to 1.2? Or what I can say, or 1 plus R is equal to under root of 1 by 2. Now write 1 by 2, press under root, and can I say R will be 9.54. So never solve using the log function. Log is not required. We can simply use the under root sign. If it is more than 2 periods, y raised to the power x, 1 by 3, 1 by 4, 1 by 5, you can use, but not to use the log function. Okay. Now right, to calculate stock annualized return. To calculate stock annualized return, we never use arithmetic mean. Rather we use that is going to be geometric mean. What is the alternative name of geometric mean? That is going to be CAGR, compounded annual growth rate. And I want to conclude one more point, that arithmetic mean will always be greater than geometric mean. How much arithmetic mean you calculated? 10%. How much geometric mean you calculated? That is going to be 9.54%. Am I clear with this? Chaliye, write one more example. A stock delivered following returns. A stock delivered following returns. Year 1, Year 1, 10%. Year 2, negative 5%. Year 3, 20%. Year 1, positive 10%. Year 2, negative 5%. Year 3, positive 20%. Calculate CAGR or calculate geometric mean. Calculate CAGR or calculate geometric mean. Now write the solution. Now what student will say? 10% minus 5% plus 20% divide by 3. 10 minus 5 plus 20 divide by 3. Correct answer, incorrect answer. This is incorrect answer. This is known as arithmetic mean. For stocks, we does not calculate arithmetic mean. We have to calculate geometric mean. Now you have to assume some numbers. Let us assume that. ये प्लीज लिख लीजिए पहले. ये गलत आप ही के लिए लिखा जा रहा है क्योंकि गलती आप करते हो. अच्छा एक सेकेंड, मुझे पता है कि गलत है, मुझे पता ही गलत है. कौन गलती कर सकता है? लिख लो प्लीज. ठीक है, shall I start? Now assume some arbitrary numbers. Let us assume that time 0 stock is 100. Return of 10% in year 1. By the end of year 1, it turned into 110. Year 2, there is a negative return of 5%. Stock will turn into 110 multiplied by 0.95. 104.5. In third year, stock has given a return of 20%. Stock turn into 125.4. Now you purchase at 100. You are going to sell this at 125.4. What is your return? What is your annualized return for 3 years? Now, future value is equal to present value. 1 plus R raised to the power 3. Your total return for 3 years is 25. What is your annualized return? You purchase at 100. You will sold at 125.4 in 3 years. So your return is close to 7.83%. Again, I want to prove, is it less than arithmetic mean? Your arithmetic mean was 8.33. Your geometric mean is 7.83. Am I clear with the difference between arithmetic mean and geometric mean? Okay. Now, if you don't want to solve in this manner, this one is the recommended one. If you don't want to solve in this manner, then in the book they have given one formula also. So write the formula also. Alternative 2, using formula. Now what is the formula? Geometric mean is equal to 1 plus R1, 1 plus R2, 1 plus Rn raised to the power 1 by n minus 1. Raised to the power 1 by n minus 1. Now please help me. Return for the first year is 10%, 1.1. Return for the second period is negative 5%, multiplied by 0.95. Return for the third year is positive 20%, multiplied by 1.2. Multiply all the three numbers. Y raised to the power x, 1 by minus 1. Multiply all the three numbers. 1.1 multiplied by 0.95 multiplied by 1.2. Y raised to the power x, bracket open, 1 divide by 3, bracket close, equal to minus 1. Help me, are you getting the same function? Same answer? Are you getting the same answer? If you multiply all the three numbers, you will get 1.254. Y raised to the power x, bracket open, 1 divided by 3, bracket close, minus 1. Your calculator will give 7.83. अब एक बच्चे ने कहा ऑल्टरनेटिव 2 डिफिकल्ट है, 1 इजी था. आप ध्यान से देखेंगे, यू आर डूइंग द सेम वर्क. अगेन आई वांट टू रिपीट. In alternative 1, you assume you purchase at 100, you sold at 125 point. In alternative 2, you're assuming you purchase at 1, you're selling at 1.254. सेम ही तो काम कर रहे हो, तो कैसे alternative 1 and 2 different है? Both of them are one of the same things. Then why you're not using AM? We cannot calculate AM. My actual return is 7.83. If I calculate AM, then AM is 8.33. You have earned 8.33. This is incorrect. How much I have earned logically? I have earned 7.83%. एक बच्चा कह रहा है आप अर्थमेटिक मीन क्यों नहीं ले रहे हो? अर्थमेटिक मीन के अकॉर्डिंग आंसर आता है 8.33. Is it my return? No. I purchase at 100. I'm selling at 125. My return is 7.83% per annum. कर लेंगे सब सॉल्व. Am I clear with both the alternatives? चलिए. Please help me with question number 3. You have to find out geometric return. Please help me with question number 3. You have to find out geometric return. Prabodh, am I clear with your doubt?
Yeah, sir, got your point.
I'm waiting for the answer. Help me with question number 3. Help me with question number 3. A. Zoom students, please help me with the answer. Please help me with the answer. Kashish, multiply all 3. You will get 1.254. Are you getting this number? Y raised to the power x, bracket open, 1 divided by 3, bracket close, minus 1, then press equal to.
So can you explain the first method again?
I assume that I purchase the stock at 100. There is a return of positive 10%. So by the end of year 1, it turned into 110. In second year, there's a negative return of 5%. That means stock will turn into 110 multiplied by 0.95. In third year, there's a positive return of 20%. So my stock will turn into 125.4. I purchased at 100, sold at 125.4. What is my return? My return is 7.83.
Okay, so thank you.
Kashish, am I clear with your doubt? Now please write solution 3. Now I'm using the formula directly. Arithmetic mean geometric mean will be equal to 1.195 multiplied by 0.981 multiplied by 1.197 multiplied by 1.35 multiplied by 1.057 y raised to the power x 1 divided by 5 minus 1. This will be equivalent to 14.89%. Ma'am, instead of y raised to the power x, simply say 1.254 y raised to the power x 0.33333333, then press minus 1. So write 1.254 y raised to the power x 0.3333333333 minus 1 equal to. Am I clear with question number 3? If it is positive return of 19.5, so 1 will become 1.195. There is a negative return of 1.9. 1 will become 1 minus 0.019. So 1 will become point. मैम फिर तो 1 भी फिर 20.5 बनना चाहिए था. ठीक है? Am I clear with this? चलिए. Now, again I want to repeat. Am I clear with question number 3? Am I clear with question number 3 to all of you? Am I clear with difference between arithmetic mean, geometric mean? Okay. Now write one more example. Today, ये लिखेंगे Mr. A always buy Bajaj Finance of equal amount. That means whenever he buys at equal amount. Now prices keeps on fluctuating, but let us assume every time he buys, he invests 50,000. He purchased lot 1. He purchased lot 1 at a price of 2 rupees per share. Lot 2 at a price of 7 rupee per share. Lot 3 at a price of 10 rupee per share. Again, I want to repeat. Mr. A buys Bajaj Finance of equal amount. He purchased in 3 lots. When first time he purchased, price was 2. Second time he purchased, price was 7. Third time he purchased, price was 10. Calculate average buying price. Calculate average buying price of Bajaj Finance. Help me, what is the average buying price of Mr. A? A simple one. Help me with the answer. 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 6.33. All of you getting this answer? Now write solution. Average buying price of Bajaj Finance is equal to 2 plus 7 plus 10 whole divided by 3. This will be 6.33 per share. This answer is incorrect. This answer is incorrect. Please लिख लीजिए. This answer is incorrect. Okay. Now, my first point in the given question is whenever he purchase, he invest equal amount. Now I have to assume some amount. Now I want a number which is divisible by 2, which is divisible by 7, which is divisible by 10. Okay. Now what I do? 2 multiply by 7 multiply by 10. How much you're getting? How much you're getting? 140. So I'm going to assume I'm going to invest 14,000, 28,000, anything which is divided by 2, 7 and 10. Okay. Now let us assume I'm assuming this to be 14,000. Every time I purchase of 14,000. You can assume 28,000. You can assume 70,000. You can assume other number also, but then I'm going to get decimals. So I don't want to get into decimals. That's why I'm assuming 14,000, 70,000, these numbers. Okay. Now write solution. Lot 1, lot 2, lot 3. Equal amount invested. Amount invested. Let us assume 70,000. 70,000, 70,000, 70,000. So how much you have invested in totality? 2,10,000. How much you invested in totality? 2,10,000. But when you purchase first lot, price was 2, then 7, then how many shares you have purchased? Shares purchase. First time you purchase 35,000. Then you purchase 10,000. Then you purchase 7,000. Now, how many shares you are having totality? 35,000 plus 10,000 plus 7,000. 52,000 shares you are having. In totality, you have invested 2,10,000. What is the price per share? Now, my price, average price per share is equal to 2,10,000 whole divided by 52,000. This is going to be 4.038 per share. Okay. Now you can calculate this amount alternatively also. Now how I can calculate the same answer? Now right. To calculate average buying price, of stock, provided that this condition has to be satisfied, provided that every time investor invested equal amount. To calculate average buying price of a stock, provided that every time investor invested equal amount, we can use harmonic mean. We can use harmonic mean. Now, what is the formula of harmonic mean? Formula of harmonic mean is n summation n whole divided by summation of 1 by x, where n means how many lots you have purchased in totality. You have purchased 3 lots, divided by what is the buying price of first lot? 1 by 2 ले लेंगे. What is the buying price of second lot? 3. take 1 by 3. What, sorry, 7. What is the buying price of third lot? 10. Take 1 by 10. Now, if I simplify, can I say this will be equal to 3? Now, 1 by 2 is equal to 0.5. 1 by 7 is equal to 0.142857143. 1 by 10 is equal to 0.1. Now, if I solve, help me. Are you getting the same answer? Help me. Are you getting the same answer? Now, I want to conclude one more thing. Arithmetic mean will always be greater than geometric mean, will always be greater than harmonic mean. Harmonic mean is used to calculate average buying price provided that equal amount invested every time. Geometric mean is used to calculate return on the stocks. And for all other things, prima facie, we are going to use arithmetic mean. Now, how much runs Virat has scored? We use arithmetic mean. Then geometric mean is used to calculate the return on the stocks. And harmonic mean is used to calculate the average buying price provided that every time you have invested the equal amount. Am I clear with this? Now, I request, please solve question number 4 using both the methods. Please solve question number 4 using both the methods. First, this method, and then using the formula. Please solve question number 4. You are buying one stock. Every time you are investing how much? 5,000. Using both the alternatives, please help me with the answer. Using both the alternatives, please help me with the answer. Question number 4. Can you help me with the answer by simply by looking into the options? Answer is? Answer is A. Please solve and help me. Are you getting the same answer? Using both the alternatives. So these are the base for all the upcoming chapters. So you have to be very strong with your basic concepts. Please solve using the formula of harmonic mean. And then again, please solve using alternative 1. Are you getting the same answer? Shall I start? आपने दोनों तरीके से कर लिया? Okay. Now let me solve. First, using formula. Question number 4. Harmonic mean n divided by summation of 1 by x. What should be the value of n? 4. Now divided by 1 upon 62, 1 upon 76, 1 upon 84, 1 upon 90. Again, 4 divided by. Now, please listen to my instructions carefully. Press 1, divide by 62. Help me what you are getting. 0.016. Now, very carefully, there is one STO written on the left-hand side column. Press STO, that means store. Store this number on 1. Now, this number is stored at 1. STO 1. Now, press CE. Press CE, clear entry. Now, to get this number again, RCL, recall 1. Help me getting the same number. Okay, STO 1. This number I have stored at 1. Then 1 divided by 76 equal to, you will get 0.013. Store at 2. 1 divided by 84. You will get 0.0119. Store at 3. 1 divided by 90. You will get 0.0111. Store at 4. Now what you have to do, if you have stored all the numbers, press recall 1. Recall 1 plus recall 2 plus recall 3 plus recall 4 equal to, help me what denominator you are getting. 0.0523028. Please verify the answer. 0.0523028. All of you getting this answer? Now, you will press 1 by x. This will give you the inverse. Press 1 by x, multiply by 4. What will be the answer? That is going to be 76.47. Please solve on the calculator again. Make extensive use of store recall button. The moment again you store some number, it gets overwrite. We cannot clear the memory. Now let us assume I press 98. I want to store it 1. The moment I press STO1, the previous number gets overwrite. So we cannot clear the memory. Please एक बार try करिए. Now please help me. Please help me. What is the first number? 1 divided by 62 equal to. This number is there. STO 1. STO 1. This number gets stored at 1. Then again I press C. 1 divided by second number. 76 equal to. Stored at 2. Again press CE. 1 divided by third number. 84 equal to. Store at 3. Then 1 divided by 90. Store at 4. Now I've stored all the 4 numbers. I press C. Now recall 1 plus recall 2 plus recall 3 plus recall 4 equal to. Your calculator will display 0.0523028. Now you want to divide by this number ना, तो मैं इसका वापस से क्या ले लूं, मुझे तो ऊपर लेके जाना है, डिवाइड करना है, so inverse multiply by 4, you will get 76.47. आपको डिवाइड करना था इसलिए मैंने 1/x कर दिया. Am I clear why I'm doing 1/x? Because you want to divide by this number. So 1/x, 1/0.05. नहीं बेटा, 1/x का मतलब है इनवर्स. Row,
So
I'm talking about row 4th, you will find 1/x.
excuse me, sir.
Hmm.
If you want to store again at 1, what should we do? How to clear the memory?
We cannot clear the memory. Whatever the number you want to store, assume 98. 98 STO1. That number gets overwrite.
So for the next sum, if you want to use that function again, what do we do?
Recall 1, RCL1. इनवर्स वाला कौन सा है? 1/x दिया होगा on the 4th row. 4th row, 4th column. 4th row, 4th column. You will find 1/x. Am I clear with this? Plus, am I clear with this? So what will be the answer to this? Answer is A. Okay. Now let us assume I want to find out the same answer using alternative 2. Then lot 1, 2, 3, 4. Every time, how much money you invested? 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000. Totality, how much you have invested? 20,000. When first time you invested, price was 62, 76, 84, 90. How many shares you have purchased? 80.645. 5,000 divided by 76. 65.789. 5,000 divided by 84. 59.5238. 5,000 divided by 90. This will be 55.55. If I add up, this number is 261.51. Now, if I solve, you will again get the same answer. So, but I strongly recommend that alternative 1 using the formula is pretty simple. So, n divided by summation of 1/x. You have to be familiar with store and recall button. Okay. So again, I want to repeat what concept we have covered. So first we calculated holding period return. Will you adjust this for time period? No, it is a total return that you have earned. Then concept number 16, arithmetic mean versus geometric mean versus harmonic mean. Alternative name of harmonic mean, alternative name of geometric mean. That is going to be CAGF. Okay. Now write concept number 17. Concept number 17, leverage return. Concept number 17. Concept number 17, leverage return. Now write one example. Mr. A purchased a stock for rupees 100. Mr. A purchased a stock for rupees 100. To purchase, he borrowed 40 rupee. He borrowed 40 rupee from a bank at 6%. To purchase, he borrowed 40 rupees from a bank at 6%. At the end of year 1, he sold stock at 120 rupee. He sold stock at 120 rupee and repaid the loan. Along with interest. Calculate Mr. A return. Calculate Mr. A return. Give it a try. Give it a try. Calculate Mr. A return. Okay, now what return asset has delivered? Return of 20%. He borrowed capital at 6%. So his return will be equal to 20%, more than 20%, less than 20%. His return will be more than 20%, equal to 20%, less than 20%.
Less than.
चलिए सॉल्व करिए अब कर ही लो 18.5 okay I'm waiting for more answers 17.6 17.6 17.6 I'm getting multiple times one answer is 18.5 okay 17.2 29% okay. What is your answer now? 17. Okay. So let me solve. Okay, let me solve. What is the meaning of leverage? Right? Meaning of leverage. Right? Meaning of leverage. Whenever you buy any asset, whenever you buy any asset with the help of loan, it is said to purchase, it is said that you have purchased the asset with the help of leverage. It is said that you have purchased the asset with the help of leverage. That means whenever we are borrowing, that will be termed as leverage purchase. Now, for example, recently I purchased one house for 3 crore. 2 crore I introduced my money. 1 crore I borrowed from bank. Now this will be termed in the finance term. This will be termed as leveraged purchase. Now my point is, in this example, have we borrowed money from the bank to purchase the stock? Yes. So this will be termed as leverage. Now, when I purchase, price was 100. Correct? But entire money was not out from my pocket. This was a total outflow. Total money I have to pay. Total outflow at time 0. But There was an inflow from a bank. How much bank gives me? 40. So loan, 40 rupees. This is outflow. This is positive. This I received. That means net from my pocket. How much I invested? 60 rupees invested. Why I'm giving this with a negative sign? Because effectively 60 rupees was out from my pocket at time 0. Am I clear till this point? Now, what happened at the end of year 1? I sold the asset. So help me. Proceeds from sale of asset. How much you received? 120 with a positive sign. You received this money. But now you have to repay the loan along with interest. You borrowed 40 rupees at 6%. How much you return to the bank now? Less loan repayment along with interest. How much? 42.4. Positive, negative? Negative. Now net, how much you're left with the money? Now you're left with 77.6. Now my question is very simple. You invested 60 rupees. You're getting 77.6. What is your return? Now your return will be Your return will be how much you have earned? 17.6 rupees on a capital of 60 rupees. So your return is 29.33. Now question is, why my return is more than the return of the asset? Because you has a leverage product. Now, how much you earned on the entire asset? 20. But how much you have paid to the bank? 6. So your return will be more because on the asset on entire 100, whatever you borrowed from the bank, on that also you have earned 20. But how much you paid to the banker? Only 6. So your return will be 14% extra on the amount that you have borrowed from the bank. So your return will be more than 20%. Same wise, if I borrowed from the bank at 25%, will my return be equal to 20, more than 20, less than 20? Now, in this particular scenario, your return is going to be less than 20%. Now, help me. Suppose your father borrows from a bank for business purpose 12%. Now, what he wants, profitability, whatever the capital is invested in the business, he wants return to be equal to 12%, more than 12, less than 12. Agar 12 ही कमा दिया तो bank ले गया. He always want return to be more. Now here in the business, how much you have earned? 20. How much you have paid to the banker? 6. So your return will be higher. What will be the return? That is going to be 29.33. On my capital, I have earned 17.6. In percentage terms, my return is 29.33. Am I clear with this one? Now, please solve one more numerical on this. Question number 10. Question number 10. Okay, before question number 10, answer question number 12. Answer question number 12. So answer to question number 12 is C. Your return will only be higher when asset return is more and you borrowed at a lower capital. Answer will be C. Now please try question number 10. Please try to answer question number 10. Please try to answer question number 10. Exactly same question. A. Okay, one answer I'm getting A, one answer I'm getting C. One answer is A, one answer is C. I'm waiting for more replies. A, okay. A. Sorry, let me solve. Now solution. Question number 10. In totality at time 0, how much you decided to invest? Total outflow is 25. So with a negative sign you decided. But what happened? You decided that I want to take 20% loan. So how much loan you're taking? 20% of 25, 5 rupee. Then what is outflow from your pocket? So net outflow from your pocket is 20 rupee. Now at the end of year 1, you want to liquidate your investment. Proceeds. So there's a return of 10 on a capital of 25. So what will be the proceeds? 27.5. You have to repay the loan along with interest. 5 rupee borrowed at 6%. 5.3 negative. How much you're left with? 22.2. How much you made? 2.2 on a capital of 20%. So what is your leverage return? Leverage return is 2.2 on a capital of 20. This is going to be 11%. So what is the answer? So answer to question number 10 is A. Am I clear with this? Now this we have solved logically. Now in the books they have given one formula. I strongly don't like formulas too much. Okay. But yes, in case you're not getting the answer, you can use the formula also. Now what is the formula, right? Alternative 2 using formula. Now what is the formula? Leverage return is equal to return of the portfolio on the whole portfolio, on the asset, how much you have earned, plus difference between return of portfolio and borrowing cost, multiplied by weight of borrowing divided by weight of equity. Yeah, weight of own capital. Okay. Now let me help you. In this example, how much you have earned on your entire portfolio? Stock 100 turn into 120. So how much you have earned on the portfolio? 20%. So return on the portfolio is 20. Plus, to the banker you paid only. To the banker you paid only 6. So how much incremental you have earned? Incremental you have earned 14. Multiply by weight of bank. Whatever you have earned, how much bank contributed in the total capital? A, 40. Bank contributed 40. How much you contributed? Now please solve. Am I getting the same answer? Now again, I want to repeat. How much you earned on the total portfolio? 20. So return will be 20. But whatever you borrowed, on that you paid only 6. So how much you have earned incremental? 14. But the weight of 14 is 40 by 60. So your return will be 29.33. Again, I want to repeat. On entire portfolio, how much you have earned? 20. So return will be 20. Plus, you earn 14 extra on the funds borrowed from bank. So 14 on the funds borrowed from the bank. This will be 29.33. Now, please try to apply the same formula. Please try to apply the same formula in question number 10. How much you earned on the total asset? 10. So your return will be 10. So your return will be 10. Incremental you earn 4 on the capital borrowed from the bank. So what is the weight of that? 20 upon 80. Please solve. Are you getting the same answer? Please solve. Are you getting the same answer? So I strongly, I don't want you to remember the formula. But if you're not clear with the logics, you should. But if you are not, then we left with no other options but to mug up the formula. But this should be last alternatives. Anyways, these concepts are not that difficult to understand. So probably high means first, initially we want, you should understand the logics. If you're not, then we left with no other alternatives but to remember the formula. Again, I want to repeat the formula. Leverage return is equal to return on portfolio plus incremental multiplied by weight of loan upon weight of own capital. Am I clear with this? Chali. Now what we have covered? So we have covered concept number 1, concept number 2, concept number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9th we have skipped as of now. We have covered 10th, we have covered 11th. We skipped concept number 12 as of now. 13th as of now we have skipped. Then we covered concept number 14, concept number 16, concept number 17. Okay. In the question bank, how many questions we have solved? If I talk about learning module rates and return, we have covered question number 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we covered question number 10, question number 12. In TVM chapter, we completed question number 2, question number 3, question number 4, question number 13, question number 16, question number 21. Now, what is it to do before attending the next class? Now, difficulty will increase gradually. These are the basic chapters that we are covering in the class. Eventually, difficulty will increase tremendously. What is the request? Before attending the lecture on Saturday, you have to cover whatever we covered in Saturday, Sunday, plus whatever the questions we have covered in the class, that you have to practice at your home. So let's start. Now, what we covered till previous class. So we started with 2 chapters. One is rates and return. Another one is time value of money in finance. Introduction we covered. Second concept. Second, future value. Third was effective interest rate. Fourth was PV of single cash flow. Fifth, PV of multiple unequal cash flow. Sixth, PV, FE of multiple cash flow. Multiple cash flow, deferred annuity. Then we covered PV of cash flow up to infinity, PV of perpetual growing cash flows. 9th is left. We completed 10th, 11th. Then we covered 14th, 16th, 17th. Okay. Now give a heading. Concept number 13. Concept number 13. Concept number 13. Net present value. Net present value versus internal rate of return. Net present value versus internal rate of return. Now write the explanation. Concept number 13. NPV. It is a return. It is a return from a project. It is a return from a project in rupee terms. It is a return from project in rupee terms over and above required rate. It is a return from a project in percentage terms over and above required rate. Now, let me give you an example. Today you go to HDFC Bank. Today you go to HDFC Bank and bank says deposit 100 rupee. I will give you 112. Deposit 100 rupees. I will give you 112. Investors required rate is 10%. Will you deposit your money with HDFC? Yes. Will you deposit your money with HDFC? Yes. By depositing extra, by depositing with HDFC, how much you receive extra over your required rate? 2 rupees, correct? Now this 2 rupees is at the end of year 1. At the end of year 1, you will receive 2 rupees extra. Am I correct? Now same answer I want to arrive at time 0. So where NPV gives the answer? NPV gives answer at time 0. Now right. NPV is equal to discount all the cash flows. Discount all the cash flows using investors required rate. Discount all the cash flows using investors required rate equal to minus 100 plus 112. Both the cash flows to be discounted by which rate? 10%, 1.1, 1.1. First cash flow, raised to the power 0, raised to the power 1. This will be minus 100 plus 101.81. What answer I arrived? Positive 1.81 in rupee term. Now, what is the interpretation of this? Write the interpretation. By investing with HDFC, you will receive 10% per annum. You will receive 10% per annum plus rupee 1.81 extra in PV terms. PV terms means as on time 0 in PV terms. Now my question is very simple. You will be earning 10%. plus you're earning 1.81 extra. Hence, investor should invest with HDFC. Again, I want to repeat, NPV 1.81. You will be receiving 10%. Plus you will be earning 1.81 extra. Shall I move to the next example? Now, right, example number 2. This time you go to ICICI Bank. Deposit 100 rupee. You will receive 107. Required rate is 10% per annum. Will you invest your money with ICICI Bank? Shortfall of 3. This shortfall of 3 is at the end of year 1. I want shortfall at time 0. Now calculate. NPV minus 100, 107. Discount by using a rate 10%. Raised to the power 0. Raised to the power 1. This will be minus 100 plus 97.27. There will be a shortfall of minus 2.72. Now, right, interpretation. By investing with ICICI, there will be shortfall of 2.72 in PV terms. By investing with ICICI, there will be a shortfall of 2.72 in PV terms. Shall I invest? Shall I not invest? Hence, yeah, right, since investor not able to meet his required rate. Since investor not able to meet his required rate, recommended not to invest with ICICI. Shall I move to the third example? Now, third example is Kotak Bank. Deposit 100 rupees, you will get 110. Required rate 10%. You want 110. Kotak is giving you 110. Will you deposit your money with Kotak? Yes, no, indifferent. Yes, no, indifferent. Okay, how many of you indifferent? Okay, how many of you no? Only one no. How many of you yes? Okay. Now you want a package. So you are applying for some job. You want a package of 5 lakh. Employer says, okay, I'm ready to pay you 5 lakh. Will you join that company? Yes, no, indifferent. Yes, no, indifferent. Yes. How much you want? Bank ne pucha. I want 10% of my capital. Bank says, okay, I'm going to give you 110. Now you're saying, I won't invest with you, or I'm indifferent. Answer should be yes, no, indifferent. Whatever your requirement is, I'm meeting that requirement. Will you invest with Kotak Bank? Answer is yes. So it is an independent case, assuming that there is no HDFC. Will you invest with Kotak Bank? So answer is yes. Still, you are earning 10%. Student bolta hai, in this case, NPV will be 0. So I'm not earning anything. This is incorrect interpretation. You are earning 10% per annum plus 0. That means you're still earning 10% per annum. And since I'm earning my requirement, yes, I'm going to invest with this particular bank. Now calculate NPV. Calculate NPV. Minus 100. Minus 100. 1.1 raised to the power 0. Plus 110. Divide by 1.1 raised to the power 1. This will be equal to 0. Now write the interpretation. NPV 0 signifies investor wants to earn 10%. Investor wants to earn 10% per annum, and he is earning exactly equal to his requirement, or exactly equal to his required rate. Since investor requirement is fulfilled, investor should invest with Kotak Bank. Please go through all the case. In the first case, deposit 100 rupees, you will receive 112, NPV will be positive number. In the second case, deposit 100 rupees, you will get 107, NPV is negative. In third case, deposit 100 rupees, you are getting 110, NPV is 0. Now my decision rule is, whenever NPV is greater than equal to 0, investor should invest. So what is my rule? Till the time NPV is greater than equal to 0, investor should invest. Am I clear with the meaning of NPV? Okay. Now write internal rate of return. Internal rate of return. It is a return. From a project. It is a return from a project in percentage terms. It is a return from a project in percentage terms. Now, next point. It cannot be calculated. Directly. It cannot be calculated directly. It is calculated. Using trial and error method. Okay, shall I start? Right, example. HDFC. Deposit 100 rupees, you will receive 112. Deposit 100 rupees, you will receive 112. What is the return from a project? Per annum basis. So return is 12%. What is the required rate? What is the required rate? 10%. Now return greater than required. Shall I invest with HDFC? So answer is yes. You should invest, or investor should invest. Investor should invest with HDFC. Am I clear with the first example? Second example. Kotak. Deposit 100 rupees, you will receive 107. Deposit 100 rupees, you will receive 107. What is the return? 7% per annum. What is required rate? Shall I invest? So return less than required. No investor should not. Clear with second example? Right, the third one. ICICI 100, you will receive by the end of year 1 110. What is the return? 10%. Requirement? Yes, no. Return equal to requirement. Since it is meeting the requirement, so answer is yes. Investor should invest. Okay. Now, I need more explanation on this part. So, one fact that you should appreciate, we written in the second point, it cannot be calculated directly. It is to be calculated using trial and error method. But have we calculated it? हमने IR निकाल लिया क्या? ये इसी को IR कहते हैं. Return जो आ रहा है, this return is nothing but IR. So have we calculated the IR in all the three cases? Have we calculated it? Yes. तो आ तो रहा था. Okay. Now write one more point. Write one more point. It is a rate. It is a rate. It is a rate at which NPV is equal to 0. It is a rate at which NPV is 0. Now I request discount these cash flows using 12%. यही आपका rate है. Discount these cash flow using 12%. Help me what NPV you are getting. 0. Exactly. Meaning of 0 is exactly you are earning 12%. If discount these cash flows using 7%, what will be NPV? Exactly your earning is 7%. If I discount these cash flows using 10%, what will be NPV? 0. That means your exact return in this project is going to be 10%. That means, can I say that if I discount all the cash flows using my return, then what will be NPV? My NPV will be 0. Now, write one more example. -100, 50, 70. -100, 50, 70. That means you have to deposit 50 to you have to deposit 100 rupees. You will receive 50, you will receive 70. Calculate IR. Calculate IR. Calculate IR manually. Calculate IR manually. Calculate IRR manually. You have to deposit 100 rupees. You will receive 50. You will receive 70. Calculate IRR manually. No, Vikrant. Calculate IRR. So for 1 year, it was very simple. Calculate my return per annum basis, how much I'm making by investing into this bank. Can we calculate? Can we calculate? No, we cannot calculate directly. Now we have to make some guesses. Okay. Now, what guess shall I make? What guess? Okay. So am I clear? We cannot calculate this directly. Am I clear with this point? Okay. Now, one technique I will be using very often. The name of the technique is interpolation. One technique that I'm going to use very oftenly in the classes, that technique is interpolation. Now, what is the meaning of interpolation? Suppose my weight at time 0 is 70 kilo. By the end of 12 months, my weight is 94 kilos. By the end of 12 months, my weight is 94 kilo. What will be my weight at the end of 10th month? First question, what will be my weight at the end of 10th month? Next question, what will be my weight at the end of 14th month? What will be my weight? What is my weight at the end of 10th month? What will be my weight at the end of 14th month? How much shall I write at 10? 90. Okay, one answer I'm getting 90. Okay, at the end of 14th month, 98. Now, in this answer, there are some assumptions. Now, what assumption student has taken? Now, think logically. What student says, my sir was 70, now he is 94. How much he has gained? He has gained 24 kilos. In how many months? 12 months. So per month, he is going to gain 2 kilos. In 10 months, he will gain 20. 70 plus 20, answer is 94. Answer is 90. Same wise, in 14 months, he's going to earn, he's going to gain 28. 28 plus 70, his weight will be 98. Now, what is the meaning of this interpolation? Whatever the increase or decrease, that increase, decrease, we are assuming to be uniform over the period. Increase, decrease, we are assuming to be uniform over the period. You have an assumption. If he has gained 24 kilo in 12 months, so my assumption is every month he has gained 2 kilos. This is the meaning of interpolation. Am I clear with the meaning of interpolation? Now, how I'm going to solve this? Whatever the answer here would be, it will be in terms of kgs. So starting point should be 70 kilos. Starting point should be 70 kilos. How much I have gained in totality? 24 kilos. What is the time period? What is the time period in totality? 12 months. Multiply by 10 months. Now, month will get cancelled. This bracket answer will be 20 plus answer will be 90 kilos. Again, answer will be in which terms? Starting point 70. How much you gained? 24. How many months? 12. So 24 divided by 12. Multiply by 10. Month get cancelled. Whatever the answer will be, it will be in terms of kilos. Am I clear with this? Now, am I clear with interpolation to all of you? Chali. Now what I want, Okay. Now let me come back to my example. Now you have to make a guess. Nothing logically. You invested 100. You received 50, 70. In totality, you have received how much? 120. That means you have gained in percentage terms how much? 20% in how many years? Per year. That means the first guess that I'm going to make, that is going to be 10%. Again, I want to repeat. 100 rupees you invested. How much you received in totality? 120. How much you have gained in percentage terms? 20% in how many years? So what will be the starting point per annum? 10%. Now what I do? First, I'm going to discount by 10%. Okay. Now, if I discount by 10%, so now we can use the cash flow function. So how we are going to use this? Let me give an example. Simply use cash flow function. So right here, cash flow, second, clear work. Cash flow, second, clear work. Your calculatable display, cash flow 0, minus 100, enter, down arrow. Cash flow at the end of year 1, 112, enter. Now you're going to press NPV. Your calculatable display, I will be 12. Sorry, I will be 10. Enter, down arrow, press compute. Help me, all of you getting positive 1.81. So let me show you again. Cash flow, second, clear work. Clear work means you have to press CE. Cash flow, second, clear work. At time 0, HDFC Bank, how much you're investing? 100. Turn this negative using plus minus. Where plus minus is given? In the last row, plus minus. Enter, down arrow. How much you receive at the end of year 1? 112. Enter. Now press NPV. What is the required rate? 10. Enter, down arrow, compute. All of you getting 181? All of you getting 181? Okay. In the same manner, now what I want, calculate NPV of this at 10%. Discount rate 10%. Help me with NPV. Cash flow, second, clear work. 100 negative, enter, down arrow. 50, enter, down arrow. 70, enter. Press NPV. Required rate is 10. Enter, down arrow, compute. So first answer will be 3.305. But IR is a rate at which NPV is 0. Now think logically. What is the meaning of this 10%? You will be earning 10 plus you will be earning 3.30 extra. That means in percentage terms, return more than 10, less than 10, more than 10. Now discount by a higher value. Now divide by higher value. Now divide by 15%. Now discount by 15%. Everything is same. Only you have to change I. So press NPV. Instead of 10, replace this to 15. Enter, down arrow, compute. Answer will be negative 3.5916. Please verify the answer. Okay. Now, IR is a rate at which NPV is 0. So can I say so that IRR will be in between 10 and 15%? IR will be in between 10 and 15%? Yes. So right, IR is equal to, IR will always be in percentage terms. It will be equal to starting point 10% plus changes by 5% whole divided by what is the total distance. So from here till 0, from 0 till here, what is the total distance? Total distance. This will be 3.305 plus 3.5916 multiply by. You are not interested in this total length. How much you're interested into? Only this much. So multiply by 3.305. Again, I want to repeat. In the previous example, it was 12 months. You're not interested in entire 12. You are interested till 10th month. So 10 by 12. Same wise, here the total length. Total length is somewhere close to 6. You are interested till 3. Till 3. Na? Total distance travel till 3. So it will be 3 upon 6. If I solve, what answer I will receive? If I solve, $6.8966. This is going to be 12.4% approximately. Are you here? So I want to repeat. What is the total length? Close to 6. But you want to travel only till 3 distance. So 3.3 upon 6.89. Approximately what will be the answer? 12.4. That means we cannot calculate IR directly. We can calculate using trial and error method. Now what I want, insert all the cash flows. In your calculator, insert all the cash flows. Minus 100, 50, 70, enter. Okay? Now press IRR. Now press compute. So what answer we are getting? We are getting 12.3. So this answer will be the precise one. What we calculated, that is an approximate one. So it is not possible to calculate direct NPV or direct IR. It is always calculated using trial and error method. Am I clear with this? Now, what I want.
Excuse me, sir, can you explain again doing it in a calculate the IIR?
Insert all the cash flows. Minus 100, enter. 50, 70. I have inserted all the cash flows. Press IR, press compute. Okay. Now what I want, I'm going to give you one more example. First, you're going to calculate manually, then with the help of calculator. Whatever the answers you calculate manually, that will be an approximate answer. Okay. Now give it a try. ये clear है सभी बच्चों को? Okay, before I proceed to that part, take 2 minutes and revise whatever we have covered. Take 2 minutes and revise whatever we have covered. Zoom students, am I clear with this to all of you? I'm still waiting for more replies. Pradeep, please unmute. So in this example, I have to calculate IR. How much I'm earning by investing with this bank. So I say, okay, let me make a guess, 10%. At 10%, NPV is 3.3. That means I'm earning 10% plus 3.3 extra. That means in totality, I'm making more money. So I say, okay, let me discount by 15%. At 15% is negative. That means I'm not earning 15% here. Then what exactly I'm earning? So I'm earning 10% plus 5% belongs to total distance of 6.8. How much I want to travel? I want to travel only 3.305. Pradeep, is it clear? Till this point?
Hello.
3.305. From this to this, distance is 3.5916. So total distance will be 6.89.
Sir, but why we are dividing it by distance?
Beta 24 kilo I have gained in 12 months. So this must have changed. 5% it has changed. It belongs to total distance of 6.89 ना? आपने कहा फिर मुझे वेट चाहिए at the end of 10th month.
हाँ सर आ गया.
हाँ एक पॉजिटिव नेगेटिव लेना पड़ेगा. करेक्ट.
For example, 15 पे ये point कुछ आया था 0.5.
Then I take 16.
So 16 देते हैं. और फिर 15 और 16 का है.
Okay, but point to be noted, more the distance between these two, high probabilities your answer will be incorrect. So distance should not be very high. Closer the distances, maximum 5%. Now one thought process is, sir, what will be you are doing if at 15 also it is a positive number and at 16 it is negative? Then I will take 15 and 16. Higher the distance, more inappropriate answers you are going to get. Okay. Now write one example. You have to calculate manually. Example. Invest 100 rupees. You will receive 20, 70, 30. Help me with first guess. So you have earned 20% in how many years? 3 years. Approximately you have earned 7%. So starting point will be 7. At 7%, help me, what is the NPV? That is 4.32. Please verify the answer. Now discount by higher rate, 10%. Simply press NPV, 10, enter, down arrow. How much? Negative 1.4274. Help me, what is the rate at which, help me a rate at which NPV is 0. Help me the rate at which NPV is 0. Help me the rate at which NPV is 0. It will be 7% plus 3%, whole divided by 5.7474 multiply by 4.32. This will be 9.25%. Now calculate using the IR function and help me with the answer. As per the IR function, yes, beta, I multiply by 4.32. Using the IR function, answer is correct. Now, what is the meaning of this? Beta, this is the total distance. How much you want to travel? 4.32, na? $12 I want to travel only till 10th month. So 10 by 12. Total distance is 5.74. You want to travel 4.32, na? Am I clear with this to all of you? Now, what is the meaning of this 9.25 or 9.23? This is the per annum return you will get by investing into this particular project. Not CAGR. So what is the difference? Allow me some time. Okay. Okay. Shall I proceed further? Okay, I'm giving 2 minutes. Please revise concept number 13 in totality. I want you to be comfortable with the meaning of NPV, with the meaning of IR. Chaliye. Now write concept number 15. Vikrant, this I have already shared on the WhatsApp group. Vikrant, as of now, please go through what we are sharing. Okay. So please read from my screen, okay? If we just do it for NPV and keep changing, it will get more accurate answers. Correct, Kushal. And how to calculate IR on the calculator? Cash flow second clear work. My first cash flow is negative 100. Enter down arrow. What I'm getting at the end of first year? 20, 70, 30. Now press IR 0, press. Okay. Now right. Right. Money weighted concept number 15. Money weighted return versus time weighted return. Money weighted return versus time weighted return. Now write the explanation. Money weighted return. This concept is highly testable. Money weighted return. Money weighted return is a rate on per annum basis. It is a rate on per annum basis at which investor money is growing. Money weighted return is a rate on per annum basis at which investor money is growing. First point. Second point, it is similar to internal rate of return. It is similar to internal rate of return. Now write one example. Today, investor buys Bajaj Finance at rupees 100. Today, investor buys Bajaj Finance at rupees 100. After 1 year, he buys another share at rupees 110. He sold both shares at 130 each at the end of second year. Today, investor buys Bajaj Finance at 100 rupees. After 1 year, he buys another share at 110 rupees. He sold both the shares at 130 each at the end of second year. Calculate money weighted return and time weighted return. Calculate money weighted return and time weighted return. Okay. Okay. Now, my question is very simple. Prepare the timeline. At time 0, inflow, outflow from investor point of view. Outflow of, by the end of year 1, inflow, outflow of 110. By the end of second year, inflow, outflow of 260. Now what you have to do, these are the cash flows, compute IR. These are the cash flows, compute IR. Now if I solve, 100 negative, 110 negative, 260 enter IR compute. What answer you're getting? 15.36%. Write the interpretation. Write the interpretation. Investors' money. Investors' money is growing at a rate of. Investors' money is growing at a rate of. Investors' money is growing at a rate of 15.36%. 15.36% on per annum basis. Okay. Now write the counter question.
Why do we calculate this? Normal returns don't calculate that way.
अभी मैं बता रहा हूँ, लिखिए. Now counter question. Can I say that? लिखेंगे. Can I say that Bajaj Finance stock has increased by 15.36% on per annum basis? लिखिएगा question. Can I say that Bajaj Finance share has increased by 15.36% on per annum basis? Yes or no? Answer is no. For that, we are going to calculate time weighted return. लिखेंगे. For that, we are going to calculate. For that, we are going to calculate time weighted return. Now write the explanation for time weighted return. Time weighted return is also known as CAGR, compounded annual growth rate of a stock. Time weighted return is also known as CAGR of the stock. Now, at time zero, what was the price of the stock? 100. By the end of year 1, what was the price of the stock? 110. By the end of year 2, what was the price of the stock? 130. Point to be noted, here I'm talking about only one share. I'm least concerned whether you purchase or you liquidated the investment. I'm only concerned with one share. Now, my point is very simple. What is the return in year 1? What is the return in year 1? 10%. What is the return in second year? 18.18. Can I say that? That means in totality, in 2 years, the share has increased by approximately 28%. Per annum, the share has increased by 14% on an average. Now, what will be the precise answer? ये इतना clear है सबको? Now, write the precise answer. Time weighted return is equal to 1 plus R1, 1 plus R2, 1 plus Rn raised to the power. ये कराया था raised to the power 1 by n minus 1. This will be equal to 1.1 multiplied by 1.1818. Now, if I solve, precisely this will be equal to this much. Now, right? Now, right? Now, right? Stock has grown at a rate of 14.01% per annum. Whereas investors' money has grown at 15.36. So I want you to be comfortable with time weighted return. Time weighted return is only concerned with the stock. How much return stock has delivered. Money weighted return is at what rate your money is growing. Yes, if you invested in one stock and you have not purchased, then time weighted return will be equivalent to money weighted return. But if you keep on buying at regular intervals, then money weighted return will be different. Money weighted return is concerned with the investor. Time weighted return is concerned with the stock. Am I clear with both the numbers? 14 and 15. Rough, if you want to make a rough guess that it will be equal to how much? So let me give a rough guess. It was 100. It was 130. Your return is equivalent to how much percent? 30% in how many years? 2 years. Roughly, it will be equal to 15%. This is an approximate. If you want to make a guess, what is the precise answer? Precise answer is 14.01. You can recalculate this amount also. In your calculator, second clear TVM, put 130 as future value. Negative sign 100 as PV. 2N. Compute I by Y. Am I getting the same number? That means stock has grown at a CAGR of 14%. Money has grown at a rate of 15.36. All right. Most important point. Why money weighted return and time weighted return computed, why money weighted return and time weighted return are different from each other. Okay. Now help me. What was the stock performance in year 1? Stock has increased by? What is the performance in second year? 18%. Now, in this year, when the performance is good in comparison to the previous one, performance is good. You decided that I want to invest more money. Now, logic is very simple. Will your return be higher or lower? Higher. So in this case, verify is money weighted return is higher in comparison to time weighted return. Again, I want to repeat. Year 1, stock has increased by 10. Year 2, stock has increased by 18. You decided at the end of year 1 to purchase one more stock. Now, my point is, you invested more money prior to superior performance. Your return will be higher in comparison to the stock performance. Stock की performance में ये भी include कर रहा है. Now, before the superior performance, you invested more money. So, money weighted return will always be higher, right? In year 1, stock increased by 10%. In year 1, stock increased by 10%. And in year 2, stock increased by 18.18%. Since investor investing more money, prior to superior performance, money weighted return will be higher in comparison to in comparison to time weighted return. Now help me. If it was 10 and 8, you invested more money at the end of year 1. Money weighted return will be lower. Okay? So we have to do this much of analysis. I want to repeat. Money weighted return is concerned with investor. Time weighted return is concerned with, and if investor is putting more money prior to superior performance, money weighted return will be higher. If investor is putting more money prior to bad performance, money weighted return will be lower in comparison to time weighted return. Am I clear with this? On this, I have 10 numericals. On this particular concept, I have 10 numericals. I'm giving 2 minutes. Please revise in totality. How to compute in calculator? What is the return for the first year? 10%. 1.1 multiply by. What is the return for the second year? 1.1818 equal to. Now y raised to the power x. Y raised to the power x. Bracket open. 1 divide by 2 bracket close equal to minus. It will be 14.01%. Or simply what you can say, whatever numbers you're getting by multiplication, y raised to the power x, 0.5 minus 1. 1 by 2 is nothing but 0.5. $30 will be 130 will be future value, minus 100 will be present value, 2n.
So can you please scroll up to the previous page?
Sorry, please repeat again.
Can you please scroll up to the previous page where we can see the question? Yeah, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. No, not every time. If there will be dividends given in question, then you cannot use this. But if there's no dividend, then yes. Shall I move with the question bank now? Okay. Now there are going to be a couple of questions. Okay. Question number 7. Question number 7. Don't calculate manually. Directly jump to the options and help me with the answer. Question number 7. Question number 7. Fund has $10 million. It earns 14% in year 1. In second year, you invested 100 more at a rate of 8%. Now, what question is trying to say? In the first year, In the first year, there's a return of 10%. Sorry, 14%. Question number 7. In the first year, there's a return of 14%. In second year, there's a return of 8%. In this period, you invested more money. More money. Money weighted return will be lower. Now, what will be the straightforward answer? Money weighted return will be less than time weighted. Now, you need not to solve. Correct answer will be A. Now, let me find the exact answers. Now, write solution. Calculation of money weighted return. Initially, there is an outflow of 10. Then there is an outflow of. Now, how much you received eventually? So, how much you receive eventually? On this 10, first year you earned 14%. Second year you earned 8%. On this 100, you earned. Now help me, what is the total money in your pocket? Help me with total money in your pocket. This will be 120.312. Use the cash flow function. IR compute, help me with the answer. Use the IR function. Insert all the cash flows. Press IR compute, help me with the answer. $8.53. Please verify. Is it correct?
Okay, I found this on the web for please 30.
You correct? Now calculate time weighted return. What is the return for the first period? 14. What is the return for the second period? So time weighted return is equal to 1.14 multiplied by 1.08 raised to the power 1/2 minus 1 equivalent to 10.959%. So what we concluded? Money weighted return lower in comparison to time weighted return. Now my point is, do you need to solve this? No. Second, if you want to calculate time weighted return, you can calculate the approximate answer. You have to be logically strong. First year 14, second year 8. In totality, 22 in 2 years per year on an average. So answer will be close to 11, slightly less. So you have to be strong with the logics. Am I clear with this? 7th question. So answer to question number 7 is, answer is A. Shall I proceed? Now, 22, think logically. 22. Least likely. That means which option is incorrect? बेटा आयर निकालते हैं तो आय कहां से आता है? आयर कंप्यूट करते हैं, एनपीवी थोड़ी प्रेस करना है। आयर तो खुद रेट है, आय कैसे आ जाएगा? Help me, 22, what will be the answer? Okay, B, one answer is B. Waiting for more replies. Waiting for more replies. Achha, let me help you. What is the stock return in the first year? What is the stock return in the second year? Negative. So let me take some arbitrary numbers. Question number 22. Let me take 10%, negative 8%. Let me take arbitrary numbers. Correct? Now, there is investor A. Investor A return is 7.5. Investor B return is 8.2. Now, what could be the reasons for this? What could be the reasons for this? Now, who is making more money out of A and B? B is making more money. Now, one reason is prior to second year. Prior to second year, B has withdrawn the money. B has withdrawn the money. This could be one logic. So, one reason is prior to second year, B withdrawal money. Then what could be other explanation? Prior to year 2, A has invested more money. Or it could be, or A has invested more money. This is the only logic. Now what option A is saying? A increased more money. This could be, yes, it is one of the reasons. B, withdraw the money. Even this is the reason. These are the reasons. Then what are not the reason? That is going to be option number. That is going to be option number C. That is going to be option number C. Now what option number C is saying? They invested different amount at starting point. We are talking about percentages. We are not talking about the amounts. So C is incorrect. What A is saying? Investor A invested more money. Yes, this could be reason. What B is saying? Investor B withdraw the amount. Yes, even that could be the reason. But what could not be the reason? That is going to be option number C. Okay. Then one student is saying, why you assume the number of, how come you assume the number of 10 and 8? These are arbitrary numbers. I have to assume some positive number. I have to assume some negative number. This could be any number. There's no logic behind this. I assumed any number and then I give the explanation. Am I clear with? Answer to question number 22 is not A, it's not B. It is going to be C. Can I increase the difficulty level? Question number 25th. Now please read, I'm going to help you out. Please read, I'm going to help you out. Question number 25th. Please read, I'm going to help you out. Write the hint for question number 25th. Create timeline. This is the only hint. Prepare timeline. Help me with the answer. Prepare timeline. This is the only hint. Help me with the answer. One answer I'm getting as B. Shall I start? Okay. Now right. Solution 25th. Calculation of money weighted return. You purchase one share at the beginning at 85. At 85 outflow. Then after 1 year, you receive a dividend of 2 rupee. Then you receive 2 more dividends, 2.25, 2.75. Inflow, outflow. Inflow of 2. Then you receive 2.25. Then you receive 2.75. Dividend means the profit that company has distributed to the shareholders. This you received. Upon receiving the third dividend, investors sell this for 100. How much you receive more? 100. So this will be your final cash flow. Cash flow second clear work. Cash flow second clear work. Insert all the cash flows. IRR compute. Help me with the answer. Let me solve. Cash flow second clear work. 85 negative, enter. 2 enter negative, enter down arrow, 2.25 enter down arrow. 102.75 enter. IRR compute. Exactly it will be 8.15. So correct answer will be B. Shall I proceed? Am I clear with this? Question number 27. Question number 27. Please read. I'm going to give you a hint. Please read. I'm going to give you a hint. Shall I start? Okay. Now right. Question number 27. Now, you purchase one share at 100 rupee. You purchase one share at 100 rupee. You receive dividend of 5. You purchase one additional share at 125. Then you receive dividend of 5 per share. You sold both the shares for 140. Correct? Now, right? Calculation of money weighted return. Calculation of money weighted return. Hint is prepare the timeline. Hint is prepare the timeline from investor point of view. Hint is prepare the timeline from investor point of view. At time 0, what will happen? 100 outflow. You receive 5 rupees. Outflow 125. Net outflow 120. Then you receive 5 rupee dividend per share. You're having 2 shares. How much dividend? How much dividend? 10. You sold both the share at 140 per share. How much you receive? Minus 100, minus 120, 290. Help me with money weighted return. $20.55. 20.55. Now write calculation of time weighted return. Time weighted return is only concerned with stock. Now think logically. You purchase the stock at rupees 100. This was outflow. You receive 5 rupees as dividend. Plus stock value was 125. That means in totality you have received how much? Total gain. What is the return for the first year? So stock has 25% is the appreciation, 5% is the dividend. Your total return for year 1 is going to be 30%. Am I clear with this? So return for the first year. Return for first year, how much? 30%. Starting point. Now what happened in second year? I'm only concerned with one stock. You receive dividend of 5. What is the price of one share? 140. Now think logically. Think logically. 130 has grown to 145 or 125 has grown to 145. That means what is the return for second year? 145 minus 130 upon 130, or it should be 145 minus 125 divided by 125. Should be 130 or 125? 125. Now why it should be 125? This 5 rupees you have received into your account. If you have purchased share at the end of year 1, then only outflow will be 125. This 125 share has given you a return of in absolute terms, has given a return of 20 rupees. So you're earning this 20 extra. This 20 extra is on 125. This is not the return on 130. Again, I want to repeat. At time 1, if you have to purchase share, what will be outflow? 125. How much you receive by the end of second year? 145. That means what is the return for second year? Return for second year is 145 divided by 125 minus 1. This is going to be 16%. Ye clear hai?
So can you please restart like from time 0?
From time?
Like this 130 value, can you start from there?
You purchase one stock for 100.
Yeah.
You receive dividend of 5 plus stock value is 125, correct?
Yeah.
How much you have earned in year 1? So invested 130, you have 130 in your pocket. Invested 100, you have 130 in your pocket. How much you have earned in year 1?
30%.
So this is 30%. Am I clear with this?
Yeah.
Now this stock, again on this stock, value is 140.
Yes.
You receive a dividend of 5.
Okay.
So how much you have earned? 20 rupee. 20 rupee.
Yeah.
On base of 125. So what will be the return for second year? 16%. Now write time weighted return is equal to 1.3 1.16 raised to the power 0.5 minus 1. This is going to be equal to now my point is prior to poor performance, you purchase one more stock. Money weighted return will be higher or lower. Now, what is money weighted return? Your money weighted return is 20.55. Your time weighted return is 22.8. Now, again, I want to repeat. At the end of year 1, if you have to purchase, what will be outflow? 1 share. At the end of year 1, what will be outflow? 125. How much you will be having money in your pocket by the end of year 2? 145. That means you have earned 20 rupees on 120. What is the return for the second year? That is going to be 16%. What mistake you commit here? Majority of you will use 145 upon 130. The meaning of this is this 145 is earned on 130. It is not earned on 130. This 5 rupees is lying in your pocket. So 145 on this 145, this 145 has been earned on this 125. It is not earned on 130. This is a common mistake among the students. Am I clear with this? Now help me with the answer. Money weighted return will be higher or lower? So money weighted return will be lower. Now let me find for one more similar question. Question number 39. What is time weighted return? Time weighted return is only concerned with one share. $39. Waiting for more replies. One answer is A, one answer is B. One answer I'm getting is A, one answer I'm getting is B. I'm waiting for more replies. B. Okay, let me check. Right, question number 39. Now 100. You will receive 110 plus dividend of 10 rupee. In totality, you have, what is the return for the first year? 20%. Then you will receive 1115. You will receive 1115. Then what will be your return? 5 on a base of 110. Or I simply say that 115 divide by 110 minus 1. This will be 4.54. Am I correct? Now, what will be the exact answer? Time weighted return 1.2 into 1.0454 raised to the power 1/2 or 0.5 minus 1. This will be 12%. B. Clear? So the only mistake at time weighted return is 115 should not be divided by 120. At times you divide 115 by 120. It should not be divided by 120. It should be divided by 110. This is the only mistake that you commit. The rest, everything is fine. Am I clear with both the concepts? Let me revise it quickly. So we covered two concepts. Number one, NPV. NPV is a return from a project in rupee terms, over and above your required rate. If NPV is 2 at a required rate 10%, you're earning 10% plus 2 rupees extra. If it is negative 3 rupees, you want to earn 10%, there's a shortfall of 3 rupees. If it is exactly 0, your return is exactly equal to discounted. Then IR, it has returned from a project in percentage terms. How much you're earning from a project in percentage terms? It is a rate at which NPV is 0. It cannot be calculated directly. It is calculated using trial and error method. And please visualize one step. The moment you click IR compute, your calculator blinks. It blinks. It takes some seconds, some few seconds. Why? Because it is using the trial and error method. Then we computed money weighted return, time weighted return. Time weighted return is concerned with stocks. Money weighted return is concerned with investor. Money weighted return is calculated for each and investor differently, but time weighted return is constant. Time weighted return is concerned with a single stock. Am I clear with this? Am I clear with all the concepts? Do you want to practice more on time weighted, money weighted? ये clear है? और कराऊं ये clear है? Clear है? Class, is it clear or you want to practice more? Clear? चलिए. Now, मैं देख लेता हूँ अगर एक और है तो एक और भी कर लो, छोड़ो. चलिए कर लीजिए. 43. There are going to be 15 16 questions based upon this. Solve 43. Money weighted. Money weighted. So what if dividend reinvested? This is beyond our scope. So in this chapter throughout, you will learn that dividends are not reinvested. So now 43. At time 0, what is the outflow? You receive dividend of, again you receive dividend of, you sell the asset at, I think I've committed some mistake. This is going to be 10.24%. Answer will be okay. Now, please answer question number 45th. Now, time-weighted return is least concerned with addition and withdrawal of the money, but money-weighted return is concerned with. What will be the answer for 45th? Question number 44th. Question number 44th. Question number 44th. That is going to be B. What actually investor earns on his invested funds. So answer will be B. Am I clear with 43A, 44B, 45th C? Am I clear with all three? Now right. Now right. Concept number 20. Bond valuation. Concept number 20. Bond valuation. Concept number 20. Bond valuation. Now, bond valuation, write the explanation. Bond valuation to be covered in detail. Bond valuation to be covered in detail in fixed income unit. Bond valuation to be covered in detail in fixed income unit. Second point. Second point. Bond means borrowings. Fixed income bond valuation to be covered in detail in fixed income unit. Second point. Bond means borrowing by government or corporates. Bonds means borrowings by government or corporate. For example, 3 years, coupon 10%, face value. This is not future value, face value 1,000, required rate 12% per annum. For example, 3 years, coupon 10%, face value 1,000, required rate 12%. Now, right? Meaning of face value. Meaning of face value. Meaning of face value. It is the amount investor will receive. It is the amount investor will receive at maturity. It is the amount investor will receive at maturity. It is the amount investor will receive at maturity. Coupon. Coupon is the interest payment. Coupon is the payment. Coupon is the payment by the borrower. Coupon is the payment by the borrower to the lender. Coupon will always be given in percentage terms. Coupon will always be given in percentage terms. And coupon is always calculated on. And coupon is always calculated on. And coupon is always calculated on face value. And coupon is always calculated on face value. Now let me prepare the timeline. Now write timeline from investor point of view. Timeline from investor point of view. Now, what investor will receive? 1,000 rupee. What investor will receive? 1,000 rupee. Every year he will receive coupon. Coupon how much in rupee terms? 10% of 1,000. 100, 100, 100. But today, investor need to invest some amount. Now my logic is very simple. What company is paying every year? 10%. What investor wants? 12. Investor wants higher return. So will he buy at 100, less than 100, more than 100? He will buy at less than 100 because he's dividing by a higher number. He's receiving 10, he's dividing by 12. So at what price he will be willing to buy at? He will be willing to buy at a lower value than 1,000. Now, price. Now, what will be the price? Assume this number to be X. Now, what I have to do? This cash flow to be discounted by 1 year. This cash flow to be discounted by, and last cash flow to be discounted by. Every time when you're discounting, when you're dividing, divide by 12, dividing by hard number. At what price you're willing to buy? Now, right, PV is 100, 1.12 raised to the power 1. 100, 1.12 raised to the power 2. 1100, 1.12 raised to the power 3. Now, first value will be 89.28. Second value will be 79.719. Third value will be equivalent to 782.958. Now, if I add up all the numbers, this will be 951.96. That means investor will pay this much. By paying this much, his return will be equivalent to 12% per annum. Now think logically. If he also wants to earn only 10%, at what price he will buy? 1,000. So the saw mila, finally आपका पैसा मिल गया. But if he wants to make more money, the investor ने कहा, I want to buy at a lower value, at a lower valuation of 952. Am I clear with this? Now, sir, is it an alternative way to solve this? Another alternative way is put all this into your cash flow function. Cash flow second clear work. First is 0, second is 100, first is 100, second is 100, third one is 1100. NPV, I will be 12, compute. Help me, are you getting this answer? Help me, are you getting this answer? Cash flow second clear work times 0, 0, 100, second 100, third 1100. NPV, I will be 12, compute. Are you getting 952? Now, right, how to solve using TVM rule. How to solve using TVM rule? Now help me. 100 will be your PMT. How many PMTs you will receive? 3N. Using which rate I shall discount? 1,000 will be face value. One mistake is Student, instead of 1000 here, types here 1100. It should be 1000. Why 1000? Because additional 100 is captured in PMT part. So here it has to be 1000 only. Compute PV. Second clear TVM. 100 PMT, 3N, 12 I by Y, 1000 face value. Compute PV. Are you getting the same answer? Now write a note. Now write a note. Investors' required rate is 12%. In this case, investors' required rate is 12%. Company is paying coupon of 10%. Company is paying coupon of 10%. In this case, investors' required rate 12%. Company is paying coupon of 10%. Company paying more or less than requirement. Company paying less. Company paying less than requirement. Hence, investor will buy the bond at equivalent to 100, more than 100. Oh, equivalent to 1000, more than 1000, less than 1000. So investor will buy the bond at a discount to face value. At a discount to 1000 or at a discount to face value. That means he will buy at a lower value. Same way, think logically. Investor requirement 10, company paying 10. Investor will buy the bond at a face value equivalent to 1000. It's को बोलते हैं par bond. Same wise, investor requirement is 7. Company paying 10. You will buy the bond at premium to face value. So either it could be discount, par, or premium. When you will buy a discount, requirement is higher than coupon. When you will buy at par, requirement and coupon are equal. And why you want to pay higher price? When your requirement is less and company is paying more coupon. So one is discount, one word is par, one word is premium. करेंगे आप खुद? Can I increase the difficulty level? Right, next example. Right, next example. Right, next example. You invested 1100. You will receive 100 plus 1000. Calculate return of investor. Calculate return of investor. Alternative name. Calculate internal rate of return. Internal rate of return of investor. Alternative name. Calculate yield. Yield means return. If investor hold the bond till maturity. Calculate return of the investor, calculate IR of the investor, and calculate yield if investor hold the bond till maturity. This is one of the same thing. Now what you have to do? Simple it is. Second clear TVM. This with a negative sign. this with a negative sign. Acha, before we calculate, you have to make a rough guess. How much you have given to the company? And you're receiving only 100 at the end of year 1. So roughly it will be equivalent to how much? 100 on 1100. Roughly it will be equivalent to 9 something. So answer will be close to 9. Okay, answer will be close to 9. Now, second clear TVM. Negative 1100 will be your PV. 100 will be your PMT. 1000 will be your 3 will be your compute I by Y. .24. एरर इसलिए आ रहा है because you have not put PV negative. Error 5 will display. Now, if you want to make a rough guess, mathematically you have to be strong. You want to make a rough guess. Okay, what will be my return? Now you have to make a rough guess. How much you receive in totality? क्या बातें कर रहे हैं? How much you receive in totality? 1300. How much you have invested? That means you made a profit of 200 on a base of 1100. In percentage terms, 200 on a base of 1100. How much in totality? 18% in how many years? So per year, it will be close to 6.06. This is an approximate answer. But what will be the exact answer? 6.24. Am I clear how I'm making the guesses? Okay, so whatever the guesses we are making, these are approximate one. If we take into consideration the compounding impact, then the precise answer will be 6.24. Clear? Now, please insert all the cash flows using the cash flow function. Insert all the cash flows. Compute IR of this and help me, are you getting the same number? Using the cash flow function, insert all the cash flows. Minus 1100, 100, 100, 1100. IR compute. Are you getting the same answer? So what they can ask, return of investor, IR of investor, or yield if investor hold the bond till maturity. Okay. Now let us solve one question on this. Okay, write one more example. Write one more example. Write one more example. 2-year face value 1000 rupee. 2-year face value 1000 rupee. Coupon 10%. All the rates will be on per annum basis. Even it is not written, that is 10% per annum. Required rate 12% again per annum. Coupon is payable. Coupon is payable semi-annually. Coupon is payable semi-annually. Calculate price of bond. Calculate price of bond. Now, in totality, there are going to be how many periods? 4 periods. Each period is of how many months? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. What I received every year. What I received every year. I received 100 per year, per period. 50, 50, 50, 50 plus 1000. Now again, I want to repeat. This is 10% per annum. Payable every 6 months. How much company will pay every period? How much company will pay every period? 50, 50, 50, 50, and you receive your 1000 rupee. Correct? Now, second, clear TVM. 50 will be your PMT. 1000 will be your how many periods? 4 in. Your requirement is 12% per annum. Per period requirement is 6 I by Y. Compute PV. Nine 65.34. So very simple is 2-year bond semi-annually. How many total periods? 4. Coupon is 10% of 1000. How much you will receive? 50, 50, 50, 50. Eventually you will receive 1000. Your requirement is 12% per annum per period. 6 I by Y. Compute. कर लेंगे खुद. So we always multiply period by 2. मतलब semi-annually. We divide rate by 2. Only this much you have to remember. Answer question number 1. Give it a try. You're going to commit some mistakes, but just give a try. Important words. Bond has a life of 10 years. It was issued 2 years ago. Hint is prepare the timeline. Then another hint is it's a semi-annual pay bond. Current YTM is 6%, 11.6%. Meaning of this is required rate is 11.6% per annum. Give it a try. You have to assume face value to be 100. One answer is B, one answer is C. I'm waiting for more replies. करी ना, घर जाके निवेश भी करना ही है. Shall I start? Okay. Question number 1. How many years are left? 8 years. On per annum basis, on semi-annual basis, how many periods? 8, 16 periods. ठीक है? Now, if I prepare the timeline, 1, 2, 0, this is going to be 16. What investor will receive? Every year, investor will receive 10.7%. That means 10.7 rupee every year. Per period, 5.35, 5.35 plus 100. What is your required rate? Required rate is 11.6 per annum. I by Y per period is 5.8. How come? 11.7 divided by 2. Now, second clear TVM. 5.35 will be your PMT. 100 will be your FV. 16 will be your N. 5.8 will be I by Y. Compute PV. You will buy the bond at 95 point. Please check the solution. Zoom students, am I clear with question number 1? I'm still waiting for more replies. Am I clear with question number 1? Now, please write one more example. Write one more example. Write one more example. Write one more example. 2-year bond. 2 years bond. Face value 1000. Okay, either the face value will be 1000, 100, 1 lakh. Okay, it is always multiple of 100. Okay, face value 1000. Semi-annual pay bond. Semi-annual pay bond. Investor purchased at 980 rupee. Investor purchased at 980 rupee. Coupon 10% per annum. Company paying 100, 100, 100,000. You purchase at 980. Compute annualized return of investor. Two-year bond, face value 1000, semi-annually. Investor purchases 980. Coupon per annum 10%. Compute annualized return of the investor. Now, whatever is given, let me use those inputs. 980. 50. ठीक है, करेक्ट है, करेक्ट है. Now, second, clear TVM. Negative 980 will be my PV. 4 will be my N. 50 will be my PMT. 1000 will be my FV. Compute I by Y. Your calculator will display 5.7% per period. What will be annualized return? What will be annualized return? 5.57 multiplied by 2, 11.14. Now always think logically whether the answer will be 5.57 or 12. Think logically. You invested only 980. You invested only 980. In 1 year, you have received 100. So answer will be close to 100 upon 980. So answer has to be greater than 10%. So some of you have answered 5.57. 5.57 is per period. What is it per annum? Multiply by 2. So answer is 11.14. So always what you have to remember, time period to be multiply. 2-year bond semi-annually 4. Rates always to be divide. Coupon always to be divide. So coupon divide, interest required divide. Always multiply is time period. Okay? And whatever the answer you're getting, that is per period. What is per annum? Multiply by 2. Before arriving at the answer, use some logics, whether the answer will be close to 5 or close to 10. So answer will be close to 10, you're getting 5. That means some mistakes you're committing. Then how to rectify this? Multiply by 2. Then another thing, if you don't give negative sign here, your calculator will display error 5. Error 5 is a hint that all the cash flows that you have given, you want to calculate the return, but you have not specified the investment amount. So you will always get the error 5. That means one cash flow has to be given as a negative. For bond valuations, we never use cash flow function. It is recommended to use second clear TVM. TVM row will give you the answers. Then whenever you're using the TVM row, face value, future value should be 1050. No, it should be 1000. Then where this 50 is captured? This 50 is captured into the PMT component. Am I clear with this? So what we discussed till now I'm not proceeding further. So what we discussed in today's lecture, we started with NPV versus IR, concept number 13. Then we moved to concept number 15, money weighted return, time weighted return. It was concept number 15. Then we covered bond valuation. That means in totality, we have covered 3 concepts. Am I clear with this? चलिए अच्छा एक क्वेश्चन और कर लीजिए बिफोर गोइंग फॉर अ ब्रेक. प्लीज सॉल्व क्वेश्चन नंबर 19. फिर चले जाइए. प्लीज सॉल्व 19 and 20. चलिए लेट्स अर्न द ब्रेक. If you want break, help me with the answer of 19 and 20. If answer is correct, आप break पे चले जाओगे. If not, then there will be 2 more questions. ठीक है, let's earn it. Have we covered holding period return? करो हुए. Concept number ये था. Concept number 14. Help me with question number 19. Nineteenth, 20th, please solve both of them and help me with the answer. 19th, 20th, please solve both of them and help me with the answer. Chaliye, let me start. How much amount you invested? How much amount you invested in totality? 4,000. Question number 19. $4,000. How much you receive by selling all of them? 4150 plus you receive 200. Four three 4350. Now what is your total return? My total return is holding period return is 4350 minus 4000 whole divided by 4000. This will be equivalent to 4350 whole divided by 4000 minus 1. Now what will be the answer? That is going to be 8.75. Solve question number 2. Hint is compounded monthly. Hint is compounded monthly. You want to receive 5,000 at the end of third year. Today you need to deposit something. What should be that amount? Question number 20. Question number 20. See? Question number 20. Acha, before I start, out of 100 students, how many of you are going to clear? If 100 students appear, how many of them are going to clear? 37. 63 of you are not going to pass the examination. जो पेपर बना रहा है वो चाहता है पास हो जाओ, फेल हो जाओ. अगर वो चाहता है पास हो जाओ तो फिर पेपर ही क्यों ले रहा है? करेक्ट है ना? वो क्या चाहता है, आप क्या हो जाओ? फेल. कुछ चीजों के लिए आपको कुछ भी नहीं करना, हो जाती है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल फेल नहीं पढ़ोगे तो हो ही जाओगे. कुछ चीजों के लिए आपको क्या करना पड़ेगा? मेहनत. अब आप क्लास में फेल होने के लिए बैठे हो या पास होने के लिए? अगर फेल होने के लिए बैठे हो तो नीचे घूम लो, कनॉट प्लेस में आए हुए हो, एक अच्छा आपको एम्बियंस भी मिल जाएगा, अच्छे अच्छे डिस्को भी हैं, जहां मन करे आप वहां घूमो. और अगर आप पास होने के लिए बैठे हो तो क्या कर लो? क्लास में मेहनत कर लो. अब हम क्लास में बैठे किस पर्पस के साथ है? जिसका पेपर नहीं है वो साला सारे सवाल करके आया है. घर से भी करके आ रहा हूँ, क्लास में भी कर रहा हूँ. जिसका पेपर है वो मेरी शक्ल की तरफ देखते हैं. कर लो, घर जाके एनीवेज भी करना ही है. कुछ चीजें हो जाएंगी. क्या चीज हो जाएगी? जिसके लिए आपको कुछ भी नहीं करना, हो जाएगा वो. और लोग भी चाहते हैं कि वही हो आपके साथ. क्या चीज? फेल. लोग भी यही चाहते हैं, एग्जामिनर भी यही चाहता है. वेरी गुड. फटाफट आंसर करेंगे. नाउ क्वेश्चन नंबर 20. बस एक डांटना मेरे को इंग्लिश में आ जाए, मुझे लग जाता है मैं परफेक्ट टीचर हूँ. एक मुझे डांटना नहीं आता है, ये भी मैं सीखूंगा डेफिनेटली कि ठीक है. चलिए, नाउ टाइम 0 3 5000. You want value here, discounting. Now what will be the formula? PV is equal to FV whole divided by 1 plus R upon N raised to the power T multiply by N. This will be equivalent to 5000 whole divided by 1 plus 0.05 divided by 12 raised to the power 36. So if you want to solve on your TVM calculator, second clear TVM, 5000 will be FV. 5 divided by 12 equal to will be your I by Y. 3 multiplied by 12 equal to will be your N. Compute. This will be 4304. What will be the correct answer? Okay. Now I'm not proceeding further. Shall I start? Okay. Now please write LOS 9, LOS 9, LOS 9, annuity. LOS 9, annuity. In finance, series of equal payment. In finance, series of equal payment is known as annuity. Series of equal payment is known as annuity. Annuities can be of two types. Annuities can be of two types. Number one, ordinary annuity. Alternative name is deferred annuity. Ordinary annuity, deferred annuity. Another name is annuity due. Now, what is the meaning of ordinary annuity? If cash flow happens at the end of, if the first cash flow happens at the end of year one, if first cash flow happens at the end of year one, this is known as ordinary. What is the meaning of due? If first cash flow happens at beginning of year one, or we simply say that when cash flow is happening at time 0. Now write one example. Write one example. Now you go to a bank. You say, I want 100 rupees at the end of year 1, 100 rupees at the end of year 2, 100 rupees at the end of year 3. You need to deposit certain amount today. Will this be equivalent to 300, less than 300, more than 300? Less than 300. What should be that amount? Assuming that required rate is 10%. How much you will invest in a bank today? Second, clear TVM, 100 PMT, 10 I by Y, 3 in compute PV. So today, how much you have to deposit? This is 248.68. This is the amount that you have to deposit. Bank will pay you 300 rupees in totality. Whatever the difference 52 rupees is, this is going to be your interest for 3 years. Correct? Now, right? Can I say that this 248 you have calculated PV 0, 100 divided by 1.1 raised to the power 1, 100 divided by 1.1 raised to the power 2, 100 divided by 1.1 raised to the power 3. This will be 248.68. Am I correct? You are discounting all the cash flows that you are receiving. Same wise. But what happened here? What do you say to the bank? I want 100 rupees today, 100 rupees at the end of year 1, 100 rupees at the end of year 2. Now think logically. Do you need to deposit same amount? Do you need to deposit more amount? Do you need to deposit less amount? You are saying, I want 100 rupees today. In this case, you want 100 rupees at the end of year 1. Bank आपको पैसे कब दे रहा है? At the end of year 1. Today you are saying, no, I want 100 rupees today. So you have to deposit the same amount, more amount, less amount, more amount. This clearly this option is more beneficial. So you have to deposit more amount. Now, how much more amount? Now, can I say that PV 0 will be equivalent to 100 upon 1.1, raised to the power 0. 100 divided by 1.1, raised to the power 1. 100 divided by 1.1, raised to the power 2. Can I say so? Now, this will be equal to 1 plus R multiply 1 upon 1 plus R multiply by 100 upon 1.1 raised to power 0, 100 upon 1.1 raised to power 1, 100 upon 1.1 raised to power 2. Can I rewrite? Can I rewrite? Now, can I rewrite 1.1? 1 plus R is 1.1 multiply by. Now I need to divide all of them by 1 plus R. This will become 100 upon 1 plus R raised to the power 1. 100 1.1 raised to the power 2. 100 1.1 raised to the power 3. This will be equivalent to 1.1 multiply by. You already know the value of this part. This will be equal to 248.68. This will be equivalent to 273.55. Now, what I'm trying to say, whether it is ordinary annuity or annuity due, whether it is ordinary annuity or annuity due, we always calculate answer for ordinary. We always find out answer for ordinary. If it is due, whatever the answer you're getting for ordinary, whatever the PV or FV you're getting for ordinary, multiply that by 1 plus R. This will be equal to PV of annuity due. Now, let me repeat my point. Let me repeat my point. You are saying I want 100 at time 0, 100 at the end of year 1, 100 at the end of year 2. Your required rate is 10%. So PV 100, 100, 100. Divide by 1.1 raised to the power 0. Divide by 1.1 raised to the power 1. Divide by 1.1 raised to the power 2. Solve individually each item. 100. This will be 90.9. This will be 92.64. If I add up all the numbers, this will be 273.5. Correct? Now try to solve using cash flow function. 100, 0, 100 at the end of year 1, 100 at the end of year 2. Am I getting the same answer? Verify once. Cash flow second clear work. 100 at time 0, 100 at the year 1, 100 at the end of year 2. NPV 10, enter, down arrow, compute. Am I getting the same answer? Now, but what I'm trying to say, you will keep on getting answer 273. But what is the simplest way? What is the simplest way? Always solve, it is assuming that to be. Always solve, assuming this to be ordinary. Whatever the answer you will get, multiply that by 1 plus R. Now, what I'm trying to say, how to find this answer on a calculator? How to find out the answer for ordinary? 100 PMT. How many PMTs you will receive? How many PMTs you will receive? 3. N 10 I by Y. Compute PV. What is the answer? 248. इस आंसर को कितने से मल्टीप्लाई कर दो, you will get the answer. So what I'm trying to say, always solve assuming this it is to be ordinary. Whatever the answer you will get, multiply this by 1 plus r. Now write one more example. Write one more example. You want to receive 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000 times 0, 1, 2, 3. Example of ordinary annuity, annuity due. Annuity due. Annuity due. Correct? We first solve as if we are getting 5,000 at the end. We solve as if we are getting first 1,000 at the end. Required rate 17% per annum. इसका आंसर आ जाएगा 13,716 and the answer of this one will be 16,047. ठीक है? Now please verify the answer. Please try to solve using cash flow function. Please try to solve using cash flow function. Am I getting the same number? Please try to solve using cash flow function. Am I getting the same number? Am I getting the same number? Am I clear with both the alternatives? And last, third alternative. Now write third alternative. Now write third alternative. One was using cash flow function. Second was using TVM row. Now third. Watch very carefully what is written over PMT. What is written over PMT? BGN. BGN stands for that the cash flows are happening at the beginning. By default, now press second PMT. Second BGN. That means second PMT. What it is displaying? End. That means we are assuming whatever the cash flows we are giving, that is happening at the end. Press second, enter. It will change to BGN. Now very carefully look above. Chote in the smaller letters, is it written above BGN? BGN दिखाई दे रहा है? Now, if you press CE, 0, above 0, what is written? BGN, correct? Second clear TVM. 5,000 PMT. 4N. 17 I by Y. Compute PV. Am I getting the same number? Am I getting the same number? Am I getting the same number? So now, second BGN, it will show end. Press second enter. It will change to BGN. 5,000 PMT. 4N. 17 I by Y. Compute PV. Your calculator will display 16,047. Now, if I press C, so point to be noted. Like now, I press C, it is still showing which mode? BGN. Now, what you have to do? Press second BGN, and again change to end mode. So by default, your calculator should always be on end mode. Okay. If you have changed the settings to beginning, again you should change to end mode. So again, I want you to change the settings to end mode. If you change the settings to end mode, again you will press CE. Now 0. Hint is nothing will be written over 0. So by default, write one note. Write one note. By default, your calculator, by default, your calculator should always be on end mode. Your calculator should always be on end mode. For solving these types of questions, you can change to beginning, but once you have solved the answer, again change this to end mode. Okay?
So how to put it back on end?
Press second PMT. Your calculator will display BGN. Press second enter. It will change to end again. Clear here? Now. Solve question number 18. Solve question number 18. Which options gives you highest PV? Which options give you highest PV? Option number A, single payment of 1,36,000 today. So PV is given. Option number 2, 30 annual payment, 12,000 beginning 1 year from today. That means you will receive 1 year after 1 year. 20 annual payment, 13,000 beginning today. Help me with the answer. Which option will give you highest present value? Which options will give you highest present value? Option A, option C. One answer is option A, one answer is option C. Waiting for more replies. C. Okay. Now let us solve 18. What will be PV of option number 1? That is going to be 1,36,000. What will be PV of option number 2? 12,000 PMT, 8 I by Y, 30 N compute PV. 12,000 PMT, 8 I by Y, 30 N compute PV. This will be 1,35,093. Now option number 3. This is beginning today. So to change the calculator setting. Second PMT. By default it is end. Second enter. Which mode? Beginning mode. Beginning mode. Now 13,000 PMT. 8 I by Y. 20 N compute PV. But this is in BGN mode. 13,000 PMT, 8 I by Y, 20 N compute PV, 1,37,846. Now, which options will give you the highest NPV? That is going to be option number C. Now, what I request? बच्चे ने कहा एक और alternative. What you can do? 13,000 PMT, 8N, 20 I by Y. But this is end mode. Whatever the answer you will get, multiply by 1.08. मैम आ रहा है? मैम एक मिनट. It is end mode. Okay, end mode. Second clear TVM. Second clear TVM. 13,000 PMT. 8 I by Y. 20 N. Compute PV. Your calculator will display 1,27,635 into 1.08. You will get 1,37,846. Okay. If you don't want to change the settings to beginning mode, then what will be the solution? 13,000 PMT, 8 I by Y, कितना था? 20 N, compute PV. Your calculator will display 1,27,635 multiply by 1.08. This will be 1,37,846. Ma'am, clear hai? Now let me show you once again. Second clear TVM. Now help me. Currently it is on beginning mode, end mode. End mode. Second BGN. I want at the beginning mode. Second enter. Beginning mode. How to identify it is at the beginning mode? What is written over 0? BGN. 13,000 PMT. 20
So,
N. 1 second. 20 N. कितना 8 I by Y. Compute PV. Okay. If you don't want to do in this manner, second BGN, second enter. 13th, second clear TVM. 13,000 TMT, 20 N, 8 I by Y, compute PV. But now this is the value of ordinary annuity. To find out the value of due, multiply by, this is going to be 1,37,846. By both the methods, you will get the same answer. But only point to be remembered is once you have changed this to beginning mode, once you have changed to the beginning mode, you have calculated the answer. Please change this to end mode again. 99% of the times we are going to use end mode. Okay. So please keep in mind that you have to change the settings back to end mode. Okay. Yes. Any doubt? Zoom students, am I clear with this? Please answer question number 19. Think logically. 19. Give it a try. 10 payment starting. Will pay out 5 lakh in 15 years from today. Rate is 4% per annum. What should be the annual payment? 19th, give it a try. Hint is, okay, hint is prepare the timeline. Another hint is use the BGM mode. First hint is prepare the timeline. Second hint is use the BGM mode. Hint is use the BGM mode. One answer that I'm getting, that is A. One answer I'm getting, option number B. Okay, one is A, one is B. Let me check the answer for 19. A. Okay. A here. Now please write question number 19. Please write. Please write question number 19. Now, at the 15th year, you will receive 5 lakh. Am I correct? Now, what will be the value of this investment if I require this at the end of 10th year? 5 lakh whole divided by 1.04 raised to the power. This will be 4,10,963. Am I clear till this point? Now you're going to make equivalent amount. You're going to make equivalent amount starting here. Can I assume this number to be X? X. In totality, how many X? 10X, but it will end on year 9. Correct? Now what you have to do? Change the calculator settings to beginning mode. Change the calculator setting to the beginning mode. Change the calculator setting to the beginning mode. Correct? Now second clear TVM. 4,10,963 will be your FV. 10 will be your N. 4 will be your compute PMT. What will be the answer? 32,913. 32,913. 32,913. This is the equal contribution that you have to make today. This is the equal contribution you have to make today, so that by the end of 10th year, you are having 4,10,963 into your accounts, or by the end of 15th year, you are having 5 lakh rupees in your account. Again, request is you have used the beginning mode. Please change this to end mode. The moment you have solved the answer, please change this to end mode again quickly. Am I clear with 19? Zoom students, am I clear with 19 to all of you? Next slide. Okay, before I proceed further, please go through this hand notes. Can we have a similar question? I don't think that we have a similar one on this one. It's a similar question to question number 19. There's only one question in your curriculum. Please go through the highlighted part. Alternatively, what you can do, you can change the settings of your calculator to BGN end mode. Clear with us? Now write concept number 12, continuous compounding. Question number 12, continuous compounding. Now write the explanation. If compounding happens infinite times, this is known as continuous compounding. If compounding happens infinite times, this is known as continuous compounding. Use of continuous compounding, or right, we use continuous compounding extensively for valuations of derivatives. We use continuous compounding extensively for valuations of derivatives. Now, what derivative is? This is out of my scope as of now, but it is similar to some security. Okay. So what is the meaning of derivatives? This is something beyond as of my scope. Okay. Next slide. Example. 10,000 rupee deposited in a bank. 10,000 rupee deposited in a bank for 1 year at 10% compounding daily. For one year at 10% compounding daily. Then at 10%, this is option number A, part A, at 10% continuous compounding. Compute future value. Now, in case of 10% daily, what will be my formula? Future value will be 10,000 1 plus R 0.1 divided by raised to the power 1 multiply by this will be 11,051.55. All of you getting this answer? 11,051.55. 365 will be your N. 10 divided by 365 will be your I by Y. 10,000 will be your PV. Compute FV. Your calculator will display 11,000. Correct? Now, right. Now, think logically. If I divide this number by a very large number, now, for example, if I divide this by, instead of 365, I divide by 3,65,000. multiply by 3,65,000. It will be similar to compounding infinite times. Now, will this answer change significantly? Will this answer change significantly? Will this answer change significantly? Answer is no. Now, please try to solve 0.10 divide by 3,65,000 plus 1 raised to the power 3,65,000 multiplied by 10,000. Help me, what answer you are getting? So 0.1 divide by 3,65,000 plus 1 raised to the power 3,65,000 multiplied by 10,000. Now, what answer you will get? 11,051.7. Okay. Even if compounding happens n number of times, infinite number of times, then also this value will not increase significantly. ये कौन सा नया एरर ले आया? 0.10 divide by 3,65,000 plus 1 y raised to the power x 3,65,000 multiplied by 10,000. It will be 11,051.7. तो आंसर कितने से चेंज हो रहा है? Hardly 0.2. Even answer will not change significantly. Now, how to solve this? Right? 10% continuous compounding. 10% continuous compounding equal to future value equal to present value e raised to the power RT. E raised to the power RT, where E stands for exponent, value of E is 2.7182818, where E stands for exponent. Value of E is 2.7182818. Now, this will be equal to 10,000 E raised to the power R. How much return you are getting? Point. Multiply by for how many years? This will be 10,000 E raised to the power 0.10. Now press. How to solve this? Press 0.10. Then press second ln, natural log. What is written over natural log? E raised to the power x multiply by 10,000. What answer you will receive? 11,051.7. Will answer change significantly? Answer is no. Now, one thought process could be that, sir, you're very smart. You have taken only 1 year. And another way of smartness is you have only assumed 10,000. Correct? Now, next example. 1 crore. Next example, 1 crore. Next example, 1 crore. 10% per annum. 10% per annum, daily compounding, continuous compounding. You are going to invest for 4 years. Everything is same. Everything is same. Instead of 1 year, 4 years. Instead of 10,000, 1 crore. Compute the difference. $1 crore. $1 crore will have 7 zeros. It is similar to 10 million. Rate is 10%. You're going to invest for 4 years. In case of daily compounding, it will be equal to 1 crore 1 plus 0.10 divide by 365 raised to the power 1460. Five, six, seven. एक सेकेंड मैं कुछ गलत कर दिया सॉरी 10 डिवाइड बाय 365 I by y 1460 will be my n 1 crore will be my PV compute FV 149,17429. It will be 1 crore 49 lakh 17,429. यही आंसर आ रहा है. Now continuous compounding 1 crore e raised to the power 0.10 multiplied by 4. 0.10 multiplied by 4, 0.4 second ln multiplied by 1 crore. This will be 1 crore 49 lakh 18,246. If I take the difference, difference will be of 818. Difference will be of 818. This 818 is a difference on 1 crore. In how many years? 4 years. Has answer changed significantly? No. So continuous compounding does not mean that you are going to receive a very large answer. Answer will be very much close to daily compounding. Am I clear with this? All of you getting the same answers? Ye clear hai? Now right, next example. 100 rupees, 10% continuous compounding. 100 rupees, 10% continuous compounding for 1 year equivalent to future value equivalent to $110.517. Am I correct? Am I correct? So can I say that 5%, sorry, can I say that 10% continuous compounding effectively equal to 10.517%. Can I say so? Your 100 is turning into 110.5. So effectively, how much you are earning? 10.517. Now, right, next question. Right, next question. Deposited 100 rupees. Receiving 110.5170918 by the end of year 1. Find out continuous compounding. Find out R. So how much rate bank has quoted? Bank has quoted a rate of 10. So compute R. Now can I say future value is equal to present value e raised to the power RT. 110 517,098 is equal to 100. E raised to the power R multiplied by 1. If I simplify, e raised to the power R 1.10,517,0918 कर सकता हूं मैं इतना. Now taking natural log both sides. So this we are going to cover eventually. What is the meaning of natural log? Taking natural log both sides. Natural log e raised to the power R. Natural log 1.10,517,0918. Now write this number. Press natural log. This will be equivalent to 0.1, and this value will always be equal to raised to the power. So natural log e raised to the power r. This will always be equivalent to r. So ये यहाँ पे कितना आ जाएगा r, and your question is solved. So right, natural log e raised to the power r is equivalent to. So what is the rate that bank has quoted? That is going to be 10% per annum continuous compounding. 10% per annum continuous compounding, effectively equal to how much? 10.517. कर लेंगे? Okay. I'm giving 2 minutes. Please revise. Okay, now student says if it is for 2 years, natural log e raised to the power 2r equal to a natural log e raised to the power 2r कितना हो जाएगा 2r. 2r is equal to 0.5. r will be, ठीक है. Kushal, am I clear with your doubt? So going forward, we are going to learn about logs. What is the meaning of log? What is the meaning of natural log? अब इसलिए डिस्कस नहीं कर रहे हैं, यही बड़ा भारी लग रहा है, तो log, natural log थोड़ा heavy हो जाएगा. So this we are going to discuss eventually. Then one topic that you fear of, that is integration, differentiation. 11th 12th mathematics, कुछ मैथ्स का टीचर ऐसे करता था, d/dx. आपको बड़ा दर्द देता था कि साला मैथ्स वाला टीचर करके, because of which you have not taken the mathematics. All these are coming in the story. These are the very basic concepts that we are covering as of now. वो मैम कह रही तभी कह रही थी CFA नहीं करते. चलिए ठीक है, shall I start? Okay. So as of now, just remember this point. Okay. Now, before I proceed with the questions, go through the highlighted part. ठीक है. Now question number 9. Time is 1. Time is 1. You invested 208. You're getting 186. Positive data, negative data. Continuous compounding, how much? Continuous compounding, how much? Continuous compounding, how much? Now, let me solve. Question number 9. Future value equal to present value e raised to power RT. Future value will be 208.25. Present value will be, sorry. Future value is 186.75. Future value, present value is 208.25. E raised to the power R. Now, e raised to the power R is 186.75 divided by 208.25. 0.89675. Now, how to solve further? Taking natural log both sides. This will be R equal to negative 0.1089. So what will be the answer? What will be the answer? Shall I proceed? Zoom students, am I clear with this? Am I clear with question number 9 to all of you? Question number 21. Deposit 2,000 rupees, 6% per annum, continuous compounding. What will be the value at the end of 4th year? Deposit 2,000, 6% continuous compounding for 4 years. What will be the value in your account? B. It will not be C. It will be B. How come? Question number 21. Future value, present value, e raised to power RT. How much you're depositing? 2,000 pound. E raised to power RT. What is R? 0.06. Time period is 2,000 e raised to power 0.24. Now press 0.24. Second, e raised to power x. Your calculator will display 1.27 multiply by 2,000. Answer will be B. Shall I proceed? ये clear है? ये clear है? Zoom students, am I clear with 21? Sorry. Question number 24. From 15 to 16 in 1 year, what is the rate? Now, question number 24. Future value is equal to present value e raised to the power RT 16.2 15 e raised to the power R. E raised to the power R is 1.08. Taking ln both sides. R equal to 7.69%. So what will be the answer? That is going to be कर लेंगे or you want more questions? हो जाएगा ये? चलिए, take 2 minutes, revise whatever we have covered. Now last step in detail. Natural log e raised to the power R is equal to natural log 1.08. Now what I told you, natural log e raised to the power R is this value. This will be R. 1.08 press ln. This will be 7.69%. Faizan, any doubt, please unmute.
No, sir. Thank you.
So apart from the question bank that we're having, will we be having any more questions for the same LOS?
For the same, you want me to practice more?
Like apart from all these questions, like do we have any more for like all these LOS?
No. This is more than sufficient.
Okay.
अब और है या नहीं, मैं चेक कर लेता हूँ, अगर और होगा तो इतने ही थे, और नहीं है. Now I want to start with one difficult concept, okay, before we end the day. Now write concept number 18. Concept number 18. Gross return versus net return in case of mutual funds. Gross return versus net return in case of mutual funds. Okay. Now let's understand what I'm trying to say. What is the meaning of mutual fund? Or one word associated with mutual fund is fund manager. That means somebody is managing your money. Mutual fund means somebody is managing your money. Now let us assume that I'm managing your money. You give me 100 rupees. I turn this into 120. So simply what I'm trying to say, I purchase one stock at 100 rupees. Now, if you sell in the market, you will get 120. But when we sell, do we need to pay some sort of brokerages? Do we need to pay some sort of brokerages to from whom we are having a demat account? Let us assume that I have a demat account with HDFC Securities. 1 rupee is brokerage on the safer side. So when I buy, so not 100 will be outflow. What will be total outflow? 101. Because I have to pay something extra. Same wise, when I sell, I won't be receiving 120. I will be receiving 1190. That means it is added to your cost and it is deducted from the proceeds. At the time of buying, you have to pay. At the time of sell, again, you have to pay. Same wise, let us assume that your father wants to buy a property. Property value is 100 rupee. Brokerage is 1 rupee. When he buy, total cost will be 101. He want to sell at 120. Again, he has to pay brokerage. Value will be 119. So it added to the cost, it deducted from the sale proceeds. Am I clear with the concept of brokerage? Now, this return that he generated, this is known as gross return. So what is the gross return he generated for me? 119 divided by 101 minus 1. So what is the gross return he generated? That is 17.8%. Now, point to be noted, in gross return, this is cost. This is my purchase cost. This is the brokerage. This will be total cost. Same wise, 120 proceeds from sale. 1 rupee will be brokerage. So what is known as 1119? These are known as net proceeds. Now my point is very simple. In calculation of gross return, trading cost, that means brokerage cost, is it deducted? Yes. So gross return is always net of trading expense. That means post accounting for this expense, how much I have earned? I have earned 17.8. Now my point is very simple. Whosoever is managing my money, will he also charge something? Will he charge something? Now let us assume he says, mutual fund company says, or fund manager says, let us assume fund manager is Vikas Vohra. Now with what Vikas says, I'm going to charge 2 rupees for my services. I'm going to charge 2 rupees for my services. Now this is known as net return. So what will be my net return? Now I have not received 119. I have received 117 on a base of 101 minus 1. So what will be my return? My return will be 15.84. Now, why you deducted 2 rupees? This 2 rupees is known as expense ratio. Now, tomorrow, this we are going to cover in portfolio management. Whenever you're going to invest into any mutual fund company, now what mutual fund company will receive? They charge you some expense ratio. What is the meaning of those expense ratio? This much we will charge because we are managing your money. So again, I want to repeat, in the gross return is always net of trading expenses. But this much investor has not received. One figure yet to be subtracted. One figure that is yet to be subtracted is, that means how much you have paid to the fund manager. Now, whatever you have paid to the fund manager, net in your pocket is 1117, you invested 101. This figure will be known as your net return. So gross return is always net of trading expense. Net, how much you have earned? 15.84%. Am I clear with this? Am I clear with this? Okay. Now, this one numerical on this. Question number 13. Question number 13. Now, I want to give you a hint for question number 13. Now, as of now, hedge fund, mutual fund, fund manager. Simple meaning is they are managing your money. Now, to Vikas or to hedge fund, you have given 10,000. What return Vikas has delivered? 8.46. In this trading expense is already deducted. This is only for confusion purpose. This is given, it is already deducted. Now, how much fund manager will charge? Managerial and administrative. So fund manager will charge 1.6%. Okay. Give it a try to question number 13. Give it a try to question number 13. Give it a try. And these types of questions were earlier not in CFA curriculum. Now they have changed the type of questions also. Okay, so these types of questions we are seeing for the very first time. अब आप सोच रहे हमारे साथ ही क्यों करा सालों ने? Make some calculations, make some mistakes, that is perfectly all right. But give it a try. Give it a try. One answer I'm getting as A, one answer I'm getting as C. Okay, I'm getting both the answers. Some words like that I want to focus upon after tax return. That means whatever the profits you have won, on that you have to pay taxes also. Tax rate is 30%. Okay, let me do this. Right. Question number 13. Right. Question number 13. Now, how much money you have given to the fund manager? 10,000. Hedge fund. Correct. Now, what return he generated on this? $8.46 return he has generated. But now what he is saying, whatever the return I have generated, 1.6, I'm going to charge my fees. Okay. So 1.60, I'm going to charge my fees. This is my gross return. So what is my gross return? My gross return is 8.46. What is the managerial and administrative expenses? 1.60. This I have to give to the fund manager. Now, how much I'm left with? 6.86. This will be your net return. That means if you have given 10,000 by the end of year 1, by the end of year 1, this 10,000 will convert into 10,686. Till this point, am I clear? Till this point, am I clear? Okay. Now, what happened when you given this 10,000? This 10,000 has two parts. 2,500 is your loan, and 7,500 is owned capital. This amount you have borrowed at 6%. Now, my question is very simple. In the future, do you have to repay the loan? Do you have to repay the loan along with interest? All right. Repayment of loan. Repayment of loan along with interest. 2,500 multiply by 1.06. Now, how much I'm left with? I will be left with 8036. 8036. Correct? Now, my question is very simple. How much amount I initially invested from my own pocket? 7,500. How much amount I'm receiving after paying for all these stuffs, after paying commission, after paying trading, after paying loan along with interest? I'm having 8,036. So what is my gain or loss? My gain or loss is 8036 minus 7500. That is going to be, on this profit you have to pay 30% tax. Takes 30% to the government. 160.8. Now my point is net gain and loss 3,75.2 on a base of this you have earned on a base of own capital of, what is your return in percentage basis? This is going to be 5%. Again, I want to repeat. Okay. एक बार कर लीजिए please. Again, I want to repeat. Now, help me. Gross return. Gross return is if you have given 100 rupees, it has turned into 108.46. But what mutual fund saying, I'm going to charge 1.6. That means net how much I will give you? 6.86. 6.86. That means if you have 100 rupees, this 100 rupees turn into 106.86. Now, when you invested initially, there were some borrowings. You have to repay the loan along with interest. You have to repay the loan along with interest. Now, whatever the profits you have earned, on this you have to pay 30% tax to the government. After paying 30% tax to the government, I am left with 375. This 375 I have earned on a capital of 7,500. What is my return in percentage terms? That is going to be 5%. Okay. This much you have received. Loan along with interest, you are left with 8,036. Now you have to solve one more numerical. Please go through this in totality. Am I clear with question number 30? Please solve one more time. Please solve one more time.
So just one query. The trading expenses is already deducted from the gross return, right?
Yes.
Okay. So whenever there is a gross return, we need not deduct the trading expenses.
Correct. So write a note. Okay, write a note. First note is from gross return, trading expense already deducted. From gross return, trading expenses already deducted. Second point, net return to investor. Net return to investor is equal to gross return minus managerial expenses. Okay. So that means what I'm trying to say, this trading expense is only given for the confusion purpose, that has already been deducted. So 8.46 का return दिया, 1.6 मैं ले जाऊंगा. You're left with 6.08. 6.86. So 10,000 will convert into 10,686. You have to repay the loan along with interest. You invested 7,500. Now you're getting 8,036. What is the gain and loss? 536. How much tax you will pay? 30%. You are left with 375 on a base of 7,500. How much you have made? That is going to be 5%. करेंगे एक और? चलिए. Now please solve Question number 11. Question number 11. Question number 11. Question number 11. A प्रायर लिखा है, प्रायर नहीं होता, आफ्टर होता है. ऑलरेडी डिडक्टेड ना, तो प्रायर कहां से हो गया? This is not after tax. Now this is used to measure the manager's skills because it does not include administration and managerial expense. Now let us assume I have given a return of 10%, somebody others have given a return of 8%. That means I'm superior. So this is used to compare the portfolio manager's performances. Why B is incorrect? It is the return earned by the manager after deducting the trading expense, not prior to deduction of trading expense. Again, I want to repeat again and again, gross return is post deduction of all the trading cost. That means what I'm saying, I consider my cost not as 100, I consider my cost to be 101. I not considered as my proceeds as 120, I've considered my proceed as 119. So what is my gross return? My gross return is 17.8. That means after accounting for trading expenses. So what prior is incorrect? What is the correct word? After. Correct? Now let me check one more. ये तो मैंने करा है. Okay. On the same lines, try to solve 17. फिर अपने घर चले जाना. बस एक तो कर दो, कम से कम मैं भी खुश हो जाऊंगा. On the same lines, try to solve 17. At what price you have purchased the stock? Initial, what was the purchasing price? Initially, what was your 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 purchasing price? A. B. A, B. C. A, C, A, C. Okay. Sorry, right? Right. Question number 17. Let us assume purchase price to be X. Correct? So how much amount you have paid initially? You have purchased one share at X. You have purchased 10,000 shares. How much money you have paid? 10,000 X. This will be your outflow at time 0. Correct? Now what question is saying? In totality, this is the investment amount. In totality on this investment amount, you have earned 15.5%. That means by the end of year 1, inflow in totality, 10,000x 1 plus 0.155. This will be equivalent to 10,000x multiplied by 1.155. This will be equivalent to 11,550x. Can I say so? Now, this outflow has two components. This inflow has two components. One, you receive dividend. How much? 2,500. One, you receive 24,000. Sorry. 2 lakhs. One, you receive 2,40,000. Find the value of x. Now, what will be x? 11,550x. This is equal to 2,500 plus 2,40,000. If I solve, my x will be $20.99. $20.99. So at what price you have purchased the stock earlier? So you purchase at a price of 21. Again, I want to repeat. I have to assume some number. So what number I have assumed? 10,000x. 10,000x. So this 10,000x by the end of year 1 will turn into 10,000x multiplied by 1.156. Sorry, 1.155. That means 11,550x. This will have two components. One dividend, one proceeds from sale. Proceeds from sale is 2,40,000. Dividend is 2,500. If I find the x, this will be 21 per share. Am I clear till this point? Okay. Now I'm not proceeding further. Now what we have covered till date? So we have covered till concept number 20, except for concept number 19. So starting from 1 till 20, we have covered everything, except for concept number 19. We are left with 21, 22, 23, 24. Tomorrow, 100% this chapter will be completed in totality. Plus, we are going to solve some more numericals. Okay. Now, my only request is, if you be prepared in the class, then we can solve lot many questions. If you are not coming prepared, then I left with no other options but to teach only the concepts. Okay. If you want that we should practice more questions in the class, you have to be well prepared. Okay. So what will be your homework for today? Complete from concept number 1 to 20, except for concept number 19. Tomorrow, we are going to cover 5 concepts. Based upon 5 concepts, I'm going to cover the questions also. Okay. Then, if time permits, then we are going to solve questions for other concepts. Okay. So tomorrow, I'm not going to start any new chapter. But yes, these 2 chapters will be completed in totality. We are going to solve in totality 70 questions. And where I have uploaded the lectures. So all of you have revised what we covered yesterday. Okay. Now, what will be my agenda for today? So today we are going to complete this chapter. Post that, we will be solving lot many questions. But the questions will be based upon the concepts that we have already covered. Okay. So prima facie today it will be a lighter day. Okay. We have to cover 3-4 small concepts. We cover the concepts. Based upon that, we have some questions. We solve that. And post that, we will jump to a question bank. Okay. What will be strategy for these 2 chapters? Nothing is required. Okay. Nothing means nothing is required. You need not to go through any reference book. You need not to go through any curriculum. You need not to solve any other question. So whatever the material provided by CFA Institute, that entire material I have incorporated into these notes. Okay. So just you have to focus upon these 70 questions. The moment you're comfortable with the 70 questions, chapter is over. Okay. All right. But my assumption is today you have revised whatever we have covered yesterday. Okay. Till yesterday. All right. Concept number 19, opportunity cost. LOS 19, opportunity cost. LOS 19, opportunity cost. Opportunity cost is the cost of the best option. Opportunity cost is the cost of the best option that we forego. That we forego. For example, HDFC Bank HDFC Bank offers return of 8%. Kotak offers return of 7%. Kotak offers return of 7%. Now, by default, you go with HDFC always. But let us assume for one or the other reason you're going with Kotak. So going with Kotak, investing with Kotak. Investing with Kotak has opportunity cost of 1%. Okay, now one question is, will investors always behave rationally? Practically, will investors always behave rationally? Or they do behave irrationally also? They behave always rationally or irrational at times. Okay. Okay, now I want to give an example. Drinking alcohol. Any health benefits of drinking alcohol? Consuming cigarette, not studying. But the students, the moment you're preparing for any examination, that means each and every student is studying for 3-4 hours, 5 hours every day. Answer is no. So at times we do behave irrationally also. Am I clear with the opportunity cost? Next slide. Concept number 21, PE ratio. Concept number 21, PE ratio. Now, what is the full form of PE? P stands for price and E stands for earning. Now, for example, today one stock trades at a P multiple of 1. What is the meaning of this simple multiple? That for 1 rupee earning, what is the price we are paying? We are paying a price of 10 rupee. This is the meaning of PE ratio. Now, how to find out price of any stock? Now, let us assume that your objective is, this statement is incorrect. Your objective is only dividend. Your objective is only dividend. You want to hold the stock till infinity. What will be the price of that stock? So now you will say, price of that stock will be dividend that I will receive, whole divided by R minus G. Am I correct? Now what I want, divide both the sides. Divide both sides by E1. So this will be P0 upon E1, D1 upon R minus G, E1. Correct? Now, whatever you have earned, for example, the earnings is, total earnings of the shareholder is 100 rupee. Will company distribute entire earnings? No. So one portion is distributed. Whatever is distributed, that is known as, this is known as dividend. And whatever is reinvest into the business, that is known as retained earnings. Now, what is the meaning of retained earnings? Retained earnings simply means you have 100 rupees, 20 rupees you have paid as dividend, 80 reinvested into the business. Now, what is the logic of reinvestment? Why company should reinvest the profits? For further growth. Simple is, your father is earning 10,000 as salary. Will he spend this 10,000 in totality? No. If he's into business, he will save one portion and balance he will reinvest. What reinvestment brings? Reinvestment brings the growth part, because of which we are going to grow in the future. Now my point is, D1 upon E1. Suppose 20 rupees is dividend. That means out of earnings, how much you have distributed as dividend? This is known as dividend payout ratio. Now, what is dividend payout ratio? Dividend payout ratio. This will be 20 upon 100. What will be reinvestment ratio? 80 upon 100. Now, help me. This will be equivalent to E1, D1 upon E1. This will be equal to dividend payout ratio whole divided by R minus G, and this is known as PE multiple. But point to be noted, price is of today, earnings is of next year. Expected earnings. These are not historical earnings. These are expected earnings. Now my point is, okay, let me discuss more on this. Any idea at what multiple HDFC trades in the market? At what PE multiple? So this is close to 19 or 20. What is the meaning of this? For 1 rupee earning, investor is paying 20 rupees. Now I want to give you an example of SBI Bank. SBI better than HDFC? Not better than HDFC. SBI Bank better than HDFC? Not better than HDFC. Better than HDFC, not better than HDFC. Now I want to give you a simple example. How many of you in my class has bank account in SBI Bank? 1, 2. 1, 2. Okay. How many of you have bank account in HDFC Bank? Now, if you want, now answer is very clear. Now, if you want a loan, SBI is taking processing 2 days. Let us assume 2 days for the processing the loan. Are you confident HDFC will process even faster? When you enter the branch, there's a different vibe in the branch of HDFC. Do you think that the management of HDFC is more efficient in comparison to SBI? Is it? That means HDFC is a quality company. For quality, investor always pays a higher price. But these are known as inefficient companies. For inefficient companies, investor typically pays less price. This bank is owned by government. So government banks are not that efficient in comparison to HDFC. Now, whenever you go for shopping, you find that QR code. Either it will be of Bharat Pay, Paytm, or HDFC, Phone Pay. But I've never seen any QR code of SBI Bank. Then when you go, look into the number of ATMs, look into the advertisements. HDFC Bank is more presenting itself in a better position in comparison to SBI. Now it will be available at a lower multiple. Let us assume at a multiple of 10x. Let me prove my point. Now, HDFC Bank. So today you're paying a price of 1600. It is irrelevant. For 1 rupee earning, what is the price you're paying? For 1 rupee earning, you're paying a price close to 20 rupee. That means this company is earning 20. This company is earning 1. You are paying 20 rupees. If earnings remain constant, 1, then how much you will earn on your capital? You have paid 20, purchase this company. Earnings remain constant, 1. How much you have made of your capital? कितना पैसा कितना बनाया? 20 रुपए पे करें, कंपनी लगातार हर साल एक रुपए कमा रही है, तो आप अपनी कैपिटल को कितना परसेंट बना रहे हो? 5%. 5% हुआ ना? 5% हुआ ना? Now look into SBI. SBI you want to buy at a multiple of 10. That means SBI is also having the same earnings, 1 rupee. But for SBI, you are ready to pay a price of 10. For HDFC, you are paying a price of 20. Then why we are paying a higher price? Because HDFC is a quality company in comparison to SBI. Now, there's one phone, everything is same. Configuration, chip, everything is same. Mobile camera, pixels, everything is same. One phone is by Apple, another phone is MI. For which price, for which brand you will pay a higher price? So at any given day, Apple, because Apple is a quality product. There's a dal makhni by a local dhaba, there's a dal makhni by a local dhaba, by some good restaurant. And dal makhni by Haldiram, for which you pay a higher price. Haldiram is a branded product. So these are quality companies. For quality, we always pay a higher price. Now, whenever we pay a price, what we keep into mind, that is dividend. As of now, dividend. Okay. Now help me. P0 is equal to D1 upon, divide both the sides by E1. This will become dividend payout ratio, whole divided by R minus G. Now please write. Please write. Please write. P0 is equal to D1 upon R minus G. P0 is equal to D1 upon R minus G, where D1 is, we have solved numerical on this now, kara tha na? Where D1 is dividend expected in next year. Dividend expected in next year. R is equal to required rate. R is equal to required rate. Required rate or minimum rate of return, minimum rate of return required by investor. So required rate, minimum rate, one of them are same thing. What is the meaning of G? G stands for growth rate. The next slide. Divide both sides by. Divide both sides by. Divide both sides by E1. E1 means earning of next year. Earnings of next year. Earnings of next year. This will be P0 upon E1 equal to D1 upon E1 R minus G. Further, this will be equal to dividend payout ratio upon R minus G. Okay? Write a note. This is to be comprehensively covered. This is to be comprehensively covered. This is to be comprehensively covered in the unit equity. In the unit equity. We talk in detail about this. Okay. Now, I have one question on this. Please try to solve question number 8. Please read question number 8. What is the meaning of Nifty? As of now, it is representing entire Indian equity market. Or you can say it's a group of top 50 stocks. आपको करना नहीं, just give a broad reading. Just read the question 2 times. That's it. Shall I start? Now write the solution. Solution is Nifty currently trading in the market. Forward PE ratio. Forward PE ratio means P0 upon E1. This is known as forward PE ratio. Then P0 upon E0. So what we covered just now, that is historical earnings. That was not forecasted earnings. What I shown you on money control, historical earnings. This is known as trailing PE ratio. Correct? Now what they're talking about? They're talking about forward PE ratio. Now, in the market, Nifty is available at P0 upon E1 equal to 15x. That means for 1 rupees of next forecasted earnings, currently investor paying a price of 15 rupees. Am I clear with this? Let me proceed further. Now index, that means company, expected to pay dividend of 50%. Required rate is 7.5. Growth rate is 4.5. That means if I apply my formula, then what should be the true value? Not right. This is the CMP. This is known as CMP, current market price. Not right. Fair value of multiple is equal to dividend payout ratio whole divided by R minus G. Now, what is dividend payout ratio? 50%. What is growth rate? Required rate? What is your growth rate? Now, if I solve, this is going to be 16.66. All of you getting this answer? Now, what is the meaning of this? Currently stock is available at a price of 15. But the fair value of this stock is 16.67. Will you buy the stock or sell the stock? Again, current rate is available in the market at a price of 15. It will turn to 16.67. Buy, sell. If you're buying, that means currently you're feeling it is undervalued. Not right. Not right. Fair value of index is greater than CMP. Fair value of index is greater than CMP. Currently, if you buy at 15, it will become 16. Will you buy, sell? Buy. And if you're buying, that means Nifty is undervalued, overvalued. Nifty is undervalued. Same wise, let us assume that as per you, fair value is 16.6x. Nifty is also available at 16.66. Then we will say it is fairly valued. Same wise, if fair value is 10, available in the market at 15, will you buy? No, 15 will become 10. We won't buy. That means it is currently overvalued. Now, please help me with the answer. Please help me with the answer. So the view of the analyst is Nifty is underpriced. Am I clear with this? Now, right. Concept number 22. Forward interest rates. Agar if you're dividing by earnings of previous year, this is known as trailing P ratio. If you're dividing by earnings of next year, forecasted earnings, this is known as forward P ratio. Clear? Next slide. Concept number 22, forward interest rates. Forward interest rates. Now, right, calculation of forward interest rates. Calculation of forward interest rates to be covered in detail in economics. Calculation of forward interest rates to be covered in detail in economics. Now, in this chapter, I have a very simple question on this. Okay. Now, please read question number 10. One year government bond has an interest rate of 0.73%. All the dates are per annum rate. All the dates are per annum rate. 2-year government has an interest rate of 1.29%. How much you should earn 1 year from now? That means you're not investing today. You want to invest after 1 year for a period of 1 year. Now, right? Forward rate means investor is not investing. Forward rate means investor is not investing money today. He will be investing money at some future date. Okay. Now, right, question number 10. Question number 10. Note number 1. Note number 1. All the rates given in the question, are per annum rate. Okay. Next note. Always prepare timeline. Always prepare timeline. Correct? Shall I start? Now, my point is very simple. Let us assume that you're buying 1 year government bond. 1 year government bond. So, if you're buying 1 year government bond, if you're investing 100 rupees, you will get 0.73%. This will be outflow. By the end of year 1, how much you will receive? $100.73. Correct? Same wise, if you're buying 2-year government bond, if you're buying 2-year government bond, 1.29% per annum. How much? How much? Why 101? 102.59. Correct? Future value is present value 1 plus R raised to the power T. No? Am I clear with this calculations? Now, help me. How much you earned in totality for 2 years? 2.59%. Again, I want to repeat. How much you have earned in totality for 2 years? 2.59%. Out of which, how much you have earned in the first year? 0.73. 0.73. Then how much you have earned in next 1 year? Now, right? In entire in entire 2 years, investor earned 2.59%, 100 turn into 102.59, 2.59%. In first year, investor earned 0.73. How much he earned? How much he earned if he invest? If he invest after 1 year for a period of 1 year. Help me with the answer. Now please check. So answer will be 1.85. Now the method that we covered here, this is not the correct method. Okay, this will give me an approximate answer. Okay, there's an error of 0.01. Okay, now this is an approximation method. When we will cover the correct method, that is to be covered in economics. Am I clear how we calculate the forward rates? Okay, write one example. 1 year, interest rate is 3%. 2 year, interest rate is 4%. Investor wants to invest after 1 year for a period of 1 year. Now let me help you very quickly. You will get 4. How much you will get in 2 years in totality? 8. 4 per annum rate. 4. How much you will get in totality? 8. How much you have earned in the first year? So how much you have earned if you want to invest after 1 year for a period of 1 year? That is going to be 5. Answer will not be 1. Answer will be 5. Please solve. Shall I start? So help me. 100 rupees for 1 year will turn into 103. 100 rupees for 1 year, 4% per annum will turn into 108.16. Now 8.16 you earn in 2 years in totality. How much in year 1? So how much for the second year? Am I clear with this? Okay. Okay, let me show you. Now, next slide. LOS 23, forward currency exchange rate. LOS 23, LOS 23, LOS 23, forward currency exchange rate. Now, right, to be covered in detail in economics. To be covered in detail in economics. Next, forward currency exchange rate calculation. Forward currency exchange rate calculation is based on the concept of purchase parity theory. Is based on the concept of purchase parity theory. Now let me help you what I'm trying to say. Now $1 is equal to 80 rupees. What is the meaning of this? The meaning of this is, to the bank you have to give $1. Bank will give you in return 80 rupees. Or you want $1. So you should deposit 80 rupees with the bank. Bank will give you in return $1. This is the meaning. So can I say that this is similar to 1 kilo apple is for 80 rupees. Okay, let us assume this. That dollar is nothing but a commodity. Now, after 1 year, 1 kilo apple becomes equal to 90 rupees. Let us assume. Now, apple has become expensive. The apple has become expensive. At the same time, rupee has depreciated. Now, when we say rupee has depreciated, that means prior to 1 year, whatever we are able to buy with the help of 80 rupees, today we are not able to buy that amount. That means money has lost its value. Same wise, let us assume earlier we used to say that 1 lakh was a substantial amount, but today 1 lakh is not. That means money has lost its value. That means in the market, things have become really more expensive. Again, I want to repeat. Today, 1 kilo apple is for 80 rupees. After 1 year, 1 kilo apple is for 90 rupees. Apple has become expensive. Apple has appreciated. Dollar has appreciated. At the same time, rupee has depreciated, or rupee has lost its value. Now, if I talk about some decades before, dollar was 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75. Today it is at close to 80 or 85 level. Now, in the future, probability, it will come back to 30 or it will become close to 100. 100, 110, 120. Now, why dollar will keep on increasing? Why dollar will keep on appreciating? Now, right. India is a developing nation. India is a developing nation with inflation. Okay, as of now, inflation has increased significantly in America, but I'm not talking about current levels, okay, on an average. India is a developing nation with inflation target close to 5% per annum. 4 to 6. Target of RBI is 4 to 6. So I'm taking an average of 5%. America is a developed nation. With inflation target close to 2% per annum. Now, one theory I'm going to use, that is the purchase parity theory. Now, let us assume that this is again we are going to cover in detail in economics. Let us assume that in India, individual needs only one burger for survival. In India, one burger is available at 80 rupees. In America, same burger is available at $1. Now what I say, $1 is equal to $80 rupees. But what will happen after 1 year? In India, this burger will become expensive by how much? 5%. So after 1 year, this burger will become, after 1 year, one burger is equal to 84 rupees. In US, same burger is available at 1.02. Now what I will say, 84 rupee is equal to $1.02, or $1 is equal to, एक second, 80 multiplied by 5, 84. Now 84 divided by 1.02. कुछ गलत कर रहा है. Just give me a second. Sorry. It will be equal to 82.35 rupee. Calculations correct? Now help me. Earlier $1 was 80. Today $1 is 82. Now dollar has appreciated. That means the countries with higher inflation will always depreciate. In our country, inflation is always higher in comparison to developed nation. Since inflation is higher, why inflation is higher? This we're going to learn in economics. But since inflation is higher, we are continue to depreciate. Now I'm going to use one formula to get this answer directly. Now write forward rate after 1 year. Please note till this point. Please note till this point. Now forward rate after 1 year, rupee upon dollar is equal to spot rate rupee upon dollar. Now you have to multiply by 1 plus inflation. Now point to be noted, in the numerator we have rupee, so inflation of India. In the denominator we have dollar, inflation of US. Now this will be equal to 80. What is the inflation of India? 5%. What is the inflation of US? Now what will be rate? 82.35. That means after 1 year, $1 will become 82.35. This is based upon purchase parity theory. Okay, I want to ask one logical question. Whatever the interest rate will be in America and India, will that be equal? Interest rates. America higher, lower?
No, sir. America will be low.
America will be lower. Now, if I talk about some 18 months before, it was very much close to less than 1%. Currently, it is 3.7%. Sorry, 3.5%. If US government wants to borrow money, currently they are paying 3.5. 18 months before they were paying only 1%. In India, we pay 7%. So why Indian government pays more? Because in India, inflation is higher. Things are becoming expensive at a higher rate. So to compensate the investor that they should invest, you have to pay them higher rate of return. In European countries, it will be close to 0%. Okay. Now, let me prove my point. 10-year US government bond yield currently is 3.77. 10-year Indian government bond yield. This is close to 7. Why? Because inflation is higher. Am I clear with this? Now, please try to answer question number 11. How to read this? Let me help you. How to read this? 1 euro is equivalent to 1.025 USD. So how to write this? How to write this? Question number 11. 1 euro is equal to 1.025 USD. This will be your spot rate. You have to find out forward rate. In the numerator, it will be inflation of US. In the denominator, it will be inflation of euro. Please help me with the answer. Euro inflation is 0.75%. America inflation is 3.25%. Okay, if you think logically, without solving, you can answer it. Okay, how come? B cannot be the answer because B is the spot rate. B is the spot rate. In America, inflation is higher. Euro will become even more stronger. What will be the answer? What will be the answer? A. Now please solve. Now multiply by inflation of dollar divided by inflation of Europe. Now if I solve, this will be 1.0504 USD upon 1 euro. Now, what will be the correct answer? That is going to be A. That means what it is signifying? Earlier, 1 euro was equivalent to this much. Now, 1 kilo apple is this much. So, euro has appreciated. Euro will continue to appreciate till the time European countries has lower inflation. Am I clear with this? Next, write the last concept. Write the last concept. Concept number 24, LOS 24, meaning of selling call option. Meaning of selling call option. Meaning of selling call option. This concept is to be covered in detail in derivatives. This concept to be covered in detail in derivatives. Okay. Now, let me show you money control HDFC Bank. Now, currently the stock is available in the market at 1600. So we have two main markets. One is NSE, one is BSE. NSE stands for National Stock Exchange. BSE stands for Bombay Stock Exchange. These two markets combined, NSE, BSE combined, they are known as cash market. What is the meaning of cash market? Pay this much rupee, this much amount rupee will be debited from your account, and one share will be transferred to your demat account. It is as good as you today. What will happen? 1600 will be debited from your account, will be deducted from your account, and one share will be transferred to your account. Your intention is either to have capital appreciation, the 1600 will turn into 1700, or you're going to receive dividend. This is the only intention of the investor. Am I correct? Now, next, what is written? Futures. What is written? Options. Now, this is known as a derivative market or FNO market. F stands for future, O stands for option. These are known as derivative market. Now, what will happen in derivative markets? This we are going to cover in detail in the chapter derivatives. But if I go to options, now you will find call option. Then there is a put option. E stands for European. That means options can be American or European. In India, prima facie, these are the European ones. Now, we are going to cover this. What is the meaning of selling call option? Now, right, meaning of selling call option. Suppose today a trader sells call of HDFC Bank of 1700. Suppose today a trader sells call of HDFC Bank of 1700. He is forecasting that from current level of 1600, it may fall, it may increase, but HDFC will not increase above 1700. So today it is at 1600. It may turn to 1500, 1650, 1675. It can touch any level, but it cannot touch the level of 1700. If it does, for example, stock touches 2000. For example, stock touches 2000. Then trader will be at a loss of, आपने क्या कहा था? It may go up, it may go down, it cannot breach the level of 1700. Has your prediction is incorrect? Yes. By how much? 300. So if it does, for example, stock touches 2000, then trader will be at a loss of 300 rupees. If it is 2100, you have to pay 400. If it touches 2200, then you have to pay 22 minus 17. That is going to be 500. Again, I want to repeat. Okay. Currently, Virat is playing at 100 runs. He's playing at one of the matches at 100 runs. He's exactly at 100. Now, you think that he's tired. He may touch 130, but beyond that, he's not going to make the runs. You're going to sell call of 130. If Virat does not make 130, then you have won the amount. What is the amount? Premium, we say. This premium you will won. Okay. But if he does 131, you have to pay 1 rupee, 140, 10 rupee, 200, 70 rupees. You have to pay. So that means we are betting Virat definitely can make more runs, but he's not going to cross the level of 130. So we are going to sell 130. Same wise, HDFC 1600. Now here we are talking only a 1 month, 2 months. That's it. We are not talking about longer tenure. Now, how much you think that a stock like HDFC with a market cap of some 9 lakh crore? Let me show you the market cap. Some market cap of 9 lakh crore. It can increase how much in 1 month? How much? Acha, student is saying that means I'm taking put, need not to introduce new words. As of now, we have only covered call. Okay. Now help me. 1600. Okay. It is currently at 1600. In next 1 month, maximum it can increase how much? You have to make a rough guess. How much? 650, 1700. Maximum this much. Now let me prove my point. So this we are going to learn in derivatives. This is going to be really rewarding. And believe me or not, you can easily in your student life, you can easily earn 50,000 from this market. And that too with great probabilities. Let me prove my point. So this you will learn in derivatives, okay? Now HDFC currently at 1600. We are not talking about this month. We are talking about next month. Maximum you can take trade for 3 months. Okay. This we are going to cover in detail in derivatives. But I'm taking expiry of 27. That means I'm talking maximum till 27 July. How much HDFC can increase? 1700. Now, left hand side, the red one, left hand side is call. Let me sell this. Let me sell this. If this is true, then how much you're going to make of your capital? 6% you will earn of your capital in next 45 days. What is the probability of winning? 80%. How we are calculating the probability? Again, you will learn. 80% probability is that you're going to win. Bacha kehta hai, nahi sir, still the probability is not in my favor. I want more probability. Let's play for 1740. Let me increase the level. 1740. 1740. What is the probability? 89. If you're not, if you're not agreeing, okay, let's increase the probability. 91% probability that you're going to win. How much you will made of your capital? 2.8% in next 45 days. Same as let's pick another stock. Let's pick another stock. Reliance. Currently at a level of 2577. Company with a market cap of 17 lakh crore. How much do you think in next 45 days it can increase? Now, even if you're saying 10%, that means market cap will increase by 1,70,000 crore. This we're anticipating. So by how much this share can increase? Make rough guesses. 26, 27. Now, you have to sell the call that it does not increase. 28 is a safer number. 28. 89% is the probability that you will win. How much you will make the capital? 3.3% in next 45 days. So this we are going to cover in derivative chapter. And the best part, this is not the best part yet. The best part is this 77,000 is showing as fund requirement. You need not to put this money. This is the best part. That means without investing this amount, you can earn this much. With the probability 89%. Now, one student is saying, can you take the example of Nifty? Yes, I can take the example of Nifty also. Currently, Nifty is at 18,800. It is a group of top 50 stocks. How much do you think it can increase? 19, 20, 19, 20. Now, 20,000 ka you have to sell. You have to sell call. Now, 86% probability is that you will win. How much you will make of your capital? 4%. But yes, the moment it crosses the level of 20,000, you will be at loss. Whatever the difference is, you have to pay that amount. Am I clear with this? Am I clear with the meaning of call selling? Now, please solve question number 12. Please read question number 12. Please read question number 12. You have sell the option. What you are betting? It cannot go above. It cannot go above 25 in a year. This you are betting. If it does, whatever the difference, you're going to pay as losses. Please give it a try. Please give it a try. Okay, write the solution. Question number 12. Question number 12. In the given question, trader selling call of $25, forecasting that share price will not increase beyond $25. If it does, difference trader will pay as difference trader will pay as losses. Okay. Now, currently it is at 25. There are two possibilities. Either it may go to 35, it may go to 15. So two possibilities. 35, 15. Scenario A, scenario B. In which scenario trader has won? A or B? B, he has won. A, he has loss of 10. What he has won, this is beyond our scope, but he has won. But how much? This is premium. Premium is not given in the question. Okay. So we assume this, he has won premium, but premium not given in question. So we assume this premium is equal to 0. Premium is equal to 0. Okay. Then next, at the same time he purchased 0.5 stock. Now help me, value of 0.5 stock. Value of 0.5 stock, if price is 35, you have purchased only one stock. What is the value? You have only purchased 0.5. What is the value? Value of 17.5. If it is 15, value of 7.5. Now knock off both of them. In scenario A, net value of 7.5. In scenario B, net value of please answer question number 12. So answer will be, please go through this question again.
So can you please explain this once more?
So in this given case, trader sell the call option of $25, correct?
Yes.
Anticipating forecasting, share price will not increase beyond 25.
Yeah.
If it does, difference trader will pay as losses. Am I clear?
Yeah.
Okay. Now share price will either be 35, 15. In which scenario he has won?
Like if it's stay below 25, 15.
So in scenario B he has won.
Yeah.
Correct, but premium is not given. What he has won, this is not given. So assume this to be 0.
Oh.
Here there's a loss of
10.
So am I clear till this part?
Yeah.
Okay. Now question says he purchased 0.5 unit of stock also. He purchased 0.5 unit of the stock also. Now price is 35. So what is the value of half share?
17.5.
Here also he has 0.5 share. What is the value of 0.5 share?
7.5.
Now club all both the scenarios. 17.5 loss of 10. 7.5, 7.5, 0, 7.5. Is it clear?
Yes. So, but in case if there was some premium that should have been added to the winning value of.
Correct. But this we are going to cover in derivatives.
Okay.
Am I clear with this one? Okay. So with this, we covered 2 chapters in totality. Okay. Now I'm giving you 5 minutes. Please revise in totality. Suppose that we are going to solve all the questions. Please revise in totality. Then we are going to solve all the questions. These chapters are the base for upcoming chapters. You have to be clear with all the 24 concepts that we have covered. Here इससे सेलिंग ऑफ कॉल ऑप्शन, इससे ऊपर विराट रन नहीं बना सकता, इसको बोलते हैं कॉल सेल करना। अभी नहीं, डेरिवेटिव्स बाय करने का मतलब क्या नहीं पता, सेल करने का मतलब है विराट कैन नॉट मेक मोर देन 130 रन। This is to be covered in detail in derivatives. So selling call option means writing of call options. Mohammed? So here you have sell the call option, betting that Virat cannot increase more than 130 runs. So this is known as option writing. Let me start now. Come to the backside of the notebook. Come to the backside of the notebook. Come to the backside of the notebook. You have to write very quickly. In the rough language, rough handwriting, you have to write very quickly. Concept number 1, introduction. Concept number 1, introduction. Money has time value. That's it. Concept number 2, calculation of future value. Formula is future value equal to present value within bracket 1 plus r upon m raised to the power t multiplied by m, where m stands for compounding. फटाफट लिखिए. Third, concept number 3, effective interest rate. Effective interest rate is equal to 1 plus r upon raised to the power m minus 1. फटाफट. Concept number 4, PV of single cash flow. Formula is PV equal to FV upon 1 plus R upon M raised to the power T multiplied by M. Am I clear with all the 4 concepts? Concept number 5, PV of multiple unequal cash flows. Using which function of calculator you're going to solve? Cash flow function. Using cash flow function. Concept number 6, PV FV of multiple equal cash flows. PV FV of multiple equal cash flows. Multiple equal cash flows are known as NUT. Using which function? PMT. Concept number 7, concept number 8. PV of cash flows growing till perpetuity. Formula will be PV0 equal to PV0 equal to CF1 divided by R minus G. PV0 is equal to CF1 divided by R minus G. NUT can be of how many? Concept number 9, NUT. NUT can be of how many types? NUT, ordinary, NUT, due. Ordinary means at the end. Due means at the beginning. Now, whenever you're going to solve for the beginning, one way is assume that it is ordinary, multiply by 1 plus R. Alternatively, you can change the settings in the calculator BGM mode. But the moment you change this to BGM mode, you have to change quickly back to the end mode. Majority 99.99% calculations will be based upon end mode. So change the settings back to end mode. Then compute future value of unequal cash flow. For each cash flow, we are going to find out the compounded value. For each cash flow, we are going to find out the compounded value. Concept number 11, interest rate. Alternative name for interest rate is required rate, discount rate, minimum required rate, hurdle rate. These all name interest rate. How many components for interest rates? 5. Number 1, real rate. Number 2, number 3, default. Number 4, liquidity. Number 5, premium. Maturity. 5, add together, this will be your required. Concept number 12, continuous compounding. Future value equal to present value, e raised to the power RT. Take 2 minutes, revise concept number 1 to 12. जितना आपने लिखा है 1 to 12.
So one query.
Yes.
So for LOS 11, LOS 10, there was this unequal cash flow for future value. So can't we compute the NPV and then use TVM for?
Yes, you can. But this we have not discussed yet.
Okay.
अच्छा, एक बच्चे ने कहा मैं लिखते लिखते थक गया हूं काफी ज्यादा, तो प्लीज आगे और थकना है. And go back home today, okay? In the YouTube, write only NEET or any other examination, UPSC, topper interview. All these students who clear IIT, NEET, they are in the age group of 18. क्लास में मेरे को नहीं लगता कोई बच्चा 18 से नीचे का होगा. And there the topper used to say that we used to study for 10 hours, 12 hours, 14 hours, 15 hours. एक बार इंटरव्यू घर जाके प्लीज सुनिएगा. कुछ चीजें मैंने क्या कहा था हो जाएंगी. फॉर एग्जाम्पल फेल, प्लीज मेहनत नहीं करिए. फेल होने के लिए कौन मेहनत करता है? हो जाएंगे. मेहनत किसके लिए करनी पड़ेगी? थकना पड़ेगा. विराट कोहली का भी पसीना निकलता है क्या जब वो खेलता है? तो आपको भी निकलेगा क्या? तो प्लीज लिखते जाएंगे, ठीक है ना? बच्चे ने कहा मैं नहीं लिखूं तो मुझे क्या फर्क पड़ता है? और मैं चाहता हूं आप लिखो नहीं लिखो, दिल से मैं चाहता हूं लिखो नहीं लिखो. मेरी लगी हुई है, मैं चाहता हूं तुम्हारी भी लगे. मत लिखना. मेरी लाइफ ने बहुत बजा के लगाई है, मैं चाहता हूं तुम्हारी भी क्या हो लगे, ताकि मेरे जैसे ज्यादातर लोग हों. और पर्सनली भी लोग चाहते हैं कि आप ग्रो करिए अपने लाइफ में, योर नेबर्स, योर कजन्स, वो चाहते हैं कि आप ग्रो करिए। कोई भी नहीं चाहता, तो मैं भी क्यों ही चाहता हूँ कि आप ग्रो करो। मैं भी चाहता हूँ कि आप जमीन पे ही रहो। तो लिखना नहीं, मैं बार बार बोलता रहूंगा लिखो लिखो लिखो, बैठ के मेरी शक्ल ही देखना, लिखना नहीं, ठीक है। लिखोगे तो क्या हो जाओगे, पास हो जाओगे, पास हो जाओगे तो कल पैसे कमाओगे, पैसे कमाओगे तो कल मेरे से आगे निकल जाओगे। तो प्लीज नहीं करिएगा, ठीक है। चलिए चलिए ना, राइट। concept number 13, concept number 13, NPV. It is a return from a project over and above required rate in rupee term. बच्चा कह रहा है hats off to your way of providing motivation. आगे और भी आएंगे प्लीज। It is a return from a project over and above your required rate in rupee terms. IR. It is a return from a project in percentage terms. Then holding period return. Holding period return. 100 rupees turn into 116 after 1 year, after 4 years, 3 months. In all the cases, answer will be 16%. Concept number 15. Money weighted return, time weighted return. Money weighted return is calculated for investors. Time weighted return is calculated for, alternative name for time weighted return, CAGR. Concept number 16. Arithmetic mean, geometric mean, harmonic mean. To find the average price per share, provided that every time you have purchased, you have invested in equal amount, which mean harmonic mean. Returns on a stock, we calculate average return on a stock, we calculate geometric mean. Rest in all cases, we calculate arithmetic. All right, one more point. Arithmetic mean will always be greater than geometric mean, will be greater than harmonic mean. Then leverage return. Buying any asset with the help of loan. Buying any asset with the help of loan. Concept number 18. Gross return versus net return. In gross return, trading expenses is already deducted. From that, if we deduct what we paid to the fund manager, this is known as net return. Opportunity cost, concept number 19. Cost of best option forgo. Cost of best option forgo. Bond valuations. Bond valuation. Bond will be of how many types? Discount, par, premium. Coupon will always be calculated as a percentage of face value. Face value is the amount that you are going to receive at maturity. (21) P0 upon E1 is equal to dividend payout ratio divided by R minus G. Then forward interest rate, 1 year 3%, 2 year 4% per year. What is the rate after 1 year for a period of 1 year? 8 minus equal to 5. Then concept number 23. Forward rate is equal to spot rate. Multiply by 1 plus inflation, divide by 1 plus inflation. Assuming that it is USD upon euro. In the numerator, inflation of US. In the denominator, inflation of euro. 24. Meaning of selling call option. Virat cannot score more than 130 runs. Okay. Now, shall I move to my question mark? Take 2 more minutes. Okay. We always calculate forward P ratio. No, we calculate trailing also. We calculate both the P ratio, forward as well as trailing. This we covered in equity chapter.
Okay, sir.
Now, I'm at rates and return. Rates and return question bank. First we covered, second we covered, third we covered, fourth we covered. Answer fifth one. Question number 5. So what is the meaning of geometric return? The rate at which stock has grown over multiple period. Why A is incorrect? Because arithmetic mean will be greater than geometric mean. Now write question number 16. Oh, question number 6. Now, this you can solve logically. How come? Now let me help you. Which of the following will be negative? Geometric return, time weighted, money weighted. Now you have to make one guess. It should be. Now I told you, alternative name for time weighted return is CAG, or alternative name is geometric. That means A or B are the same options. What will be the correct answer? So correct answer is C. Now write question number 6. Question number 6. Time weighted return is equal to. Now return for first year is 15%. Return for second year is. Return for third year is 15%, 14%, 4% negative. That means 1 turn into 1.15, 1 turn into 1.14, multiply by 0.96, raised to the power -1 equal to 7.96. Correct? Even if I want to make one guess, 15, 14, how much? 29 minus 4, 25. In how many years? 3 years. So it will be close to some 8%. Correct? That means time weighted return, geometric return is not negative. It is a positive number of 7.96. Now, how to calculate money weighted return? Okay. Now, like calculation of money weighted return. Now, what I want, please copy this format. Please copy this format. Please copy this format. Year, balance from previous year, new investments, then net balance at beginning. Then we have investment return for the year. Then investment gain, loss, and finally we have balance at end of year. Shall I start? Now, balance from previous year, 0. But what is the balance at the beginning? 4,000. Sorry, balance at the beginning, 1,000. So that means how much amount you have invested this year at the beginning of year 1? 1,000. Now, what is your return? 15%. How much you have earned in the first year? 150. Closing value will be now second year. Balance from previous year is, now very carefully, but your fund manager is saying you have how much in your account? You have how much into your account? 4,000. That means how much investment you have made more? How much investment you have made more? Return is 14%. $560. What is the value? 4,560. Now third, 4,560. How much money you are having? Now think logically. Think logically. Prior to negative return, you are making more investments. More investments. 45,000. How much you invested more? 40,000. 440. How much return? 1,800 negative. How much you finally received? Please check this. Okay. Now calculation is not required. You have to be logically strong. Prior to negative return of 4%, you have introduced 40,440. Money weighted return will be negative. Now let me calculate this. Now timeline. At time 0, how much amount you invested? 1,000 negative. By the end of year 1, how much you more invested? 2,850. By the end of year 2, how much more invested? How much finally you received? 43,200. Now calculate IR. 1,000 negative, 2,850 negative, 40,440 negative, 43,200 IR compute. This will be money weighted return negative 2.22. Help me with the answer. Write a note. In examination, try to solve these kinds of questions using logics. In the given question, prior to negative return of 4%, investor invested 40,440 more money. High probability is money weighted return to be. High probability is money weighted return to be negative. Okay. Now I'm coming to concept number 8. Oh, sorry, question number 8. Now, right? Hint for question number 8. Now, in this, they are saying ETFs. So, what is the meaning of ETF? As of assume fixed deposit, or as of assume some security. Okay. This is not security, but as of now, assume these are some securities. Now, in which shall I invest? ETF 1, ETF 2, ETF 3. Now, time period is different. Return is different. Now, what I calculate? In each of these 3 cases, I'm going to calculate effective annualized return. Effective annualized return. And where I'm going to make maximum money, there I'm going to invest my money. Again, time period is different. 125 days, 8 weeks, 16 months. I'm going to calculate effective interest rate. And where I'm getting the maximum return, there I'm going to invest the money. Now, right, question number 8. ETF 1. ETF 1. Question number 8. ETF 1. Invest 100 rupees. It will turn into 104 point in how many days? 125 days. Now, what inputs you will give to the calculator? Second clear TVM. 100 minus PV. 104.25 FV. N should always be in years. 125 upon 365 N. Compute I by Y. $12.92. This is the analyzed return. Now, this N is in years. So return will also be per annum. Again, N in terms of years. Whatever the return you will get, that is per annum. All right. Per annum. Why per annum? N is in terms of years. So return will be per annum. In the same manner, I request, please solve for ETF2, ETF3. Minus 100 PV, 101.95 FV, 8 upon 52 N, compute I by Y. How much? 13.37 per annum. Now, third one. Minus 100, 117.18. In how many months? Minus 100 PV, 1117.18 FV, 16 divided by 12 N. Compute I by Y. $12.62 per annum. Which ETF you will invest? 12.62, 13.37, 12.92. So we are going to invest into ETF2. Which one has the highest annualized return? Purpose of calculating annualized return is comparison. Now simply I can say that I should invest into ETF2. And if it is in terms of years, whatever the I by Y, that will be always on per annum basis. Shall I proceed? Friends, shall I proceed? Zoom students, am I clear with this? Question number 8 to all of you. Answer is B.
So that is fine. So why were we dividing it on a yearly basis for all the factors?
So 125 days in terms
Yeah.
of years. How many years? So if N is year,
Yeah.
then we get return per annum.
Okay.
If I don't divide by 365, then what will be N? 125 days. Whatever you do, compute I by Y. Whatever the answer you will get, that is per
125 days.
Per day. I cannot compare now this per day. This answer will be in week. So to make comparison, all of them I'm calculating on per year basis.
Okay.
Same base class. 1 second. If I don't divide by 52, you put compute I by Y. This will be a return per week. Now per week, per day, I cannot compare. That's why I'm calculating per annum. Question number 14. You have to find out geometric return These are the data. You have to find out geometric return minus 8%, 4%, 17%, minus 12%, 4 years geometric return. Question number 14. Geometric return will be 0.92, 1.04, 1.17, 0.88. Raised to the power 0.92 multiplied by 1.04, 1.17, 0.88. Raised to the power 0.25 minus 1. This will be negative 0.37%. Answer will be D. Chalo aage. Now, question number 15, annualized return. You have earned 5% in 6 weeks. We just covered ETF 1. You have earned 5% in 6 weeks. What is your annualized return? Help me. B. Question number 15. Minus 100 turn into 105. 6 weeks in terms of year. Now minus 100 PV. 105 FV. 6 divided by 52 I by Y. Compute PV. Compute. Compute. This will be N. Compute I by Y. $52.63. Answer will be B. Answer question number 16. Once an investor choose a course of action, value foregone from the alternative action. Opportunity cost. Shall I proceed further? Now you may think, what is the meaning of sunk cost? This we covered eventually in corporate finance. Okay. 18. Different time length, which ETF to invest into, what you will calculate? We are going to calculate annualized return. Annualized return is how much you are earning per annum. Chalo aage. 23. What is the sum of default premium, liquidity premium, maturity premium? In totality, your requirement is 12. 3 is risk-free rate, 5 is inflation. How much you want for default liquidity premium? So that is going to be 4%. Now 12% is of 5 factors. Sorry. 12% is comprised of 5 factors. If I remove the 2, how much you want for the 3 factors? That is going to be 12 minus 8 equivalent to 4. Shall I proceed? Question number 26. What is the meaning of minimum rate? What is the meaning of minimum rate? Required rate, interest rate, discount rate, all of them have the same meaning. 27. You have to compute CAGR for 5 years. Geometric mean CAGR for 5 years. (1.1) multiply by 0.75 multiply by 1.08 multiply by 1.05 multiply by 1.07 raised to the power a 1 by 5, that is 0.2 minus 1 0.02%. Answer will be A. So raised to the power 1 by 5 minus 1. ये लिखने की जरूरत है. Shall I proceed? Zoom students, am I clear with 28? Answer 29. What is the meaning of liquidity premium? So for properties, we want liquidity because it is not easy to sell the properties. Answer will be A. Because if you want to sell quickly, your house value is 5 crore. You want to sell within 2 days. It is not possible. It is only possible when you want to sell at a lower value, 4 crore, 3 crore. Yes, this is known as liquidity premium. Then in 15 months, you have earned. What is your annualized return? In 15 months, you have earned 12%. How much you have earned per annum? Help kariye. Let me solve. Question number 30. $100 will turn into $112. 15 months. Minus 100 PV, 112 FV, 15 divided by 12 N. Compute I by 1. (9.49%). So correct answer is. फिर B कैसे आ रहा था आप लोगों को? हाँ 12 को
15 से डिवाइड करेंगे।
ये तो सिंपल कंपाउंडिंग कर दी, सिंपल इंटरेस्ट कर दिया. अब क्या कर रहे हो? 12 divided by 15 multiply by 12. This will be an approximate answer. You have to calculate a precise answer. ये correct है logic, but this will be an approximate answer. What will be an exact answer? Exact answer क्या होगा? C. So जब तक आप ये complete नहीं करेंगे, you end up with the incorrect one. These are the approximate answer. Yes, if difference between the options will be very high, then this logic is correct. But options 9.6, 9.49, they are very close. You have to solve for the precise answer. Am I clear with this? Answer. Okay. Now 31. So as of now, I'm skipping 31. Now in 32, you're going to commit one mistake. Now what mistake you will commit in 32? Quarterly returns are given. First quarter, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter. Now fourth quarter in terms of year, how much? 1 year. So raised to the power 1 by 1. You take raised to the power 1 by 4. That will be incorrect. Question number 32. Write hint. Question number 32. Write a hint. 4 quarter is equal to 1 year. Now write 32. Time weighted return. In the first quarter, you have earned 20%, 80%, 1.1, 0.9. Raised to the power 1 by n. 1 by negative 4 point. So what will be the correct answer? Shall I proceed? Now answer question number 33. अब ध्यान से 13.1 in what is the annualized return? $100 turn into 113.1. N will be 16 by compute I by Y. $100 will be my PV. 113.1 will be my FV. 16 divided by 12 will be my N. Compute I by Y. 9.67. 9.67. Question number 34. The company revenue increased by 50% in 4 years. What is CAGR? Now write question number 34. Question number 34. Assume revenue was 100. In 4 years it has become 150. 150 equal to 100. 1 plus R raised to the power whatever R, that is your CAGR. 100 negative PV, 150 FV, 4N compute I by Y. What will be the correct answer? Am I clear with all? We can take 2 minutes, revise whatever we have covered.
So can you please explain the question 32 once?
32 once, okay.
Yeah.
In the first quarter, there's a return of 20%.
Yes.
Second quarter, there's a negative return of 20%.
Yeah.
Third quarter, 10%, then negative 10%, correct?
Yeah.
Now what simply we do? 1 plus R, that is 1.2.
Yeah.
1 plus R, 1 minus 20%, that will be 0.8.
Yes.
Multiply by 1.1.
Yeah.
Multiply by 0.9.
Okay.
Now raised to the power 1 by N to get per annum return.
Yeah.
Now what is my N? 4 quarter is equal to how many years?
1 year.
So 1 by 1 minus 1.
Okay.
If it is instead of quarter, year was given, then we take 1 by 4.
Sir, if in this case only it is given for 3 quarters and not the 4th quarter is given. So what shall we do? 3 by 4.
No, so this we are going to cover eventually, okay?
Okay.
Shall I proceed now? Okay. Please answer 35th. Please answer 35th. At what price you have sold the stock? Your holding period return is loss of 10.2%. You purchased at 450. At what price you have sold the stock? Shall I start? Now, question number 35. 450, you invested at time 0. There is a loss of 10.2. So how much money you have in totality by the end of year 1? This is going to be 404.1. How I find out this amount? 450 multiplied by 1 minus 0.102. Now out of this, dividend is 2. So how much you receive from sale of stock in the market? Proceeds from what will be answer? Now again, you make a loss of 10.2. How much money in totality you have? 404.1 including dividends. Dividend is 2. How much you receive from sale of the goods? From sale of the stock? 402. Answer will be A. ये clear है? Clear है? Okay. Now answer 36. You plan to invest into FD1. FD1. You plan to go with Kotak Bank. Option number 2 is ICICI. Option number 3 is HDFC. Best option is HDFC. You prefer Kotak. What is the opportunity cost? What is the opportunity cost? 2.2. How much you forego to invest into this bank? So you're foregoing 2.2. You can easily earn in totality 4.4. But you're getting only 2.2. What is your opportunity cost? My opportunity cost is 2.2. Clear? Answer 37. Now, if you buy government bond, you will receive this 1% real, plus you will receive inflation. In totality, you will receive. Your father decided we don't want to invest anywhere. What is the opportunity cost? What is the opportunity cost? 3%. ये हमने करा था real risk-free rate plus inflation is equal to return on 10-year government bond. This is a return on the government bond. This is known as nominal risk-free rate. Please answer 38. Money weighted return. Okay, let me start. 38. How much you invested initially? Then you received by the end of year 1. Then you received
100. Cash flow second clear work, 100 negative, enter down arrow. 9, enter down arrow, 100, enter IR, compute. .6%. Answer will be. Okay. Now again, if you apply the shortcut, 109, 100. 9% you have won in 2 years. Per annum, 4.5. Yes, this answer is correct, but this is an approximate answer. This is not an exact answer. Exact answer is 4.6%. Shall I proceed further? $40. Which of the following will be the highest value? Which of the following will be highest value? Arithmetic mean. Question number 41. Give it a try. Question number 41. What should be the rate continuous compounding? What should be the rate continuous compounding so that you are indifferent between the two deposits? That means eventually you're getting the same amount in both the investments. Acha, before we jump to 41, solve 42. What is the average cost per share every time you invested equal amount? Which mean harmonic mean. Solve 42. Three divided by 1 divided by 14. 1 divided by 40. Store at 1. 12 store at 2. 1 divided by 17 store at 3. Recall 1 plus recall 2 plus recall 3. कितना रहे? A. 14.05. That is going to be 3 divided by summation of 1 by x. 1 by 14, 1 by 12, 1 by 17. इन सबको ऐड कर देंगे 3 से 3 divide by this number, you will get 14.05. All of you getting this answer? Store recall button. Okay. Okay. So I'm skipping 46, 47. 47. What is the value into your account at the end of second year? %, 5% compounded quarterly. At the beginning of the year, you deposited 90,000. How much money will be into your account by the end of second year? Shall I start? Now 47. 90,000 by the end of year 1 will turn into 1 plus 0.03 divided by 4, 1 multiplied by 4. This will be the value at the end of year 1. This will be 92,730. Now, what will be the value at the end of second year?
97,454. Now, what will be the value at the end of second year? That will be, see, clear? 48th. You need to pay 10 million in 15 years. You need to pay 10 million after 15 years. Return is 5% per annum compounded. You need to deposit certain amount. What amount you shall deposit in the account today? Now, 48. (15-year). This will be 10 million. Now, second clear TVM, 10 million will be my FV, 30 will be my N, 2.5 will be my compute, FV, 30 N, 2.5 I by Y, compute PV. 4767,426. How much you need to deposit today? That is going to be 47,67,427. Shall I proceed? Answer 49. For portfolio manager, not the investor, which one is important? So manager picks the stocks. For manager performance, CAGR is important. For investor, what is important? It will change from investor to investor. For them, money weighted return is important. We are still left with 3 questions. वो भी कर ही लेते हैं.